they're expecting maybe it's WS. It has been a 50-50 split between Nightfall and WS on the Doom. So
yeah.
Spirit ban out and Ursa just in case.
Yeah, the offlane Doom is susceptible to like dominant safe laners. Like we saw it get absolutely owned by SF against Team Spirit in their previous series. Like it's SF Treant. Like that kind of lane is going to really mess the Doom up. But I don't think Doom offlane minds very much laning against like a Phoenix plus Alchemist. So I think they're going to keep it that way. I would lean towards it being for WS this game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if they put it on the offlane, they're choosing to play a slower game when you have an offlane Doom versus picking a tempo offlaner like Lycan or Beastmaster. Because I do think you can exploit the period that Alchemist is weak, but if their read on it is they're not going to come out with too much out of the laning stage at the moment, then they're happy to play a slower game.
I'm down for Dawnbreaker if they're looking for an offlaner, if they want to run this Doom as a carry. It's very good in the lane against Alchemist. It gives you the kill threat. You have literally no stuns to stop Dawnbreaker from getting the combo off. Alchemist can be okay-ish if you cook like straight away, but you have Lion, so quite a lot of control, a lot of kill threat in that lane. And it's also another way of dealing with the Primal Beast ulti. You have Golem, you have Dawn ulti on top of that, so a lot of ways to reset the fight.
And Spirit most likely still looking for their Not Me hero. Your Tusk is still available, and they do ban out the Dawnbreaker, as you mentioned, Lacoste. I'll just say my one apprehension against a Tusk is I've been seeing a lot of these Dooms get their Aghanim Scepter Shiva's freaking 400 billion AoE Doom, and you have 3 melee cores right now who need to get in the fight.
Yeah, normally I would say, like, let's worry about that at 45 minutes, but that happens every single game. So I think that's definitely a worthwhile consideration. And I think right now the meta is tough to plan for because it is, we've seen games end at like 25 minutes. Like, We've seen these type of games happen. So you do need to factor in like what do the matchups look like at the laning stage in the mid game. But then you also do have to consider how does it scale 45, 60 minutes plus. I imagine it's very hard to draft right now.
Also, Ringmaster potentially on the menu for Team Spirit. A lot of single target damage on a hero if they feel like they need an extra bit of a save coming out. There was a game that they played against Aurora where Ringmaster looked insanely good with the Aghanim Scepter with the refresher on top of that. Could be really good. The support duo isn't like as aggressive, but you have pretty much 2 heroes that go in, so having 2 defensive support doesn't really matter as much.
I could see that. I could see a Grimstroke as well for the Primal combination. Or a Techies. I mean, Techies has been his strongest laning hero, and maybe they just want to make sure that their early game is stable. Because the one downside to not use Ringmaster was even though he did own in that game later on, he was like level 3, minute 8. The early game looked quite weak. Techies will actually threaten whoever the enemy carry is.
Which is apparently a faceless void, and they make WS play the offlane Doom.
I was actually thinking they might go Lifestealer again, but the reason why I liked Lifestealer was because it's really hard to boot out a lane. And I feel like when I'm Nightfall, I want my team to be allowed to play around Makoto, and even WS's lane matchup I think is pretty good. So the reason I also like the Faceless Void is because against the lineup we're looking at, it is very difficult. Like maybe you can kill his tower if you bring 4 heroes, but it's going to be very difficult to kill him in the first 15 to 20 minutes. And just, I do think Alchemist scales really hard, and we saw one way to beat it is just in the game, but I don't know. Something about Aurora's draft was telling me they plan to go late here. Like they picked Lion, Warlock supports. So I like the Void for what it does for their early and late game. I'm leaning Aurora here, maybe like 60-40. I don't know what you guys are thinking.
I understand where you're coming from because their draft looks really solid for a late game draft. I just find this to be an interesting approach to this matchup because I really feel like they could have chosen to exploit Alchemist's slow first 20 minutes and play tempo like they did yesterday, but instead they're consciously choosing to go late game against Team Spirit, which is where Team Spirit tend to thrive.
Yeah, their late game is insane. This is pretty much unlimited damage. Doom, Faceless Void, Queen of Pain. I don't think you can get like better overall late game heroes. But Faceless Void, he's going to have extremely good game early on. Like he's paired up with Warlock. If he gets the time walk off, all of the damage from Primal Beast and Techies, if you can't really burst him from 100 to 0, he's fine. Got to time walk that damage off, as we've seen yesterday when Yatoro played it, picking up the Bracer multiple times, like living on with 15 HP. But I kind of agree that they maybe needed to speed things up, because if you give Alchemist his timings to probably the best Aghanim Scepter upgrades in the game on Primal Beast and on Void Spirit, I think this game could Gotta go both ways, but I'm leaning Spirit in this one.
Yeah.
And you're saying the tempo would have come if they made Doom the carry and picked a different offlaner?
Yes.
Which I guess the only apprehension is who kills the egg then? Because they don't really have any right clickers. Faceless Void is now basically the only right clicker. So it's either do you face Spirit in tempo or do you face Spirit in team fights? And Aurora are going to have to face them no matter what at probably 75 minutes in the game as how DreamLeague has been going. Let's find out if this game will match the pace as we get into game number 1 with Gareth and SVG.
Goes Aurora here with a draft that tries to play into Team Spirit style. Some supreme late game ultis, massive team fights to try and pick their moments and maybe drag this game out. But Avery, first they've got to defeat the Alchemist and his timing.
Will be a very strong 30 to 40 minute window for Spirit. They can get their full force with double Ags pool. And these heroes, disgusting stuff for Aurora to have to deal with. They're going to need 3 or 4 items on this Void to be able to contest that in the fight and then push it late. Very scary late game lineup, though. I don't think Spirit are beating this if it goes ultra late, 60 minutes plus. If you have 6 slots on all 3 of these cores, I don't really know what beat these 3 cores in the ultra late game. It's almost impossible. You would need extreme, overwhelming net worth superiority, or just, I'm talking 3 or 4 Wind Waker type level. Just
well, I did it before, right? With like 3 Lincolns, 3 Lotuses to try and defeat a Doom, but then it's like, okay, we've dealt with 1 hero, now there's a Faceless Void.
That's the issue. It's just too much. So if you're Spirit, you definitely want to end this game before it goes ultra late. And if you're Aurora, you're kind of chilling. As long as everybody's farming, everyone's getting big, you have some lane pressure, you're going to be happy in this one.
It looks like they're going to start off with a kill on WS, already getting a Toro that first blood.
+2.
Money in the pockets.
Extra Greevil's greed on that. He's very happy about his start now. I'll pick up an extra bounty earn as well. Not me. Continue to make moves.
That's him. He's been a standout player this tournament so far.
I'll be really curious how his performance for the rest of the year goes, because I think this has been one of the best debuts we've seen for a player in a long time. Is it a honeymoon phase, or is this guy the real deal?
Yeah, because like Lyle, right, when he joined, it took him a while to settle in, 6 months or so, where he was kind of the whipping boy, didn't have a great time, but now he looks impeccable. Not me, the complete inverse, as he joined Team Spirit.
Let's hope he can keep the performance up, because when Spirit are good, they're a very fun team to watch. I think Aurora have been very entertaining too, especially with how much Nightfall has changed his playstyle. He used to be a very AFK carry, got made fun of for it. He's been really active. He's had some games where he's rotating to mid, looking through the gate, even on some of these harder carries. He's on one of his Siggies in the Faceless Void. See how active he gets in this game. Definitely a game you can join for the fights with time dilation against some of these heroes and really ruin their day. You are against Alchemist, who has a good matchup against you for a long time, but your confidence scaling into. So Nightfall should be in his element here. Potential for early game impact plus the heavy scale that he likes. He can kind of pick and choose his moments in this game.
That's going to be the story for Aurora.
The one thing I think that's dangerous for them in this series and in this game in particular is giving Collapse this much freedom. I think this Primal is almost guaranteed to free farm down here. It's just a product of the Warlock. Warlock is not a hero who really stops offlaners farming. It just kind of guarantees his own carry success, which is nice for the Faceless Void. And, if your Faceless Void's free farming, you're usually pretty happy. But you are giving arguably the GOAT offlaner, in a lot of people's eyes, farm on a hero he's super comfortable on, and we've seen him carry games with. So he does have rough scaling matchups, but man, if Collapse gets like an extra kill on this lane or Cowrie feeds a little, it's a scary proposition to give him that kind of position.
So he can start bleeding out into other lanes, right, with this Primal Beast able to rotate, offer a ton of damage and control. If you think, okay, we're just going to run away from this Alchemist, Primal comes through and says, nope, I can chase you down.
They did get a really nice bonds here. Nami giving him the double bonds and then taking a huge amount of damage off that. So they are winning this early regen war. Pretty nice.
And so far looking pretty good mid and this bottom lane last hit wise. But not me, he's going to throw the blast off in there and get some good damage back onto them at least after they salve up.
Very tough lane to pressure Nightfall in. He has Warlock heal, he has Time Walk. Most of your damage is just, you gotta throw it out there and it's just gonna get Time Walked off. Lose the Lotus here too, so pretty strong start for Aurora across all 3 lanes. They have everybody farming. They have Equilibrium control top. Mid's going pretty well for Makoto early. Has a couple extra denies, and this Alk is get beat up, man.
Yeah, just gets stunned into Infernal Blade. Mira's got to be a little careful though against this Rue Phoenix. Fiery Spirits and Blood Grenade being held. Could be a potential kill back on the Lion.
Be interesting to see how this Phoenix priority goes up in this series. Does go to Spirit in this game 1 in the second phase, but this is a hero that both teams are going to value a lot. It just seems to be the highest damage support you can get in this meta in terms of consistent output in the team fights. It always gives you that big threat on these offlaners that are sometimes an issue. Like if I'm going to give Timbersaw away, Phoenix is super high priority in my mind. It's important to be able to give you the kill threat on a hero like that. So if it performs well here in game 1, could shoot up the ranking very quickly. That's a stack small camp.
Yeah, Acid Spray gets thrown in.
Oh, he got all of it.
Nice. Ticks it over. Can't even steal.
No, WS got the mats, don't know. Very nice for him.
Yeah, the trolls. Yeah, the Phoenix also creates a lot of noise in those mid-game team fights. Takes the attention away from some of your cores, because if you're able to, play from a high ground or get a good supernova down, it becomes a focal point. You think, okay, do we have to kill the egg? Do we kill this Doom? Do we kill this Alchemist? How do we get the Doom out? It's very annoying to have to focus a position 5 hero.
They don't have the best egg killers this game. Again, once all these heroes are farmed, yeah, it's easier, but in the mid game, could prove problematic.
And Collapse has drank his way back to tier 1. Whereas this top lane is just a consistent battle over the creeps. Another concoction towards the Doom. Some chip damage out of Rue.
Nice double Fire Spirits. It's really just Collapse suffering. I thought he would do better in this lane, but they haven't really been able to control the position and get it back. The camps have really been blocked up by Cowrie, which is not so... Normally you don't want to give this Warlock full neutral creep control.
His Primal Dying Bomb.
You just get messed
He's got
up.
Shadow Word Blood Grenade on him.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's taken down, he's dead. The Observer Ward giving perfect vision over onto the Warlock to get a kill.
I'm really surprised he's getting pressure this much. Maybe they should have just pulled the first wave or something.
And top lane Rue, very low, but they're back onto WS with a dive forward. Not Me's arrival. Gonna make that a try lane. At least getting something out of that top spot.
Kind of sacrificing his primal lane, though, with this rotation off the techies. The lane that wasn't going well, now you're going to bring the support off it. Basically saying, Collapse, get whatever you can. Does bring the Warlock off the lane. I guess he's looking towards mid for 6-minute power rune. Trying to secure it for Makoto with Sonic Wave available. This Queen of Pain is deadly on the map.
Makoto just gonna go there straight for the Sonic Wave. Blow up, not me. Trade out by Laurel at least. So Void Spirit gets something out of it. But they're guarding the rune. Kaori steps in front, allows Makoto to bottle up the Arcane. And now Laurel just has to TP back to Fountain.
Needs the resource refill. Successful rune contest for Aurora. They get something out of the early Sonic Wave, and now they have an Arcane rune for the next one. So it'll be a low cooldown Sonic Wave on round 2. Pretty nice for them.
So if we're thinking about Aurora wanting to drag this game out, having a 1k lead, settled into a very comfortable laning stage, they're already in a good position to just springboard into that mid game.
It's looking really good for them. You're winning early game with Faceless Void, Doom, Co-op, like, hell yeah, just sign me up. It's going to feel real good going in here.
Especially when you've got Doom against Alchemist and this Lion Queen of Pain who offer burst damage. It's not easy for Yotaro to find safe places to farm. They're going to have to create this firewall in front of him and guard the Alchemist when we get out of the laning stage.
It might not be easy to even get the Wisdom Shrine here. Makoto swinging over, Arcane Rune ready.
And there's Nightfall as well. Faceless Void wanders over.
Pretty brutal for Spirit. They have really low level supports plus offlaner. It's like collapsing at that more than anybody else. Just continuing to get punished down here.
That pushes these two Radiant supports closer to ultis. Super scary stuff for Spirit. So it's just mounting and mounting. And they need to get Collapse out of this laning stage somehow. Level 4 Primal Beast. Trying to finish off his phase boots.
I guess
No jungle to clear.
Yeah, the good news for him is eventually you can get an Ags pool, even if his game's rough. And we saw this in the other game. He was the lowest net worth hero in that game, but once he got the Ags pool, his HP goes up, his impact the fights goes up, and he can kind of just take one good fight, come back, and suddenly you're the most farmed hero in the game. So as long as the Alc is farming, it's like you kind of get away with this. But it does put more pressure on this mid lane, and the mid lane is getting ganked.
Yeah, Earth Spike in onto this Void Spirit. Assimilates back to his tower. And Phoenix guarding that shield rune, going to grab it. That means no refill though for Larl. He's bought a Ring of Health, going to try and top himself up. But I guess you're right, that is the thing, right? The money just breeds confidence in this Team Spirit side. If Alchemist is farming, that means the other players are like, okay, it's not that bad.
For sure. And Alc strat is all about that Alc. How fast he can get the early Ags online. This is 100% the Ags pool game, not just the carry out game. So gotta try and work towards that.
Well, this might be something. Collapse Cutting Wave. A little bit of a bait thrown in here as Mira and Nightfall try to kill off the Primal Beast, but the Chrono comes in, the Blast Off misses, and Queen of Pain with a Sonic Wave is going to annihilate both of them. Down you go.
Not the fight to take. It's too easy for Aurora to connect on these backside fights with all of their big ultis, and they're going to happily clean that up. Very risky to go for any sort of skirmish there while the Primal is just trying to creep cut and get something out of a lane that did not go well.
It's not as if they lose anything, right? Spirit weren't playing mid or top lane. Alchemist was tucked into the pocket, farming jungle.
Yep.
The Void Spirit had backed away to clear some camps. So that move doesn't lose anything. No tower damage, no creep wave lost.
Oh.
Perfect efficiency for Aurora.
Aurora's super happy with this. Maybe Yatoro's getting a lot, but they're very happy. They have a Doom farming an empty lane while the Alc jungles. The Quap's getting value out of the Sonic Waves. You get some Chrono value here. The Void's free farming.
Happy times.
Yeah, pretty much everything you want here. Up Warlock ulti soon too. You can maybe make a play in the top with that plus the Doom. A little scary for Yatoro to sit up here.
In the 10th minute, we've got 2 level 4 supports on Spirit looking at this Doom and thinking maybe we can go. WS just steps back, dodges out the concoction, and now you get doomed up with the Queen of Pain running you down. And it's level 4 Scream offering tons of damage, so another blink in from Quap should be able to finish it if they need to, and he will go for it. Phoenix is wide open now, but Larl with the rotation gets a bit of damage on this Queen, but she's so tanky. Soul Ring, raindrops, one, just waves goodbye, and she blinks away.
That was just a bad read from Yatoro. I don't know if he's like trying to get the creep CS with the self-stun or whatever, just trying to play efficient, but you can't stun yourself in front of a Doom when this Quap can just TP on tower, blink on you, and give you the extra damage for the kill. That was hella greedy. And he was the one part of the Spirit lineup that was doing well in this early game, so to give up that kill just feels even worse.
And now with the Catapult Wave, they're in onto this mid lane. 2 supports plus the Queen of Pain.
He's going to TP mid with the Alc. This is
wow.
very risky if it doesn't work out. I guess he's just throw acid spray to the tower. That fight more reasonable.
Kill the Catapult, push the wave, back to farming. Oh, yeah, I guess job well done by the Alchemist.
This sequence hurt for Yatoro, though. He was like 1,000 ahead of the Void, and now the Void's ahead. Nightfall just getting so much out of this early game. He's going straight Battle Fury. Honestly, with this start, I don't mind this. I kind of like the Mjolnir more on this hero because your early mid-game damage just scales up faster and harder. You're able to contribute to fights.
How greedy can he be? Like, is this Battle Fury straight to Ags? Do we need a BKB to slot in there?
I think he might be able to get away with it this game. See what happens. We have seen some games where this build just falls completely flat. You don't get over that little valley, and
it was not good for it.
Yeah, that's the game I'm remembering where it just did not work out. But the thing is,
well, very close. Finished off by the Scream. Just a solo kill out of this Queen. Level 10 now on Mikoto as they dive top lane. Not enough damage out of the Finger of Death, and Mira going to get popped by the concoction. Something for Spirit, but it's only Little Lion. And I brought numbers up here. In the meantime, Collapse has been farming a bunch of Ancients, though. So he's up to about 4,000 net worth. Trying to get that BKB up as quickly as possible. It's just such an uphill battle.
Now Yatoro is getting forced off his little golems, too, man. Nothing's free on this map.
Oh, there's Kaori with his big old golem. Even Nightfall's come in with Chrono ready. He wants to try and find something.
It just looks impossible to fight. You already have drum up on this Doom. You got the Goblet as well, so these heroes are going to be super fast.
He's fake pumping the chrono. Look at the TP over the cliff top. Nightfall, not going to spend it. Phoenix is like 1 experience or 2 experience from 6. He was desperately scrambling to try and push that wave back.
That's Battle Fury done. Before the 13-minute mark, that is ridiculous. It's going to be another tier 1 tower going down top. Nightfall can go back bottom. He's going to defend this tier 1. There's just no real point of attack here for Spirit. Just have to try and farm up into Void Spirit Mage Slayer and like Phoenix Egg. Try and punish some overextension. I don't know. It looks a little rough right now.
And they've got to go and collapse. Time dilation in, stun him up. Queen of Pain offering tons of damage to kill off the Primal.
Don't even need the Chrono.
So easy. And this is now a real test of not me, right? We've seen him execute beautifully on Rubik, have some nice games where he's ahead and able to play his hero. He is currently a level 5 techies, 14 minutes in.
This game is a disaster for Spirit at this point. Like, they are really feeling the pressure in this one. And I think a lot of it's a product of this offlane. Like, they just did not play this offlane well. Nightfall took advantage of it. They just double bonds to multiple times, abused the high HP Primal. He didn't get the CS well early. He's kind of the linchpin that's going to bring this lineup together in the early / mid game, at least a little bit in the fights. Your techies is Super Gimp, still level 5 at 14 minutes. They're going to lose another Wisdom Shrine. I mean,
double again, yeah.
Is he going to ever be level 6 in this game?
I don't know. It's a real tough one for him. And it puts so much more pressure on his mid-game fights and execution for Spirit. And you said, right, Collapse. He is that hero that needs to get stuff done.
I mean, what mid-game fight?
So maybe they can kill the lion?
That's not a fight. That's a
snipe on a warlock or something.
Poor man's assassination attempt.
Just pick on someone. Do a bit of bullying.
They have an amp damage on Laurel Void Spirit. Probably the best opportunity you're going to have here. Just watching Void farm your Ancients at 14 minutes.
Aurora fully greenlit, though. Every ulti available, smoked up and playing top.
I mean, look at how strong this Queen is. Mikoto already has 2,000 HP with Kaya done.
Yeah. Level 12. Second level in the Sonic Wave. And the Doom is already playing aggressively, getting a reaction out of Spirit. Dooming the Phoenix, so he's going to fall. Mikoto dominating and Mirror wrapped around to find the Alchemist. So we're going to get a nice pick off with a Finger of Death stack added in.
Too easy right now. Way too easy. This team is getting desperate. You have to find something of your Spirit here with this amp damage.
Try and play that bottom. Kill Nightfall. He is the big ticket takedown if they can find it. It's just starting on this guy. It has to be layered perfectly.
They're hesitating. They don't want to go.
They can't do it.
But what's the better opportunity? This is the most killable core.
But he's not showing. Nightfall reads this perfectly. And he has the Chaotic Offering behind him. And now we've spent the Trample Onslaught. They'll drop the Golem onto the Primal. Collapse. He's trying to bait them in here for a backstab out of the DD Laurel Void Spirit to get the Warlock down. But Collapse is being battered by the Void. And jump back in will finish him off. Mikoto's arrived. Now Phoenix. 6-1 charges and a dream to stay alive, but the rest of your team's being chronoed up. Supernova's being spent by that Sonic Wave damage. Clears through another as Laurel. He's on this Faceless Void, but I don't know if they got enough damage. He just time walks it off after being at 50 HP. They dive in with a Phoenix and now the Alk. Protection from Mirror, but the ticking damage takes him down. Mikoto picks up the third, though, as Laurel falls. His Spirit gets something.
It was not pretty. At least Yatoro gets to clean up here. The big ultis are thrown out. You do get the big Faceless Void kill, but man, that felt like it was just really awkwardly played by Spirit. They're not looking too clean right now. Aurora taking advantage. And Mikoto continues to just get out of control. Like, that's the issue. Even if you're killing Void or Doom in this game, they have 3 carries. They're all a big threat in this game. Queen of Pain level 14 now, 6-0 start. And this is where it's awkward. Like, you have this game coming in from behind. Laurel basically has to double jump in, clean up the Warlock, but now you're going to have to clump on the second half of this fight because the Primal's dead early. At least you're able to kind of use Chrono against Nightfall here with the egg on the side of it. It was well played by Rue. It's decent damage out. But look at how many right clicks Laurel gets in with this amp damage. Basically none. So that's what I'm saying. It's just a very awkward fight. Normally, this Void Spirit would be your damage leader here.
And this all comes from Nightfall getting the read. Or the team understanding the team Spirit, we're going to try and play this way, down in the bottom right corner. Because they had Kaori sat behind him. Nightfall didn't show on wave.
Oh, they were very ready for it.
And I wonder what the comms were like in Team Spirit, because when you spend primal spells like that, it felt like he was doing it on purpose to say, okay, I spend my, they're gonna go on me, right? I've used my spells, they have to go on me, just to force the fight. But then you're without your primal beast abilities, which is a ton of damage.
That's what I'm saying. It was just very awkward. Like they hesitated on this play and they weren't sure they had the damage. And to me, that's not Spirit when they're in full focus. You know, they're not going to hesitate on a play like that.
They're going to go again. Nah, just force Nightfall out of lane.
I see another smoke on WS. He has Blink. He's going to look for this Alec every opportunity he can.
See for Phoenix.
Settle for the Phoenix.
Go for the easy freebie. Try and deny to neutrals or something, but it's not going to happen. And you've got Congregations or Tendrils of the Deep out on this Doom already.
They're paying where Yatoro is. Send the second hit squad in. They do get scanned. Good scan. Save the Alchemist here, but man, Ag's done for the Queen of Pain.
Before the Alch gives one.
Exactly. That is brutal here. Great Queen game too, in terms of scaling. You're against triple melee core. That is tough to run into the dagger spam. So it's going to be some wave cutting and some rat action from Spirit trying to get to the BKB on the primal and then pool him and Ags.
The bashes.
Pool the Void Spirit and Ags.
I gotta try something. This Void Spirit, he's being run at. 2 ultis dropped on his head. Dissimulate to get a bit of distance with a double step. Back into the tree line and a dive away from Phoenix. But Mikoto just keeps on going.
Haste Rune.
You can't escape Mikoto's grasp.
He absolutely broke this game apart. 7-0-6.
Aurora cruising. Now we're looking at Blink Dagger Lion. So it gets even harder for Larl to play this in and out style when you've got the jump from the Lion. Just try and buy time for this Alchemist. He's about 1,000 away from this Aghanim Scepter.
Who's the primal BKB?
So
I think you'd rather give the Ags to the primal here because he has the BKB, but it's definitely the worse Ags. Like you'd rather give it the Void Spear here, and you need the extra silence and stable, but these heroes are just farming so fast. Like, what is your window? Like, yeah, it's tough.
And then Nightfall, off the back of that kill on Techies on the left-hand side, gets to push this entire wave out, finish off his Manta style, move towards his Aghanim Scepter.
He doesn't even have to join fights. If Aurora just want to say, okay, we got what we want, let's just sit back, play defensive around the tier 1s that are still up, force Spirit into us, they can absolutely do that here. That's the terrifying part.
Yeah, you know they're itching for a fight. I have scanned the Torm, though. Nightfall, he's waiting.
This is very good read from Aurora not to start this. Could have been a comeback team fight from Spirit.
And now a smoke. Going to play through the gate. Maybe trying to hunt the Alchemist, but he's nowhere to be seen.
And he does pull the Axe to the Void Spirit. I think that's the one you have to go with here. He's less strong than the Primal right now, but it's the better Ags and gives you a better chance of finding kills on these heroes with the extra lockdown against the Void and the Quap.
Can actually express the strength of the hero. Silencing up some of these big spells like the Lion or the Doom before they cast. Some of those disables, very important. Spirit actually able to take that bottom right corner. So Aurora had the good read, don't go for the Torm. Unfortunately, they don't find the Alchemist farming jungle, but they do push out 2 lanes at the same time. Gives away the positioning of Spirit now. Honestly, they might still find the Alchemist in the mid lane. It's Mira with a jump, Blink in, Finger and Doom. Start it off on to Yatoro.
Trying to farm the wave.
Accepts his fate. And a Golem drops straight onto tier 2.
Not wasting no time. Ramping up the objective pressure. Spirit are going to smoke down bottom.
Okay.
It's an interesting smoke without the Owl. They do have an Arcane Rune on Laurel with that Axe pool, so the Void Spirit quite strong right now.
They know Doom is down, but this Queen of Pain with almost 3,000 health. Kaya Sanj, you've jumped on her.
Nah, it's way too far.
Hypnotized back. Laurel is out on his own, so a Hex stops him. Now the Primal Beast trying to onslaught back in. Laurel's being focused, though, gets a Dissimulate to disengage. Sunray towards Collapse as he gets over the top of WS, and that Chrono's pretty bad. WS falls, lowers the trade out. They're going to get back onto this Primal Beast as the Lion focuses on the techies with Mikoto. He's looking to take down the support as he goes in visiting the Glimmer Cape. The Faceless Void and a Lion have tracked back onto the Primal Beast. Techie's TP is out, but Collapse finished off.
I feel like we all saw that fight was not going to work while they were going for it. Especially the jump on the Queen after the Queen blinks away.
Goes bold by Laurel.
You don't have the damage follow-up for that kind of reach. It's just pure desperation. And that was a fight where Chrono did literally nothing.
There's Chrono the Golem. Right in the middle of the lane.
That's true, the Golem got messed up.
Poor guy. And now back to Tormentor. 20-7, 11k lead with a late game lineup like this. Spirit have tried to grasp at straws, pulling things out of the bag, but none of these plays working. And we're thinking that's the Agnum's timing out of Laurel that doesn't do anything. And not me, gonna get sniped down in that Tormentor area. Try to go for a steal.
I think this Queen pick in the draft really just, it messed them up because all the Axe heroes they wanted are not going to lane well against Queen. So picking it early and blind there is completely fine. And you just put so much scale pressure on Spirit. Makoto, he played it perfectly. He's having a perfect game here. Yet to die. Found all those early Sonic Wave kills to accelerate.
And honestly, just feels pretty unkillable.
Oh yeah, he's absolutely unkillable in this game. Well, Spirit are going to have to just try and farm this Alk back into the game. Abuse the extra gold gain.
What do Laurel and Collapse do for the next 20 minutes? Twiddle their thumbs?
Yeah, rat the map. This Primal's not getting an Ags anytime soon.
And Aurora have shown they're pretty good at tracking back and stopping that lane cutting and wave pushing. With Mira and Makoto having such strong mobility.
This Void already has Ags.
Yep.
So his farm rate's just going to only go up here.
Gonna start farming heroes. And pivoting to that right side. Collapse is trying to farm a couple of neutral camps. Nightfall's gonna move into mid. This 5-man smoke yet to connect on anything. Techies breaks vision. Take down Not Me. A punching bag of Team Spirit. It's poor position for Techies.
Technically, that is probably best outcome for Spirit here.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They lose the least valuable hero on the map right now. Did they ever get a Wisdom Shrine in this game?
One.
Third one.
Collapse got one on the right-hand
Did
side.
they get one?
Yeah.
Well,
I was wondering the same thing. I checked. Have a look.
yeah, the level disparity in this game is pretty severe and has been. They lost the first two, so.
Dire's bottom tower.
Been a rough one here in game one. This will be a Roshan going straight into Aurora's pocket. No contest. They have 3 aggressive observer wards as well. So if you're Spirit, you really have to do the creative side map farming, which they're doing right now.
I just like sliding down Everest. Like, I can't remember what the actual number stats are, but getting doubled on the Wisdom Shrines is just
It's pretty severe.
yeah, disgusting disadvantage. I can't even cut waves when you're glyphing it up as the Radiant. They keep a couple of melee creeps alive bottom, and Phoenix, who's trying to push out top, found by the Doom, while middle lane, Not Me, sniped by this Queen of Pain. Beyond godlike Makoto, very comfortable with this state of affairs. And having Aegis on the Faceless Void now. It's Nightfall, he can just go in and out, give vision, scout things out, think about if he wants to chrono. So many options for Aurora and how they want to approach the map.
But also just go high ground. They really wanted to put the pressure on. I mean, your options are kind of force some objective or try and catch the rats, which they're catching the supports. They're not catching the cores right now.
Oh, Alchemist has been spotted. Radiant Vision has seen him come through to this top jungle. It's a good ward. Dire Ward is going to give him a little bit of early warning, but he doesn't have a blink or anything. BKB and Chemical Rage ready. He's going to sprint through the river.
Doesn't
They're
want
not
to chrono.
chasing. In the back, they've got a Pulverize on Warlock, so Spirit, they're going to find that kill as Kaori falls.
Interesting, he didn't want to chrono him there. I don't have Doom available, and some of these heroes couldn't connect, but that kind of tells you Nightfall feels like he doesn't have the damage even with the Queen there to burst his out down. I guess they had no Sonic Wave as well.
maybe he's also thinking he's not worth it.
Yeah, in a sense, like it's better to just have Chrono up. Chrono kill out there in some ways as a threat on these lanes. Heroes trying to get the waves out.
Because like if a team fight starts brewing, who is the big threat? It's not Yatoro, is it? It's Collapse and Lal. They'll find a Hex on him. The Void Spirit. Chain disabled, and there's the Chrono. Nightfall makes damn sure with a finger of death out of this Lion. Get another kill on the Queen of Pain, one for the Faceless Void. Team Spirit without 2 heroes for a while now.
That's why it's valuable to have that Chrono available. Try and get these lanes out and just throw all the ults on these 2 playmaking cores every time.
And now Doom's back up. Tendrils of the Deep, Doom, Blink BKB.
Dire's
Nightfall just time walks up to high ground, starts hitting tier 3. Perhaps going to throw some boulders at them. That's not really going to be too bothersome. Now the Phoenix. They went out and got a ward up on the high ground, but the Phoenix, he's going to get stunned up. Thanks to the pipe, though, and holding a great healing Lotus. He actually stays alive as they jump in. They've stopped the Primal Beast from initiating on the Lion, though. Faceless Void steps up to Bodyguard Mirror. They've doomed up Collapse. He's going to get the Pulverize and the Trample down. Lion finally falls, but they trade out for this Primal Beast, and now Alchemist is in trouble. Golem on his head. Techies blast off into his own death. Lal trying to get into the back line to find the Warlock. Meanwhile, up at the front, there's Queen of Pain blinking aggressively into the base. They've got Lal tracking back onto Kaori, but he can't finish the job. And they'll turn on him. Force the BKB. Hypnotized back on the Faceless Void as the Void Spirit gets bonded up to the creeps, battered down, dead for the better part of a minute.
Even that fight is just disjointed. Like, why start that fight when your Void Spirit is respawned and not there to go in with you? The Pulverize didn't land. Already a Linken's out on this Doom. A very weird game from Spirit in terms of their level of execution we're used to seeing. And
Out of game 1 with a whimper.
yeah, you can't come into a series that slow, that disjointed, no matter what your draft is, against a team like Aurora, who have a lot of momentum in this tournament and are coming off a series where they dismantled their opponent, right? It's one thing if they were also looking sloppy and you're like, okay, game 1, we're all a bit sleepy, whatever, but Aurora are firing on all cylinders. They're going to win this event. They are figuring out their drafts and how they're going to utilize them. They know what they're going to pick. They know what they're going to play, and they probably had draft advantage in that one, especially considering how the lanes went. I do think there's a large window on that off lane that could have gone better for Spirit. I still think this Techies Primal should do better in that lane. Yeah, how it went. Maybe if you look back on it, watch the replay, you can figure out some stuff. But damn, like the Co-op was just owning through mid. They have limited lockdown for the Queen of Pain here. The Ags pools are going to come out way later in this game to give you the lockdown, but by then the damage is done. Makoto untouched. WS just solo killing people with Doom.
Easy.
Too easy of a game for Aurora. Spirit are going to have to step it up in game 2 if they want to have a shot.
Yeah, I mean, also the flip, right? When we're thinking about how game length has been increasing, super long 60, 70, 90-minute games through this lower bracket, 2-1 series going the distance, Aurora involved in 2 2-0s and dropping that game time down. They're able to play quickly even with a late game draft.
Yep.
Looking hot in game 1 there as they take down Team Spirit.
Yeah, the only thing better than knowing that you have late game insurance is also winning the first 15 minutes of the game on top of that. Because then who even needs to bother if you can just close it out and get a GG in sub 30 minutes with this kind of draft? A Doom Faceless Void winning this quickly. Things are upside down, the cost.
Same thing happened, Neil, in yesterday when they were playing against Paravision. Game 2 and 3, they didn't focus heavily on the lanes. They lost all 3 lanes twice. And same thing happened in this one. Faceless Void Warlock, you're not supposed to be winning that lane. Mid lane as well, Makoto off to such a good start. And then WS, like we've been praising him throughout the whole tournament, how much he's getting from his lane, how stable he is. And in this one, I really like the itemization on top of that, going for the drums, going for the blink, and not being afraid to pop that Doom on any single target that he can find, whether an Alchemist, as soon as he hits level 6, or finds Phoenix 5 times in a row just to get that gold advantage.
The Aurora cooked so hard this game. The thing about their draft is they did have the late game insurance that you mentioned, but they had strong hero-to-hero matchups. So if lanes went in their favor, it was hard for Spirit to find their way back in, right? You have Void essentially countering Primal Beast. You have Doom essentially countering Alchemist. So you needed to try to withstand as much as possible, give the Void an early Ags, and just the Void Spirit, I mean, and just hope that you can find good fights off of that. But Aurora did not give it to them. It felt like they were not letting Spirit breathe. Mikoto was everywhere in those first 14 minutes, Brian.
Yeah, my experience playing carry this patch has been if I get booted out of lane and the other guy doesn't, then I lose. Like it has really been that polarizing from my games.
Yeah. But if they are going to do it, I wouldn't be surprised if they do it on the shoulders of a WS Timbersaw.
True.
This man is now, I would say confidently, the best Timbersaw in the tournament because ATF clearly could not handle the crown.
Yeah, yesterday did not look good for ATF. I want to see what the response is going to be.
Whoa.
And maybe later down the line, I would say Faceless Void, but straight out of the phase, Team Spirit, they're like, yeah, shit just got serious. Like, we got to do something about this because Timbersaw in every single game except for that, like, one Falcons game yesterday, looked unstoppable. You, like, even in the games where you get killed 2-3 times, you're still top net worth. And this hero's kit is probably one of the best, if not the best in the game right now in terms of what the hero brings. It's like scaling, you have damage, you're the tank, and you're dealing pure damage on top of that. So when it comes down to the super late game without having that second BKB, being like dealt pure damage to you just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I think this hero still can lose quite easily. Like Aurora did beat ATF's Timbersaw yesterday just by having like a Slardar for the damage amp and a Monkey King from mid who was everywhere. And that takes me back to something that I was mentioning earlier. I think that the mid lane needs to be where a lot of the focus is in these drafts. Mikoto has been absolutely cooking, connecting to all these fights and setting the tempo with his two supports, whereas in that last game, Laurel could not do that. If you want to play versus this team as Spirit right now, you need to think about how you can enable Laurel. You can't let him get shafted. If you let him get shafted in this game too, I don't have a lot of faith.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Team Spirit response to this Timbersaw is interesting because the reason I think ATF got obliterated yesterday was because he was against a lone druid who effectively one of the few carries who has, if you see the lane dynamic, most of the time as a carry against Timbersaw, he's shoving it into you and you're like playing under your tower and that allows for rotations, but the lone druid actually outpushes the Timbersaw. He's pulling him underneath his own tower. We saw him get like wrapped around behind the tower. I don't think that's going to be happening against Faceless Void. I think Faceless Void survives against Timbersaw quite well, but he is. So what I'm thinking for Aurora is, okay, we know we need to boot this guy out. We actually need Nightfall and Mikoto most likely. We need these to connect. I'm looking at 4 positions like Lion that really mitigate Void's survivability. And I'm just seeing 2 heroes in the draft. I already know I'm looking at like this 6-7 minute window. I did not do that on purpose. 6 or 7 minute window of, are they going to bring 4 heroes to boot Yatoro out of the lane? That's going to free up the map for WS. I think that's going to incredibly polarize the result of like what the 10 to 20 minute window looks like, because if Faceless Void is still occupying his lane at 10 to 12 minutes, I'm heavily in favor of Team Spirit's portion of the game, but I do think WS is going to have an easier time popping off than like what happened to ATF. Like they're approaching the Timbersaw very differently, I think, than the way that the Lone Druid exploited it yesterday.
We'll see if they offer that line. You know, Mira's more than happy to pick it in like 10 games this entire tournament. And Spirit get themselves a not me Rubik.
Yeah, very good response to Rubik. Traditionally, this hero is always going to be good. Stealing any kind of spell from Timbersaw feels nice. Chakram is going to be, of course, the big one. Allows you to get the farm and also have pure damage against Timbersaw, so you always have something to kill him. Time dilation is also very annoying. And now you have a killer combo lane again. Like, you can actually die in this lane. Like we saw in the previous one, Primal Beast with Techies. It's not a lane that, like, gets the damage instantly. Like, even if you jump in from the fog with the blast off and then follow it up by Primal Beast spells, it's not enough to kill Faceless Void from 100 to 0. So I want to see what type of support they're going to be putting with Faceless Void in this one. Whether they want to be going for like more skirmishy, or if they something like a Lich, which gives them very good mid team fights as soon as the Lich hits level 6, or if they want to be going for something that's going to stabilize the lane for Faceless Void.
I think something like a Lich could be nice, but any kind of magic damage from their 5 is going to be very much needed, because you're not getting a lot of damage output from this Rubik as it is right now. The biggest mistake teams do against Timber is they let it through and then they just don't draft enough damage.
Yeah, but then is there a support that they can pick that would also be helping out Laurel mid. You think Lich bridges the gap between lane support and Laurel assistance?
Lich is an interesting one because, like, if you're playing with a melee hero, your Frost Shield plus TP in with a Sinister Gaze can really do a lot. But if it's a ranged hero, he does feel less effective.
Sure. Nightfall does indeed get his Ursa banned out. Shocker that it may be signaling that Collapse wants a melee offlaner. Does not narrow down the pool at all, though. And Aurora will get their support duo with an Enchantress for Kaori.
Okay, we got to keep in mind, guys, if this game goes to 60 minutes,
Rabble Rouser.
and he gets that look at the dead. Be careful.
He's going to be rousing them rabbles.
This Enchantress is quite a scary hero, I think, for Team Spirit, just based on how the last game went. Like, you see Lion plus Edge supports, you know the enemies are going to run to that mid lane. They're going to take over your triangle early. They're going to be diving the enemy mid laner and looking to take that mid tower. That's what Enchantress does. She's not stationary. She does not stay in the safe lane. So yeah, it's back to the point of what can Spirit do right now for Laurel within the draft. They need a support that can react to Enchantress dives, and they need to be able to get him a good pick here. The issue is they do have overall last picks. They can get maybe something favorable, but everything gets banned out by then. All the good options. They're going for it early. Go for it early, yeah, sure.
I just want to throw it out there. Nightfall PL looks really good this game from one of the three heroes I'm seeing so far. I was thinking that they were going to get a Nightfall hero that's going to boot the Faceless Void out, but I think Enchantress actually solves that problem. As Mir mentioned, you can run at the mid lane, you can go through the Twin Gate at 5 minutes and then go to the mid lane. Like, you can effectively boot both lanes out at the same time, or like in succession. Once again, I'm just thinking, like, if I'm playing Nightfall here, I want to be they're setting it up where the other heroes are going to be aggressive around the map, and Nightfall is going to be the one that just needs to be survivable in his own lane and potentially contribute to the ganks early. So I'm eyeing PL. The Marcy even makes me want to double down on it. But they go for the Void Spirit first. Interesting.
Yeah, good matchup against the Invoker in the mid lane. Again, there's no damage coming out from Spirit. This is Faceless Void. Rubik has very limited damage early on. Marcy, I assume this is going to be a position for Marcy, something that we've seen yesterday from Paravision. Invoker, they have a little bit of a setup for Sunstrike, but it's nothing too crazy. This is not, your Shadow Shamans on the side lanes. And I feel like if Aurora just keeps going strong from the lanes like they did in game number 1, Team Spirit with these heroes, they might be in the same trouble because they won't be able to punch back.
I can see that, but I think this Marcy is very cool. Like, this Marcy is one of the heroes that can respond to these mid lane dives, because with that rebound autocast thing, you can kind of break that Lion initiation, right? You can move Invoker to safety, but you will have to be able to be present for Laurel's Invoker. I actually think Invoker does solve for damage versus Timbersaw and Dunch. It'll just take a while to get there, right? So
yeah, I'm just a little worried for, first 10 to 15 minutes. If Aurora, if they get too much out of the lanes, you have Enchantress, you have Lion plus Timbersaw. These are very strong lanes. You have a winning matchup in the mid lane, and you also have a carry. I'm kind of down, Brian, with your suggestion. I'm a big PL hater for years now because the hero just feels so shitty. But in this one, I could feel it maybe sneaking in.
Yeah, I'm interested that they banned the Tide. I think they wanted an offlaner. Like, they want an offlaner on Team Spirit. What Marcy offers you is a way to kill Enchantress in the laning phase. Like, not many fours offer that. So picking some, super aggressive offlaner that can help burst the Enchantress. I was thinking, maybe they're going to get rid of, the Vipers type of offlaner archetype, but, I'm also eyeing potential Death Prophet for Team Spirit. I think that's a hero you have to have on your radar, because, once again, Nightfall he's blind picking here. He doesn't know his lane matchup. Collapse has whipped out a bunch of different styles of play this tournament. They go for the Initiators, which I'm thinking, honestly, these bands tell me they want to pick PL or Naga. I actually think PL and Naga are their best options. I think Terrorblade's a distant second or third, I guess. I feel like maybe it's the bias of me as saying I want to will this into existence, but Axe Tide, I think, tell me they want those heroes. Otherwise, I don't see why they'd be banning them specifically.
I mean, no, it's a great call, especially versus heroes like Invoker early on, right? The only thing is they're still Primal Beast, so if you have an illusion carry, I think Collapse
True.
is still quite happy to be Primal, but that doesn't mean that it's a bad choice.
Yeah, you don't care. I like Primal suggestion because Enchantress in the lane, you don't really do anything to Primal in terms of threatening him or being able to stop him from going in, charging in. So got to be careful with the last pick overall. I think we've seen the exact same matchup. This okay, Naga's a bit better because you have at least Ensnare, but I don't know. I feel like the AoE from Primal Beast does pretty well against Naga Siren.
This is just I don't know. Like I feel like I'm mind melded with
KP?
Nightfall right now. Like KP, yeah. I'm like I want PL or Naga. Like I know that these heroes just own this game. They actually think they have a lot of damage on Team Spirit, but it's like situational damage that needs to hit you, and most of it's being relied on by like a Marcy and an Invoker. And so I'm like, if I just pick a hero that's hard to reliably deal damage to, PL is very elusive. Naga, it's hard to find the real one. And yeah, you're probably going to get lane countered here. We might see like a Darkseer or, Underlord or the Primal Beast you guys have been mentioning. Like, I think he's not going to have the perfect lane, but I think Enchantress is going to alleviate that pressure. They actually go for the Legion Commander.
Milan cooked. They played
gosh.
Overthrow, level 25.
Level 25
It's
LC
too
timing.
good. We had an interview with Collapse where he was talking about it, that his coach, I think it was day 1 or
Yeah,
day
it
2,
was.
where he said, I don't know. I don't know why they picked this hero. He really didn't enjoy playing
But
it.
he won on it.
won.
He beat Vici Gaming with it.
He did.
And he said, that was terrible. I never want to play it again.
And
Well-
look at him now.
They won in spite of the LC pick in that game.
Yeah.
But I mean, you do have cool synergies with the Marcy. Like she can rebound you in for a duel early. I don't know how well it'll do against Naga in the overall state of the game, because if your lanes are all pushed out by Naga illusions, how do you really go make the plays for duel? Like that is kind of a difficult concept. But on lane, it should do really
Yeah,
well.
lane.
against
This is a
Naga.
lane counter
Yeah.
through and through. We always have to keep in mind you have the Sunstrike to enable early to mid game duels. I think Legion Commander is similar to Shaman, where she's just way better with Invoker specifically, because that threshold of actually you're not really dealing the damage in the early game duels. Yeah, I mean, I once again maybe 65-35 Aurora's draft here. I think that the Timbersaw is not properly addressed, but I do think Team Spirit has a point in the game where they win. So I think their draft is better in that capacity. Like even if they were to lose the lanes here, that they can come back with the Void Invoker always. And I do think Legion Commander is effectively, they drafted for the lane, which I think is, we thought they were going to do it through Laurel, but they do it through Collapse.
Sure.
So I think they have one winning lane. I think they've factored in this weak point of their game.
Never
So I think
go against Legion Commander. There was one game in this tournament that I suggested it could be very good Legion game. This could be it, Tsunami. This might be that second game that we're seeing that the Legion Commander is going to pop off.
You're saying this is a time-honored Dota tradition. Never doubt
Absolutely,
Legion
never.
Commander.
Yeah, that was a weird.
Oh, yeah.
There's this implication that we've doubted her
time and time again.
For
she
years
is-
now.
We've doubted her. Collapse himself is doubting her, but Mira, he's finding value in potentially an elimination game.
I'm excited to see what he does with it. I am really concerned about Team Spirit's lane shove. Like, you can't really make plays with the heroes they have if your lanes are pushed in, and their heroes aren't the best at dealing with it, with like, Void, Marcy. Invoker can, but it really depends on him having a good start. So, kind of scary, but I'm excited.
Well, then we'll see if Spirit can stave off elimination or if their Season 29 dreams end here. Let's get into game number 2 with Gareth and SVG.
The panel may laugh, but for decades, Dresden, the Legion Commander, The defensive Stone Hall hiding in the shadows, waiting for her moment to bring it all back against these Aurora invaders. Legion Commander for Collapse, the tail end of that draft. Avery, does it pull the pieces together? This Faceless Void Invoker seem greedy.
They needed a Naga answer, at least in the lane, probably in the game. It's very hard to find that as a last pick. The Legion at least will do well in the lane matchup. You have that going for you. There's no hard save for duel in this game, which is always nice. You know, you're not playing against Wyvern or Oracle or Shadow Demon or something. And this hero does scale a lot better than he used to with some of the late game talents, the AoE press the attack. He does have some really cool stuff he can do, the bonus armor all around. I kind of like the hero. I don't think it's that good of a hero, but in the right game, it can pop off. I think it's a little underrated. That said, I think I would probably rather play Aurora's lineup. This Naga pick is pretty debilitating for how Spirit want to play the game. It's going to slow everything down. It's going to push the waves, and you're not going to be able to find the pickoffs. It's a very good matchup against both the Invoker and the Void for a lot of the game. In the ultra late, Spirit probably win. Again, Faceless Void's just a dumb hero. And I do wonder if this Battle Fury Ags build on the Void can help deal with some of the lane shove / Naga problems.
Yeah.
Like, I think the matchup for him is better in the man fight. Chrono into sleep can still be an issue, but I think this Void plays less around Chrono than some of the previous versions. It's more about jumping in and out, abusing the vision, abusing time dilation plus the AoE stuns, and just farming up and scaling. Like that last game. Did Chrono really matter in that game? I don't think so.
Nah.
So, in that way, you might be able to bypass some of the Naga issues in this game. But Aurora have a lot of lane push and a lot of speed they can play with. They have the Lion pick off the Enchantress that can roam mid. This could be another game that gets out of control if the roam into mid happens quickly and effectively, and they just debilitate the Invoker in the laning stage.
Yeah, because Timbersaw, once you get him to like level 3 or 4, he can self-sustain, stay in that lane. Doesn't really care about having a support there, so it gives a lot of freedom to Aurora in that early portion. And I think you're right, this Chrono Cataclysm isn't be-all, end-all of Team Spirit's team fight. That's like a back pocket thing they can always threaten against this Legion Commando Marcy Invoker trio. That's going to offer a lot of that mid-game potential.
I'm worried about this Enchantress in this game. It's a pretty good Enchantress game. We don't see this hero picked as much as we used to. Just the individual hero's been nerfed, but the concept is still there. It's a hero that abuses support duo that can't fight her on the map, gives her unlimited roaming freedom, and it's one of the strongest roamers to ever exist in the game. It is one of the best heroes to roam against the Invoker early, and you have the Void Spirit matchup. So we used to play a lot of this like Void Spirit Enchantress against Invoker. It's super strong. You can just win the game through this mid lane if you execute it really well. So that's a huge pressure point here for Spirit. They have to respond to that. They have to keep tabs on where Kaori is in this early game and make sure that Laurel
Has a lane.
yeah, just that he can exist in this one-on-one and not go 0-2, 0-3, his tower dying, Makoto getting every power rune. That type of situation is a death sentence for this lineup.
Yeah, you don't want to get forced back into jungle as an Invoker. That really sucks. The map could get really small if that's what's happened. And bleed out effect in that mid lane means that bottom lane gets shut down, then you've got this congested jungle. The Spirit got to make sure that they hold out, defend these lanes, and try and play through this Marcy and Legion Commander, who should be pretty strong up at top. So far, only one last hit for Collapse. As Nightfall grabs himself his second. Just trying to fight over the chip damage and harass early on.
At least Collapse will get a much better lane this time around. That last lane did not go well for him. This one should be guaranteed. I don't want to cast or curse him or anything, but
Too late.
you last picked Legion in a Naga. If
They've
you're
already
not
lost it.
free farming this lane, then you're probably just auto losing the game.
Yeah, they've already got the hard camp pull, so already off to a much better start. On down at bottom, Lion and Timbersaw into the Faceless Void, and position 5 of Rubik. Something that Team Spirit have pulled out time and time again, even since the days of Mifoshka. As hard 5 Rubik just sat there and protects the Faceless Void.
This is a very good Rubik game. Lion spells, S tier. Timbersaw spells, S tier. You can often get Naga sleep
Yeah.
in the middle of the fight. It's not that difficult given the situation if you have the really big cast range. And the Void Spirit spells are pretty good, so Drew has a lot to work with here, though.
Lane might not be so easy.
Yeah.
And he's getting punched down. First blood for WS. The Timbersaw picking up the first kill of the game as Rue just got outmaneuvered. Didn't expect the little ring around the rosy in the tree line, while Kaori, Sunstrike's coming in and he steps right
That's
into
big.
it.
Spirit were getting out executed on these lanes. They need to step it up and find some momentum here to strike back in game 2. I was about to say, we've seen a lot more of these lines Yanni's pointed out yesterday, more mangoes on these lines, going for the Hex build for the all-in kills. Just get some early golden XP and then turn that into faster booster stats. It's also a big deal in this meta where every single hero has early Fairy Fires plus stick. Like we saw there, you hex them at the end. Rue, he had Fairy Fire stick, he gets none of it off. Because you just all in him with the long duration chain stun. So I think that's also extra value on this hero in a very Fairy Fire heavy meta. Some metas, there's none of this like extra heal boost at the end, but in this one, there's so much Fairy Fire action you have to consider.
That's mid lane. Going very well for Mikoto.
Nice Oni.
19-8 against the 9-4 of Laurel. So those Sunstrike kills, whenever he can get them, that first one on Kiori, super vital for this
100%.
Invoker.
This is a Void Spirit favored matchup. He's one of the go-tos against Invoker. He definitely win the lane early. This is an overperformance. Mikoto just showing up here today. But like you said, Laurel, Invoker's never really about the lane. It's about the overall game. Can you defend your towers? Are your other side lanes going well? Are you getting Sunstrikes? If that's going on, the CS for this hero is almost irrelevant. Especially if you're getting experience. You just don't want to be getting solo killed or forced off the lane early.
Sticks it out. Spend a bit more on regen to ferry it into him. Now he's okay. As Nightfall top just continually forced to spam this mirror image to stay alive. Well, down at bottom lane, Mirror chased by the Faceless Void.
A nice kill.
Revenge from Rue. Top lane, another kill as Nightfall actually dies there.
Yeah, just gets rebounded on and gets his ass beat by Marcy. 600 damage coming out from Not Me. That's a lot. Into the early Naga, you get the eel skin now. So you got to get through a little extra evasion. Sometimes it counts. I like this Marcy Legion combo. Seems really good on paper. Like Legion is a hero that needs an extra boost in a lot of areas, and one of those is often mobility. She likes extra damage. She likes damage follow-up on duel. She likes other heroes to go in for her a lot of time, and any extra mobility is really nice. There's a reason we saw IO Legion at one point that was really hot, because IO fixes a lot of those issues, right? It gives you the extra damage, gives you the mobility, and it kind of lets you go in, because IO makes you into the pseudo frontline thing. So you're trying to replicate those a little bit here with the Marcy. It does similar things. You get the bodyguard, you get the rebound, you get another hero that can even go in sometimes with you or for you. So I like this combination.
Even just dispose into creep wave, right? Like the Dragon's Naga starting back in. Get Collapse to do that damage.
For sure. It's a scary combo when this Legion hits 6. Anybody who's standing near, you just get rebounded duel.
Here's the roam into mid, though. Lion and Ench, but the rebound away saves Laurel, thanks to Not Me. And a lift back under tower. Cold snap, but no Sunstrike landing. This Enchantress with a couple of Fairy Fires, healing back up, still gonna die. As this Not Me Marcy stands there and delivers.
Very fast TP, they were ready for that. And that's the power of the Marcy in this game. Can bail out these kind of static cores on the lanes against the roam. Really important to defend Laurel against those plays.
And Mirror still in division. Radiant Observer Board finally dying. Spotted on his way through as he tried to lurk around. You go in for that play. You think maybe Spirit separate and go their different ways. Stick around, look for a kill. But again, well done by Not Me, who now gets scanned. They know Marcy is sitting here. Looking with his 6-minute rune. He's going to stand on it. Has to grab the invis, though.
At least you denied out from Mikoto. Does hit the 6. This is where it's scary for Laurel. Just chilling here. You get jumped on. You have a bad time. But Mira, on the sentry, they baited him in. Yeah. That was kind of bold by him, because you got to know that they know you have that invis. Well worth the sentry drop and protects Laurel yet again. I mean, Spirit they're playing this to the correct concept here.
It does leave the Timbersaw alone. So WS in his free 1v1 against the Faceless Void has hit level 6.
He's really fast. Got the first blood, got another kill, free farm lane. It's going to be a big Timbersaw. Do have damage for him. Legion can also sometimes be good against this hero if you have a lot of magic damage follow-up, just because the dual lockdown, it's such a long stun duration that Timber can't do anything against. But generally, the rest of it's all Timber favored. So if WS gets out of control here, he's going to be a menace in this game.
That's why it's so important. The Collapse gets a similar story up at top. Free lane for him. He's booted Nightfall out of jungle. WS with a Centaur by his side, pressuring Gatoro by the tier 1. And with a Soul Ring delivery, we've now got pretty much infinite damage from this Timbersaw. So be very careful with your positioning.
They're looking for Nightfall with the duel.
Oh, they're going to catch up to him.
Yeah, I can't duel him there, though. Too tanky. Too far away. But they are kicking him out of the lane. It's pretty valuable here. They're going to pressure the tower as this Enchantress is pressuring the safe lane. Does kind of get defended here, though. WS took a lot of tower damage and time dilation.
And now not me TPing down here. So maybe with this Chrono into Sunstrike, they could
Oh, he's tanky as hell.
at least kill the Enchantress if they see her. And Kiori is pretty squish, but he does step away.
Again, Spirit are just trying to slow the game down. That's all they want.
Just brick by brick, put up a wall here, stop them coming in, a little fence around his bottom tier 1. A nice dodge out of the stun there. Toro not getting caught by Mira from the fog. And the Enchantress creep dragged under tier 1. Tanky Satyr though. Just turns around. It's not clicking the tower.
They can Chrono into a teleport on one of the other cores.
Just rebound on the Lion. Why not?
Also a play. Yeah.
Great to Mira. WS and Kiori not offering enough. Dispose back this Timber. I'll try and trade out onto the Marcy. Killing spree for WS, yes, but slowing down the push. Toro out lane though. Defensive Chrono required. That impetus shot into Whirling Death. No joke with the amount of damage they offer.
They just can't kill this hero right now. It's going to be a Timbersaw game.
A double pure damage, right? This Ancient Timber.
It's a lot for anybody to deal with down here. No one wants to go into this lane. Not even Makoto's showing up.
Level 7 Void Spirit with Earn. No charges, sadly, for him, but he's still going to drag the Rubik into the Remnant.
Does have Fairy Fire Wand.
Pops them both, and Raindrops keeping me alive as well.
Very tanky with the effective HP. Honestly, this bottom lane for Spirit, it's played okay. It's just a very tough situation. And it's an Enchantress roam into a Timbersaw lane. Like, I don't really know what you're supposed to do about it with a Rubik.
Just let your tower fall. Like, that's the expected outcome, really. Now it's a matter of how do you recuperate your losses? How do you get this Faithless Void to farm through jungle with a Ring of Health?
That is the big question here. You're going to lose a lot of space because once you give up one tower, Enchantress just goes to the next. That's why this pick is so nasty. You're playing a slow lineup against basically the fastest hero in Dota. In the very early game, at least. They're going to try and counteract it by bringing numbers. They're going to smoke the Legion to mid. With the rebound, these kind of plays are a lot more doable for Collapse.
Try and prop up the dominoes that were starting to topple. So with the rebound into dual Sunstrike, they're going to pop out Makoto.
Right.
Very well done.
This is what the Marcy can give you. It can bring the Legion in the game a lot earlier than you expect. And Sunstrike means even these full HP duels are going to convert. So a little extra duel damage.
A sigh of relief from Collapse there. He didn't look particularly comfortable. This Legion commander, the panel was saying he didn't want to play it previously. Now showing that he can pull out some nice snipes. It's super important as well that they stop that bleeding out from the laning stage. Get a bit of wiggle room, especially for Laurel in this mid lane. Because every time you kill one of these heroes, Ench, Void Spirit, Timbersaw, stop them, you buy yourself like a minute of time of farming. You get closer to these larger items. That's what Team Spirit are all about here in Game 2. Drag the game late. Nightfall, not seen him much for the past couple of minutes. He has evacuated that top lane, just sending illusions to try and clear wave, drag them into camps, stop the push on his tower, while the main hero farms jungle, flash with Argosfire and things.
We likely won't see him unless he wants to go the second item Orchid build-up and try and threaten the Void Invoker in that early mid-game. Depends how fat this Void Invoker get relative to his timing. He could also opt to just try and go earlier Butterfly in this game, demand fight the Void or put some threat on him, but I think Orchid build-up sounds decent here.
It'd be pretty nice just to get those solo kills on supports as well. Nothing Rubik can really do when you've got illusions and Orchid put on you. Currently sat mid. Trying to get into that Distiller. Has already hit level 6.
Nice timing for him. All around having a pretty good game on this Rubik, 3-1. At least the Spirit supports have experience to play with this time around. I think that was a big issue in Game 1. You just got out-leveled and destroyed on the map.
12-minute rune up at top. Denied by the Forge Spirit.
They're trying to cheekily bait the Faceless Void down here. Do you have damage with Timber, even if you connect everything? I don't know. I don't think you do.
Sure. Like close to 2,000 health with 8 1 charges.
Maybe if he chakras out, you like blink into the chakra blade mail into the duel or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
They give up on the play.
Another chance. Slap says, nah, I'm not sitting down wasting time anymore. I've got to deal with these Nugget illusions. Push out that top side. As we get a smoke out of Aurora. Lion and Void Spirit.
Costly maneuvers for Spirit around the map. If the play comes through from Aurora and connects, they're not going to have TPs to rebut it.
They're going to find him. Oh, he's going to get the time walk down, though. Mikoto, second step. Gets across to the Void Spirit. Onto this Faceless Void, and now with the Chakram damage, they blow him up. God, it's so scary how much they can just bring to the table in a matter of seconds.
Oh, it's pretty easy. He got the leap off, and it just didn't matter. Chase is too consistent.
And top lane, Unleash for the tower. Lift up for the moment, and maybe a defense from Aurora.
Nah, they don't. Well,
They're sending
okay.
heroes up here.
Yeah, they're going to bring them all.
Centaur from the Enchantress, Mikoto with a jump, Timbersaw arriving as they rebound out, Collapse escapes, but Nightfall's coming in with the ensnare from long range. They're going to blow him up. And Marcy is going to get taken down too.
I thought for sure he gets out of there. That's why I was hesitating to TP, but with Nightfall coming in, last minute net, gets the job done. Going to try and defend mid a little bit. They did pick up the Lion mid with the Invoker, who's putting in some Meteor Hammer damage. So Laurel's honestly having a very good game here. He's completely recovered off the early lane, hasn't been killed. He will start to scale. And he can offer you some higher exhort points now for some Meteor damage, which enables his Chrono a little bit. They're again looking towards this WS Timber, but he's out of here again. He's just not letting any sort of gain come in on him. And I'm not even sure he dies in the game, but I guess they do have Stolen Finger of Death.
Right, it's such a strong read, right? He's not even going Wisdom Shrine, just going to go back into jungle. It's a Mirable grab. A Shrine of Wisdom.
His map reads are just so damn good. Oh, they'll find Kauri again.
Yeah, drop the Sunstrike. Stolen Finger.
That'll do it.
Damage. Tons of nuke power. And yeah, this Invoker, every level he gets, every minute of time that passes, gets him into this mid game. And we've seen Laurel BZM be very annoying with the Ghost Walk, Split Push, the lane shove that you can offer. Because you have to come back and chase him. You can't just let this guy get away with free space on the map.
Now we're going to see just how strong this Invoker Void combo is against the Naga. Naga used to be one of these heroes that could wiggle out of this matchup. Nowadays, I'm not as convinced. I think the newer Void build and how Invoker can push lanes and just offer so much AoE magic, Naga just doesn't scale as well as she used to either. So I think you want to get more done here if you're Aurora.
Another rebound to try and get a bit of distance. Press the attack, not enough. This WS Timbersaw slices straight through any hero that shows on the map.
5-0 start for him.
Now this is a hero we've seen dominate all the way through this lower bracket, game after game. Look very strong, even when behind, and now he's ahead. It's even scarier. Not even Laurel's Tornado protects Rue on the way out there. So killing spree, going back across to Kiori.
Now Nightfall, ready to join the game. Will be going that Orchid. But even before that timing, he's going to bring the main hero mid. Has Song, has Ensnare.
A rebound in from Not Me, puts him in an awkward position here.
Very awkward.
Just demolished as Mikoto gets onto the Invoker now, trapping him, stunning, and killing. 3 in a row off the back of that Rubik kill. Now a tier 1 tower. The pace just picks up so quickly from Aurora.
Spirit not ready to defend this position. They had Yatoro there. They're kind of trying to bait Aurora in, go for a big Chrono. The Invoker delivers the damage. But he just gets jumped too early. Not Me with a little bit of an overreach. And the Legion was flying out the blink, not ready to join this kind of fight. I think he just did not expect everybody to be there on that high ground.
Legitimately everybody. All 5 plus illusions.
And look at this, diving the tier 3 almost.
Was Rue dead by his staircase? No escaping here. As Team Spirit get hemmed back into their base.
They're scrambling. You can feel the pressure.
Because they've got tools. It's just the inability to use them right now. A Chrono, a Duel, the Sunstrike. They can offer damage and get individual pickoffs on the map. But when it's 2 Rams butting heads, I know who I'm backing on. It's Aurora with this Timbersaw.
Oh, they found a connection.
They do, onto this Void Spirit with a Sunstrike. They've got what it takes.
Did not win the duel, though. Which kind of sucks here. You really want to get this extra scaling. But still, you'll take that. It's a huge kill. Gives you some space in this game.
Take him off that for 20 seconds. 20 seconds where you can breathe. Get your head above water as Spirit. Because the past 5 minutes, they've really been drowning.
That series has been all Aurora so far. Just in terms of the feel of the game. You can feel it's flowing better for them. The moves are connecting. They're dodging the ganks. Even the stuff that hasn't worked, like the early Enchantress from the mid, yeah, they didn't get the destruction on that mid lane against the Invoker they wanted. But they didn't overforce it. They didn't just bang their heads against the brick wall. They played to the game. You're going to get a D-ward on that triangle now, move back in to take farm away from the Void, look towards his last tier 1, and probably kill Not Me again, who has just been hounded in this series.
It's like, where else can he be, though, right? Like, the fact that Enchantress and these heroes have pushed bottom, mid tier 1, dive to tier 2. The map gets small for Team Spirit.
It's really small.
Like, Faceless Void is farming 2 or 3 camps on the left-hand side. Invoker's farming 2 or 3 camps on the southern side. Maybe a wave here and there. So it's down to the Marcy and Rubik to push waves against target illusions. It's so nasty. Nightfall going to go head-on into an Unleashed Marcy. Dodges a Tornado. Trying to go for this solo kill, but there's cavalry coming in. The Bronze Legion has arrived with a dual blade mail straight on the Naga Siren. Just what Spirit needed.
I cannot believe they get him there.
So low on the Marcy, but at least Makoto will come in and get collapsed. A few more swipes. Oh, maybe not. This heal. Hang on a second.
He's walking it off.
Gets to the tree line and blinks away. Makoto can't finish it. The Void in the mid lane, though, looking at multiple fights at the same time. So in the end, it's carry for carry.
Radiant's top tower.
Maybe the bigger kill and all of that is the Faceless Void. Yatoro's starting to fall behind. He just doesn't have the space to farm. Really happy to get the Naga there. Even happier to get your Legion out. But are you gaining map control?
No.
The map is still shrinking. That's the scary part.
And your Timber is 12,000 net worth.
He's so fat, dude. He already has 2,700 HP.
And they're diving this tier 2 top lane. Onto the Invoker. No protection. They've got dust to see through the Ghost Walk. Not Me and Rue trying to provide a line of defense here as they jump back onto the Lion. Kaori, that stolen Timber Chain, doing some damage back on the edge, but they've got what it takes to bring down Not Me. The duel into this Makoto Void Spirit, healed by Lotus. They can't finish it off. It's the WS show. Timbersaw is godlike. Going for more. Diving under tier 2 onto Rue.
He's invincible. Free 20 minutes.
That's going to be a triple kill for him. Chase forward. Makoto steals it. That belonged to Timber for sure. But that's what, 4 heroes down for 2 supports? Spirit bleeding out as the lead is built up to 9k now for Aurora.
He already has BKB done. I don't know what you are supposed to do to this man on this
just
hero.
say sorry to Timbersaw. Just bow down, yes sir.
You're going to have to pretty much ignore him and dodge him for the rest of this game until the ultra late. You don't have good options to do anything to this guy.
That's a nice little jump on that Lion, but it's just too easy for WS. They're bringing the control of the Void Spirit, and this duel, even without the Lotus or the heal play, I don't know if it's ever going to be enough.
Need to start winning some level 2 duels too. The way the damage scales on the spell now, these level 1 duels just don't count for that much.
Faces on foreheads.
It's been that kind of series.
Hands on foreheads.
We also
Your forehead is on your face.
haven't seen a coordinated fight from him. It's been very disjointed because of Aurora forcing the issue, making these fights awkward. And now they can just throw the Timber in first if they really want to. What are you going to do? This guy 3,000 HP with BKB, he bought a blink.
And then Laurel is showing on that bottom wave. They saw the Ghost Walk. I'm pretty sure they know with the flurry of pings out from Nightfall. So a jump in.
Are they going to miss him here?
Any reveal? Sentry down. They saw him on the way out.
No way.
He just about skips away.
He is incredibly lucky to get out of there. He's just trying to abuse this Ghost Walk Searing Signet, which is pretty stupid. It procs off this, but does it proc? Maybe it doesn't.
No,
it does proc, right?
It's a lot of damage, isn't it?
Yeah, it does proc sometimes. Huh, interesting. Oh, they're going to try and make a coordinated move down here.
They've got to. Dual Blade Mail. Jumping the Timbersaw with Meatballs, Sunstrike. The damage is tons, but the BKB comes off, and WS, oh, he's still alive. They didn't have enough. And now the turnaround play. They lift the Void Spirit, tornado him back, so at least they'll disengage and survive. And a real massive red flag there for Spirit.
He lives because he's on Strength Treads and just has so much early HP. They needed the Void there. They literally needed 5 heroes. That's just a mental loss. Now you're thinking, well, shit, what are we supposed to do?
Not go on him.
Yep, and we instantly see Laurel into Ags. He's like, all right, we are going to need a fast Cataclysm in this game to bring these heroes down.
Let's go to it.
They did get level 4 Earth Spike on Rubik, so it's a big steal here for Rue. One of the bigger ones you can get in this early game. Just for extra damage, chain stun, low cooldown spell. But man, the whole time you're just trying to deal with this stupid Timbersaw, there's a Naga in this game. Getting fat, going into heart. It's going to be another tanky hero to bring down.
And your Faceless Void and Legion Commander, sub 10k net worth. Always trying to catch up. And on the map, when you push out these lanes, it's just pickoff after pickoff. Timbersaw beyond godlike finds the slice en route. There's a bit of space for your Toro and Collapse up top to try and get something going. Get him in a map space, get that corner of the map, try and protect things. But you just know they're going to be losing out on Torm. Can't really get towards Roshan. Super reliant on any of these smoke gangs to pay off. So tier 2s are getting pushed in.
Just so tough to get the lanes out against this lineup.
And Nightfall staying pretty back on his side of the map. Illusions.
Such a free game for him. And again, who do you see on the map? It's just Timbersaw in your face. We've seen how that's gone.
Exactly. And he's got a plate mail now. Good luck. And where are they going? Up top?
They need to get some duels going. Stat.
Some way to chain these kills together. And Enchantress might show top.
Yeah, they'll take him if they see him here. They glimpsed him. The Naga's TP'ing in.
An immediate pivot from this Martian Legion. But now Naga Illusion's going to show. Enchantress Creep just ghost pushes this wave while Kaori sits by the tier 2 tower. And then bottom lane, that's where the real pain is going to start hitting. Void Spirit dives onto the tier 2 with a Finger of Death. They've blown up.
Oh my.
Not just Rue, but Collapse TP'd in here to try and help them. The Timbersaw says thanks for the freebie.
The Hypnotize hit him because the Rubik died so fast. He just gets melted by Timber.
Oh, jeez. No chance to Blade Mail. Blink, nothing. All right, it's disastrous for Spirit. They'll lose this bottom tower. Top lane, Marcy's getting chased as we see this back. Finger of Death, kill off the Rubik, and you're right, Hypnotize the Legion.
Gets nothing off. It's all in on this Invoker Ags. Laurel does finish it. So you have Cataclysm available, and you are going to have to make use out of it.
They need a big payoff.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's Ghost walked up at top. But Yatoro not really in a position here to go make moves. Wants to keep farming. Needs to scale up.
Shiva's done. He's just too big, man. 715 GPM. 12-0 WS.
After those, 5 games in a row we saw him win, we were thinking we're never going to see this hero in this tournament. Team Spirit taking the risk to allow Aurora to have this first pick Timbersaw. The trade was the Faceless Void, so, since the start of this game, the indication was we want to go late, we want to scale. Laning phase obviously broke down far too quickly. 16k down hasn't given them a chance to really punch back. But every passing minute, a bit of copium for Team Spirit. But a catch here on the Legion Commander. Mikoto going for it alongside Mira. Blade Mail duel, that gets a victory.
Okay.
Collapse stays alive. That's something to go for them. Laurel and not me, they're back on this Void Spirit with the Unleash and the damage. They dispose him back in towards Rue, and another kill goes their way. WS, though, the Timbersaw has arrived with Kaori. Get vision down and see the Rubik escaping. Lift him back as WS tried to chase forward with a chakram thrown in. Not quite enough to catch them.
Great kills for Spirit down here in the corner of the map. Botched game for Aurora gets turned around with numbers advantage and able to get that big Void Spirit. Keep everybody alive. A lot of gold for this Invoker. Starting to scale up here. You also get a dual win with the level 2 duel, so just doubled your total duel damage in this game.
Spirit okay, 2 kills. They've got Aegis, but it's comeback time.
They can absolutely always win this game if they can manage to turn some team fights. They do have the ultra ultimate scale on their side, It might take a long time to get there. And I'm not saying it's guaranteed by any means. It's a very slight advantage, but I'd give them a very slight advantage. Just because, again, I don't think Naga is not like the scariest late game hero. She hits her 4, 5, 6 item slot, and you're trying to win the game in there. And once the game starts going 60, 70, 80 minutes, she often cannot just go in the fight and take man fights against almost anybody with true 6 slots. She falls off in that sense, and it can become hard to kind of push through those ultra late games. So you're not on a timer here if you're Aurora, but you don't want to lose 1 or 2 fights in this mid game and let Spirit back in this one. It could get very weird for you. So you got to keep up the advantage. Keep playing through this Timbersaw strength. You gave WS the Aegis here for a reason. Put him on the front line. Do not give Spirit other options in this game. Make them fight through the Timber. Because BKBs will come out here. This will be a triple BKB lineup for Spirit. And at that point, even if you have a big lead, a lot of that is not so effective. You're going to ignore a lot of the spell damage coming out from the Void Spirit and the Timbersaw. And that gives you a lot more time in the fight to focus the target you want. It'll shift more of the damage priority to Nightfall having to come in and actually fight these heroes to get a good song off. Again, there's nothing that really stops BKB duel in this game with Cataclysm on top. You're either going to have to get A on this, Wind Waker, or I guess maybe you can sleep with Shard and heal the guy up a little bit. Those are your options.
Possible. There's also this weird thing with the smaller the map gets, the easier it is for Spirit to find those moments and have the battle be on a staircase. One of these choke points. If you don't have this wide open map where Aurora can just run different angles, find openings, defending high ground as Spirit is very strong. If there is some rush move out the Dire side. Another attempted pickoff here. Cataclysm going to come in. The 2-man stun tried to hold them back. The Timberstore with the backstab. Going to find the Marcy. Collapse. Finger of death. And Dakota's final touch.
Well,
Got the Enchantress.
yeah, I did win the duel. Is that worth it? Probably not, but you get duel damage, so you feel less bad about it, I guess.
Lol going for a bit of sneaky action on that right-hand side.
Oh, that's value.
Gets the Wisdom Shrine and might be able to go and clear a wave in behind.
They're eyeing up Yatoro.
Faceless Void. Time Walk's back already, though. No commitment from Aurora. They're still stuck on that Radiant Ancients area. Controlling 2 waves at the same time. There's no tier 2 top, so it's really just looking at that mid objective. Timbersaw. 2 minutes left on Aegis. Plenty of time here for WS just to vacuum up the rest of this map. You're taking farm away from the Faceless Void at the same time as gathering up for yourself.
It's almost doubling Legion here.
Oh god, yeah, you're right.
So you get 2 offlaners for the price of 1. Aurora eyeing up Yatoro. He's a little tanky.
Even this Naga Siren's like 40% ahead of the Void. Jump in onto Marcy. Dakota finds the opening. Toro was there, waiting in the trees, thinking, do I have a chrono here? But he just doesn't. Not even attempting the time walk, jump in and reverse.
There's BKBs coming out as Butterfly comes out for Nightfall, so see who makes the most of their item timing here.
Collapse has gone in. BKB duel, Cataclysm comes. They'll blow up Kaori. Yet again a victory for the Legion, while WS, he's found Rue. Yatoro, another support kill for him.
Maybe a courier too. I mean, this is not the worst outcome for Spirit if they can get everybody out of this.
Laurel has been found.
Oh boy.
The Invoker thought he was safe under the Ghost Walk. So not just supports for support.
You have the gem?
The Invoker dies as well. Yatoro forced back to high ground.
Whose gem was it?
Well, it's Makoto's now, that's for sure.
I think it was Aurora's, and then I mean Laurel had it.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't Kaori. Hand it over now.
I hate that it doesn't show you who bought this.
Not anymore, yeah.
I don't know why they
yesterday.
removed that.
It was such a useful tool. Not entirely sure. I'd assume it was Kaori's. Well, it's been handed back over. Oh, Makoto keeps it. The Ashikaya, Aghanim Scepter, Spirit Vessel, Void Spirit. Twin Gates up the top. So you know that this Void Spirit's job right now is to stop the wave cutting, the lane shoving. Deal with that top left corner of the map while the Naga Siren sends illusions into mid, cuts the wave at top by the tier 3 tower, and all of a sudden Team Spirit are stuck in their base.
I don't think they want to leave it right now anyway. You don't have BKBs, but situation is getting a little dire here. At least Aegis expires for them. However, you kind of needed the slot because that's how rich WS is.
Smoke breaks. Zero jumped in by WS.
Does he really want to duel that? I don't know, son.
Oh, he pops the BKB and Blade Mail. Thought about it for a moment. Doesn't go for it wisely. Well, Nightfall, he's got the opening on the Marcy. Not me trying to do what he can while Yotaro gets stunned bottom. Duel on the Lion. The tornado overlap. The whiff from Lol as the win is there for Lion. Void will get the kill. Now a Chrono comes in. Cataclysm damage on the Enchantress as well. She's healing up inside the Chrono, though, too tanky to contend with. And now WS just free reign to open up and do what he wants. They buy back Marcy, but a Timber running rampant over the top of you. They've surrounded him. A buyback on Rubik. Can you deal with this WS Timber? They'll try and get the numbers in, but Makoto comes back with the help.
Can't kill him,
this
man.
WS Timber cannot be dealt with. Finally, they get the kill. He's gone for 90 seconds. They took everything they had. Now they're on the Naga Siren. Team Spirit outside their base, getting it done. Defending with all they've got. The Naga falls. Oh, Yotaro, the Faceless Void, the real carry. And they wipe Aurora.
Team Spirit Magic baiting Aurora in. They were not there at the same time. They knew the Naga Siren was top. Honestly, ends up being a big play from Not Me. He baits Nightfall for the kill. It brings Nightfall out of the fight. He has buyback to rejoin this fight bottom. Gives up his life twice, but they get a massive team fight win, including that gem. The big streak on the Timbersaw. That was a lot of gold. And honestly, the spellcasting here wasn't even that great. They fucked their own duel. The Chrono was nice, but they didn't have damage for Makoto. He lives through it. Not enough bashes. Yotaro has to chase him, and then has to give up on the chase. And then you're left dealing with this massive Timbersaw in the middle of everybody with no duel, no Chrono. You got to do it the old-fashioned way. You get a really nice bash on that Timber Chain. That helps. Alacrity does a lot of work here. And Yotaro just, he does what he does, man. He plays these fights to the absolute limit.
The late BKBs holding them until the bitter end with hammer and chisel, whacking away at them.
It's super important that he holds BKB, and then the Manta here.
Oh,
on point. And this is the Naga issue. Naga is not good in these man fights. Spirit with a huge sigh of relief, a huge win. They're even going to get Tormentor off that, so they're going to get another shard into the Legion too.
I think they've got away with murder there. All down to numbers advantage. And that's Aurora
100%.
trying a 3v5, coming in one by one.
They have to respect the scale here. Void with Alacrity, Cataclysm on top is scary because they have no saves. They didn't itemize for it either. There's no early Aeon discs here. It's all offense, all gas.
And now you listen to that strong voice in Yotaro and saying, let's go for things. I've got Chrono up again. WS, he's got to jump away.
I really wonder if he would have chronoed him there.
I think he would have, you know.
Like, how confident are you in your burst damage when you have a free go like that? Still gonna hunt here with the Legion, just running in, looking for Nightfall.
Might find him still. The jump in, force BKB, Nightfall dueled up, Cataclysm coming, the damage on Marcy's enough to kill her. Have they got what it takes for the Chrono onto the Timber and this Naga Siren? Yotaro's cleaving, bashing, trying to finish them off. The damage looks good if he can just keep catching up to WS for the song. Nap time for Team Spirit. Nightfall says absolutely
screwed.
not. Let's chill for a moment now. They missed the Earth Spike
Maybe
though.
not.
Yotaro turns, he's able to keep going. They lost 3, but the Faceless Void, he time walks away. Survives momentarily. Chasing him down with an Orchid now, though. He's got no BKB or Manta style, and the Faceless Void is going to get lifted back up and saved. Maybe but a distance, but WS, of course, he's there.
They are so damn tanky. You get him clumped in the Chrono, but Nightfall, he has so much evasion, you can't hit him with the Void. You have no MKB. And then you try and deal with this Timber. He's got 4,000 HP. And then the song comes out and just ruins your day.
And how different things are when Aurora have 5 together, holding hands, singing in unison.
And when the Naga gets to have high impact, as a first target, it's not great. Because she's just all tank, butterfly hard. She doesn't really do that much damage. But if you try and go on her with a duel, you're never winning that duel. I don't think you can ever kill him in it. With all the illusions on top of it.
And you went all in, buying out all your items for this. So this means Aurora knowing lack of buybacks for Team Spirit means buildings falling. Not just 1, but 2 lanes of barracks. As Naga Siren swings into mid. Who cares range racks? Go for the melee.
Not much you can do but watch here. Did get the stolen impale again. It's pretty nice. We will actually have Chrono up when he respawns because it was that arcane rune, but
Damage already done.
it's been hit or miss. And yeah, Raxes are gone here. This Nagasiren evasion is just
Are scanning.
so debilitating. You can't help but feel like a Spirit were one item higher in this game.
Oh, how dare you kill my career.
Oh, goodbye.
Sing the song. Come on, see with a Lotus Orb. No chance.
As Naga gets up to 55% evasion with all the illusions on top.
Jeez. Nasty business. As we're now looking at one lane remaining in that bottom side. A smoke from Aurora. They sense blood in the water. They know they could try and finish this one off. WS smoke breaks on the Faceless Void.
Spirit just trying to fight under their ward because they don't want to concede Roshan here, but it's very hard to go in blind.
That's where Naga comes into play. Illusions cutting, mid and top waves.
An impossible Roche to contest really against this Nagasiren. You can just sit Enchantress on the front two. There's an A on disc on the Void Spirit, so he's not a great jump target. You kind of almost have to all in WS. And that is a tough proposition.
Playing Sunstruck the Roche bit. Tornadoing to try and clip someone on the way out. They're still not dead yet, but they've now got Makoto holding an amplified damage rune. Yatoro playing in and out with that reverse time walk.
It did stall it up for not me to spawn. It just doesn't look contestable. I don't know how you get through all this gunk and find a good target.
It's so
I
hard.
can't even fight the Forge Spirit here.
The stolen Forge Spirit,
Thing's a beast that has 1400 HP.
13 armor.
This Forge Spirit's stronger than the Marcy almost.
It's insane, 160 damage per click. Just stand there as a turret. You got a bonus tower. No way for Spirit to get in, so it's back to dealing with waves. Think about defending your tier 3, the high ground. Consider buybacks in the situation you're in.
They can play for the high ground defense. It is an annoying high ground for Aurora to just push straight up in some sense, but with Aegis,
And only one buyback on Laurel. Might have to use him as a bait, but Rue is out here. Rubik dying.
no
A minute and a
buy.
half.
That's a long death timer. You really need him in the fight too.
4v6. This game rests firmly on the shoulders of Laurel and Yatoro. Chrono and Cataclysm. A Roshan Banner can't be dealt with though. So creeps come high ground on the tier 3, looking worse for wear. Faceless Void reflects the ensnare back on the Naga. Jump in from Collapse. There's the Meteors landing on Kaori, sniping out Enchantress. They get the Faceless Void out of danger mid as well as he turns back onto WS. Chasing the Legion though, Makoto alongside the Timbersaw. They've slain the Legion who does now have buyback.
It's not good enough to duel an Enchantress with buy here. Nightfall's just taking your base.
Yeah, building's crumbling. Aurora shaking the foundations of Team Spirit. Base, system, draft, play, everything crumbling around them now as mega creeps will start emerging. Laurel invis. Looking at these tier 4s and thinking, how can I possibly defend them against Makoto with the Scythe of Vice? They're gonna get the jump back and protect with the Chrono landing and the Meatballs
Pretty
coming
good
in.
one.
Nagastar and Timbersaw inside and burning. WS got the BKB out. He's gonna try and shivers and jump away, but the Timber's down. Naga will respawn, but they've hypnotized the Void. Mantis gets a bit of distance, separates from Aurora. The duel back in onto the line now. The Song of the Siren stops in its tracks. Time to TP out. Aurora got what they came for. Now it's just a matter of buying time for Timbersaw to respawn.
Just no way to catch anything else here.
Nice attempt by Laurel.
Again, not the worst fight from Spirit, but they're just so far behind. There's so much map pressure, so much objective pressure. It takes a buyback from Collapse. He does win one of those duels, but again, killing Enchantress is just not changing the fight.
No.
It needs to be the big core targets going down first. With that Aegis, too many lives to get through. So a mega situation, though the game does not end here.
They
Do have a
now have,
lineup that can fight Megas.
they now have a refresher on this Invoker for next fight.
This is about as good as you can get. You bait him on Invoker, you bail him out, and then you can Chrono with the formation set up so Laurel just gets to pump out the damage. This is the exact type of setup you're looking for. Alacrity Invoker going to work. There's no saves for this Chrono. we can see like their team fight is strong when they can put it all together. It's just Aurora have been forcing the issue, attacking from multiple angles, putting these super indomitable frontliners in front of their face. And
The big red reset button.
of course, yeah, you're always getting out of here. The ultimate Nightfall, the BKB Naga Sleep TV.
Undefeatable.
He has leveled up his maneuver.
What's going on over here?
And what is
Oh.
going on over here? It's a on this.
Defensive BKB pops the on disc. Toro getting hexed as Mira. He's going to join in. Who's coming forward? There's a rebound forward by not me.
Yeah,
Toro
that's
just
damage.
flashes the Lion. Kiori trying to dish damage onto Lol. Refreshes up, but there's the
Yeah.
hex straight back on the Invoker to take him down. 95 seconds without him. And Yatoro, Time Walk, and BKB ready, holding it for as long as possible while the backline is annihilated. Invoker no buy. Marcy does have. Well, Aurora back to 5 alive with a Lion buyback.
They might be able to end here with no Laurel. It feels like he has the entirety of Spirit's lineup.
Sound. The sound of Laurel in the grave. Screaming as he died in that fight. I don't have buyback, guys.
He's trying to Naga Siren song in real life.
Just can't hear it.
A final move here from Aurora. They do have MKB on Void. He can deal with the evasion.
You have no meatball or cataclysm, though.
That seems really difficult without the Invoker.
Like, what can we steal? Like, we steal Chakram, Finger of Death. Even that seems like it's never enough.
Need to steal Black Hole in this game.
That sounds great.
See if you can find it anywhere.
Go to the shopkeepers. See if you can spend 10 grand on a new spell. Let me redraft my hero, please. I gotta jump onto this Void. Lift it up and save with a press the attack. He jumps back in. I says, go on. Have another crack at me. The Mega Creeps are pretty difficult to contend with, though. And I'll jump again with another side device. Damage to blow him up. Save this time. Gets him back towards Fountain. Barely alive with a lift in the BKB. Duel on the front lines, though. Kiori survives it. Breaks free of collapse as Rue is shredded by the Timber Saw. Forced to buy back. Spirit 4v5 as they watch their tier 4s collapse.
They have to stall for Invoker. Can't pull the trigger until he's up.
And they've hypnotized this Void. Another slice device. The protection here is beautiful from Spirit to keep Yatoro alive and allow him to make these further jumps in. The throne is exposed, though, out in the open. And Nightfall, the pure focus, the carry player going for the buildings. They'll need the Chrono to stop him. Buy time for this Invoker to alive in 10 seconds as they go in onto the line in the back. Makoto's here to protect, though.
Killing
And Nightfall, BKBs and runs. Song of the Siren in the last second, just in the nick of time. They're going to get the line, though, with this Marcy. Maybe no, not even that. Team Spirit will chase Nightfall, but he's still alive. They lose their Lion, but they've got so much left in the attack now as Timbersaw with Makoto back towards Yatoro, force him into Fountain. This LOL Invoker has respawned, though, and the throne didn't fall.
Maybe they hold here?
Another jump from
Close.
WS, trying to shut it down. They know they're so close to victory, and Yatoro dying, but he's got buyback now.
How the hell do you buy?
Another duel onto Nightfall's Naga Siren. A jump with his Aghanim Void. The damage looks good. They get the kill, but another buyback out of Naga. Yatoro, everything on his plate. He's hungry. Needs to clear them out.
How does
The
Laura
Timber Saw getting pretty low. WS, he's falling. The Void is going for it. The Naga can't finish the job. She's all alone now. No way do we buy back and die back on Nightfall. Oh my God.
What? How do they have buys? I don't understand.
Infinite heroes for Team Spirit. Just coming back one by one as Aurora piecemeal. Individual heroes just feeding away.
They got 20,000 experience out of that. They won the gold exchange even with the buys.
What?
4 buybacks and they won the gold exchange because these kills are worth so damn much. A dieback for Nightfall. You can't really all-in throne with Naga. It's just not the hero to do it. You had to take the fight.
Well, he tried.
He tried, but you just don't do that much building damage. Dear Lord, the DPS coming out from this Void when he gets Alacrity and they have the full combo together. How do they hold there?
Insanity.
An absolute mystery of man. This game will continue. And now Yatoro, he's like thinking, what do I need to carry this game? Do I need Divine? Do I need more damage Butterfly? Do I need a refresher for double Chrono?
I can't believe they even bought time for Invoker to respawn. I thought it would be over before that point anyway.
As Chrono, he's Chroning without BKB. He can't just sit there and hit Nightfall. Otherwise, I think he kills him. This MKB changed this matchup a lot in this game. If only he'd had it sooner. Somehow Nightfall lives before that duel comes out. Maybe he didn't even have duel. Couldn't get the right click in. And at this point, you're thinking, okay, you just reset here, chill. You go back in, right? Laurel ends up picking up buyback in this fight off of some of the kills. So did Yatoro, I believe.
Insane.
And they're just able to bail him out so many times. This lineup has so many saves for the Void, the Rubik Glyph, the Press the Attack, the Disarms Tornado from the Invoker, the Rebound from the Marcy. You can always bail this Void out. This was a great duel. You're not going to win it here, but it sets up a lot of damage for the Faceless Void going in.
I sucks them all in, dogpiled to try and protect the Naga Siren, and that means Faceless Void gets their bashes and cleaves.
A brutal fight.
Spirit have still got to contend with Mega Creeps, though.
Game is still really hard, but there is a glimmer of hopium at the end. You know, you go ultra late with this lineup. At some point, we're seeing it. The Naga cannot push this game over the finish line in a just heads-up fight.
And somehow not a single wrinkle on that forehead.
Well, Yatoro's in his element. This is an average pub on a Wednesday for him. He's just chilling.
Super smooth.
He just queued into a Europe West pub, and he's like,
US West?
might be a US West pub. 1v9.
If they win this game, it might look like it.
You know, you have that off-lane Legion. You're like, why is my off-laner picking Legion? This is stupid.
Well, Iron Talon's not in the game anymore.
Yeah,
What's going on here?
When you got to do it, you got to do it. Does have Ags now. So he has AoE Press the Attack, which is super nice in this game.
Still so far from level 25, though. Come on, Collapse.
That is a big talent. And you can start getting some chain duels off. And you do have a refresher on the Faceless Void now. So you're missing the buybacks. We'll see if Aurora try and abuse this. But you have double Chrono, double Invoker Kit. You have the backtrack chance. You have Radial Deafening Blast. You've kind of got to the ultra late on this combo.
Yeah.
But you're missing the buybacks in this base defense situation. That is a huge deal.
Aghanim steps the Rubik now as well with Stolen Chakram. Maybe he can pull something out of the bag. And we've seen that the saves from Team Spirit are spectacular. With the rebound, the press the attack, force staffs, lift up.
And it's really nice here with the Void, because then he can just go in, start messing, get time dilations off, get these Ags jumps off. He doesn't have to worry about popping BKB early in the fight. This gives Yatoro a lot of freedom.
Aurora with 2 buybacks.
Honestly, this fight, the straight-up fight does not look that easy for Aurora if they just charge in. They have to find smart angles, really abuse either buybacks or the power of this Timbersaw, maybe get more defensive items, more Aeon Disc or Wind Waker type situations to bail each other out.
Song and hit throne, refresh the Naga.
I just don't think it's fast enough. There's a glyph available too in this game.
Full HP throne, yeah, maybe not.
You just got to kill these heroes without buy, and that's what it's about. They don't have a lot of direct disable. They have the line, of course, and they have the Hex on the Timber, but that's kind of it. All the rest is just kind of soft, dispellable disable.
Once again, they pushed all lanes in. Smoke into smoke. This might be it. Makoto starts with a jump on the Faceless Void, but they've got rebound to get them behind throne. The Skeleton Army is arriving as well. That rally, no joke when they get these Naga illusions and all the summons in. Timbersaw makes a jump on Laurel, trying to force a reaction out of Spirit. Roshan's banner here as well, being protected by Nightfall as they send the Dark Troll Summoner to get in a little bit of damage. They jump and duel Kaori, Enchantress, down to half HP. Struggling a little bit to finish him off, but it looks like Aurora just allowing him to die and then buy back because Nightfall's getting chip damage on the throne. They've got a Hexer on this Marcy. He'll back up though and breaks free until that secondary stun arrives.
There's the Chrono.
Chrono there on the Lion, focusing down Mira. Blow him up with no buyback. Naga Siren half health as well. The damage hasn't been done to the throne, and the Naga's first life is already gone. Another Chrono into the back. They found this Void Spirit, but the Hex is there, stopping Atoro getting damage into Makoto to get a Dissimulate off. WS
got him.
with the Song of the Siren going to come back in, but they've got Makoto down. Forced to buy back. Throne is still alive. Yatoro and Law still going for it. Giving it to him. Nightfall
so many units.
So many ways to save them. The bashes, the cleave, the damage on the Naga takes him down again. Yatoro's on Makoto now. Void Spirit has to run away. WS very low, but they're going to jump on the face. Yatoro's dying. The Time Walk away. Back towards the throne. Defend your base with all you've got.
No way he lives.
And now the Stolen Chakram. Good damage to force Aurora to reset. A call has to be made.
They got to run. They have to get out. This did not go well.
Is here. Collapse gets his man. Locks the Timbersaw in place. They just need a bit more damage, and that's what Yatoro brings.
Stolen Chakram, Rue doing so much work. Nobody checked this Rubik. He has Impale Chakram. He's just Ags impaling him the whole fight.
Team Spirit.
Disgusting holds from them. Where's the lead, Gary?
It's gone.
Where's the lead in this game? They didn't use a single buy. All of their buys are going to come off cooldown.
Oh my god.
It was a triple buyback from Aurora that failed to end the game, including the Aegis dieback on the Naga. They're favored. I think they're literally just straight favored now. Because when you fail these end game pushes, you itemize for it, you commit to it, you're on a little bit of a timer with this Naga, and now you're disadvantaged in terms of buybacks.
20 seconds without Nightfall.
They just cannot kill Yatoro. There's too many saves in this game, too many press the attacks, Rubik lifts, stolen impales, stunning everybody, tornadoes, disarms. The impetus projectiles getting slowed, lets him get time walks off. He gets backtrack procs.
First pick, Faceless Void.
Yeah, he's doing it. He is delivering. And man, are they glad that he went this Battle Fury Axe build, because the amount of units surrounding their throne, at least he can clear through them. I mean, he's doing a lot of damage off the cleaves off of all these procs.
Yeah.
Like, it adds up.
Insanity. And you're right, 3 buybacks ready again for Spirit. They'll have a 4th in 5 seconds as Invoker's about to get his.
I think they're favored at this point in the game, even with the Megas, because what can you change about these fights if you're Aurora? You're going to have to now pick up the farm again and try and go into either more disable for the Void or more save for the Chrono. So it's either Wind Wakers or Hexes or something like this, but it's very hard to increase your DPS in this lineup. Right, you're pretty much maximized on the DPS because the Timbers, he's kitted, he's been kitted for a while. The Naga's as kitted as a Naga can be. This hero just doesn't scale up anymore. The Void Spirit's the one question mark. Maybe Makoto can, get to like Scotty plus a Hex or something.
It feels like they need another Hex, right?
Daedalus Divine, I don't know.
Like your Ench bought a Witchblade, your Lion's going for survivability with Ghost, Ether Lens to keep distance. But in so many of these fights, they just needed one more stun on this Void to kill him.
And the Rubik's a big problem. Like this Axe Rubik just sitting in a base defense situation. He's basically sitting in the fountain.
Straight up Chrono.
Oh boy.
Double Cataclysm to blow up WS.
They have the damage now, especially with these Rubik spells are so damn good. We talked about it's a great Rubik game. We're seeing he's level 25. He has the spell amp now too for the stolen spells.
Oh baby.
He is cooking. He's absolutely cooking. I don't know what you're supposed to do about it either. Like, there's no way you can go in this fight and be like, hey, let's kill Rubik first, guys.
Lion's gonna die. Straight up Blink Duel. Legion Commander finds a win.
He's 25 now, too.
That's sick.
He has dual refresh, which is big when you have this Axe, because when you win a duel, you get an AoE press the attack. And then you can duel again, and you get another AoE press the attack. He took the talent for the byway. Each of these press the attacks is healing for 100 HP regen. It's a 500 heal.
Naga illusions are just meaningless at this point.
They're straight favorite at this point. Like, this is now Spirit's game to lose. They went to the ultra late with an ultra late game line. They have 5 buybacks available. They have double Chrono, double Invoker kit, level 25s across all 3 cores. Those 2 base holds killed Aurora's window to win this game, and now they are on the defensive.
Another 60-minute window here with no line at all. 60
Crazy
seconds,
stuff.
a minute. We're about to hit 60 minutes. Roshan 1 minute away. And now they just play out the lanes. Keep these creeps away from the base. 3 rushes towards the throne, failing for Aurora, and now they're on the full back foot. Tier 2 towers falling. Look for another lane of barracks as Team Spirit as they want to try and level the playing field.
They just have so much damage buff, too. Like, Bodyguard plus Alacrity is also something that Yatoro just abused in those fights. Now he has Butterfly.
Good luck killing.
Add an evasion to the backtrack to the saves.
Makoto's going to poke at him. There's a press the attack, and Lotus Orb immediately put on the Faceless Void. Full HP again. Alacrity on him. Double damage, basically. 500 a hit. A late glyph as they jump Hex. Not much to do, though, as the Faceless Void just steps back. Team Spirit happy to hold this area. They've got high ground vision. They've got lane ward mid.
The thing is, Naga creates lane pressure, but Naga does not create pressure on your throne.
Yeah.
So Spirit, they're not even worried about being ratted in this game. It's not as if you have a lone druid lane. It's like, okay, if we push, we have to think about the bear killing us in return. Naga's just not that kind of hero. Nightfall can get the lanes out, but he just does not take the building fast, especially against Invoker who can just double disarm him. Then you have to BKB, then it gets really weird if you stick around. Spirit trying to play for this Roshan. It'll be a longer spawn.
2 minutes to go. Continually keeping these wards out just so they can see the jump.
Dire are scanning.
Naga illusions spreading out the map.
They're going to smoke to try and contest this Roche, but what did they get? I don't really think they got anything item-wise.
No, I mean,
Since the last fight.
no items, no buybacks, no nothing. Aurora have had so many chances here where they've had the numbers advantage. They've been heroes up.
Oh, they found
They
Laurel.
found Laurel, the immediate jump. He's
saved.
been saved. BKB's up.
Double
Yatoro comes in with a chrono. Cataclysm on the Naga Siren. They're focusing Nightfall down. And Yatoro, he looks like he's got the damage. He'll try and shift away with a song of the Siren. The BKB going. Nightfall lives on 100 HP. Oh my god, you can't let him slip away. Meanwhile, Marcy falling to the Timber Storm. Mikoto now can catch up. Maybe deal with Yatoro and collapse on the front. They got to Laurel. Invoker lifted and saved again with a Glimmer Cape. Yatoro, the infinite shots landing, forcing Void Spirit away as this Faceless Void. He's on the run. Resetting with his amplified damage rune. Might think about another go if there's the opportunity to strike into Nightfall, but they found collapse. Another big kill.
Spirit are trying to bail in this fight.
The throne is taking some chip damage from the Mega Creeps through that top lane.
He did not want to double chrono the Naga. Felt like he had the damage with the BKB at the end. Yatoro could have pulled the trigger, but did not.
And now a snipe on the Marcy.
That's a dieback.
2 minutes without her.
A lot more difficult for Spirit to fight outside the base, especially when Aurora get the jump on your big damage dealer. You have to blow all the saves on Laurel, and that changes the fight a lot. Tornado kind of backfired too. The Naga got tornadoed in that chrono as they were trying to throw out the spells at the same time. And again, that overlap ends up saving Nightfall's life. He would have had buyback for that fight anyway, though. That's why Yatoro didn't want to spend both chronos on one Naga. Like,
Yeah.
it's just not going to win you the long fight. I kind of agree with his assessment in there. It's hard not to agree with this guy, but it's also easy to say, like, why didn't you just chrono and kill him? Is it actually going to achieve you the long results you want in this situation? They only used Marcy by, though. Spirit not overcommitting to this. Just not a lot going right for them here. You get caught in the chrono with the Legion during his BKB2. You're not able to do anything. Just completely caught off guard.
WS zones out 2 heroes to the right-hand side while Nightfall gets off the song.
Good target prioritization from Aurora. That's what wins them this fight. They go on the Invoker first. They're going on the back line. They're dodging this Void, dodging the Legion. I don't think Collapse got to hit a single hero the entire fight.
It's hard to also ignore this Chaos Enchantress. The fact he's got Hyperstone, Witchblade, this Hurricane Pike,
He's
long
doing some
range.
Yeah, look at him mess up Collapse here. It's like, oh shit, we got to get out of here.
Down to half HP. And then blown up. So
Well,
that's now Aegis for WS Timbersaw.
they give it to the big boy on front, and there's a Wind Waker for the Void Spirit.
That's huge.
It is really big. Trying to get some of these saves for the Chrono is going to change the game a lot. There's no Dispel in this Spirit lineup other than Tornado, which, you're not going to use Tornado to Dispel someone in Chrono.
Divine Rapier, Faceless Void.
Level 30.
Radiant have Glyph.
He's holding. Okay, he takes the Chrono talent.
Jumps in on this Timber. Shows how much damage he can do.
He does a lot of damage.
Short amount of time.
He does a lot of
WS
damage.
does a lot of damage. Aegis already gone.
He can pre-Chrono him here if he wants.
He might think about it, but the Hexam Mirror protects the Timber's escape.
Doesn't even have to.
Base defended.
I mean,
Throne stays up.
The biggest things for Spirit are the buybacks and the Glyph. If they have those up, they're not really too worried about getting kills here. They don't have to overextend or chase or overcommit on these big targets. Just let Aurora break against the walls as they did before. They don't have an easy way to end this game.
Wave after wave. Feels like Team Spirit playing Enfos right now. Just defend against everything coming in towards their base.
This is a wild game. We're about to hit 60 minutes, by the way, which now you got to start thinking about tier 5s.
But this really isn't DOTA anymore. It's just hero survival.
This
Protect your cause. Defend your base. A big smoke from Spirit. They pushed out all the lanes.
They have Hex on roof.
Trying to find a bit of terrain that they can play from.
That's such a big spell to have on Rubik at this late in the game where you get a free Scythe. On low cooldown, 8-second Scythe.
Radiant are
60 minutes.
They might find the usual suspect here, Gary. The Enchantress, dueled again.
Kaori blown up. 100 seconds without her.
Oh, that's a gem. I mean, they've certainly shown this Enchantress can die. I think the majority of the duel damage has come from him. As we take a breather. Yeah, take a breath here. And if you're Aurora, you got to take a big breath and try and reset right now.
So I'm sure the past 10 minutes, a lot of them holding their breath Yeah, they watch their teammates die in these incredibly chaotic, close team fights.
The weird thing for Aurora here is I think they understand there's almost no way they can end the game straight up.
It has to be through hero kills.
Yeah, so it has to be through killing without buyback, and that is going to require Spirit fighting outside the base. So this is one of those games where you have to be patient. We're asking for some breaks here. You have to be patient, extremely patient, and understand that the one way you might win this game is dying, Spirit pushing you, and then you killing them. It's this boomerang effect in the ultra late. And you have to have the right buybacks in the right moment for that and get like that clutch double kill on the Void, you know, where he buys but he doesn't have chronos and you kill him again in that one window. It's weird situations like this because I refuse to believe there's a world where Aurora can push straight up and win that fight into the glyph and the buybacks. Like, there's just no way. They don't have the heroes to all in the throw.
No, they don't.
They have spellcasters. So maybe you get a bunch of like books that the dead or something changes like Stygian. This
just
could
focus
change.
throne.
Yeah, there are some weird itemizations that could come out with Stygian and like a Deso or something. I don't know. But into double chrono, it feels real tough.
Well, Collapse Lincolns and BKB offers him protection against that side device, and now with the Faceless Void arriving, damage coming in, Song of the Siren stops this Legion from doing damage, forces the Cronus, but the Song of the Siren has saved the US alive. Meteor's dropped in, Yatoro trying to deal with the BKB's up for this Timber Store, and he's going to try and break through with the BKB. Another Cyclone. Out, jump again onto the now. Ghost Scepter out from Mira. And Laurel, he picks up the kill.
Okay, they got the fight outside the base. They used the chrono. He doesn't have refresher anymore, by the way, so it is just single chrono. Refresher used for the invoker, no buybacks pulled, just double support kill, no glyph. So honestly, that looked fancy, but not much happened in the end. I guess you got dual damage, something for collapse here. Or you got that from earlier. You didn't even get dual damage. Well, you get some time to push the lanes. If you're Spirit, you get to collect another tower.
Maybe the downside of having such a good hydration system as Collapse, needing a pee break with his massive jug of water.
I've been there. It's rough.
I saw Nightfall yapping after that was called. I don't know if he's talking about his team's plan.
He's
or
probably like, this guy has weak bladder. Go, go, go.
That's what I'd be doing. The mental effect.
The biggest thing is they got time to farm neutral items here. They got triple Stygian. What the fuck is that? Is that even good? I don't know. Or
Surely
it doesn't
not.
stack, but it is a lot of damage. They got double evolved plus the audacious Stygian for Yotaro. Of course he rolls it here. They got the harmonizer for Laurel. Some nice spell amplification. So pretty good for him.
A Book of the Dead for Mira.
It feels like Spirit got the better tier 5s here. Yeah, you got one Book of the Dead. That's nice. Stygian for the Enchantress, Stygian for Makoto. So they did get some Stygians here. Dizoom Blood Raid, also nice. I don't know. I'm not just looking at this triple
Stygian is wild, huh?
That's crazy to me. I
guess the fights are pretty spread. Like, Marcy's going on one support to one side. There's a Chrono on some others.
Yeah.
Legion's aiming another target. So it's not awful.
No, I'm not saying it's terrible here. It makes sense.
Funny.
It's just kind of wild that you see that. And they got the good enchantments too, like double evolved plus audacious. Audacious on this Void is
so scary. So very scary.
Oh, he's hitting for 750 before all of the procs.
Before Alacrity.
And all the amp and the Alacrity and the bodyguard. And the minus armor from the Stygian, like MKB procs.
Is it worth him buying Daedalus? He just can't slot it in, I guess.
He's going to buy
you need
back.
Battle Fury, right? Against all these mega creeps.
Yeah, he really does.
Stuff.
He's going to buy backup Divine and probably Moonshard at some point. That's kind of what you're looking for.
Yeah.
He does get a lot of attack speed off the Shard. When he goes in and he dilates a lot of heroes, you got to remember he's getting a bunch of attack speed per stack. So I don't know if he's too worried about that. Not having double chrono is a little awkward in some of these situations, but I think he feels he has to win the long fight anyway.
Aurora taking what they can on the map. Free Tormentor.
Oh, he already has a backup Divine.
Where is it?
I saw in the fountain.
He's on the floor. Oh, Collapse is going to go on Timbersaw here.
A big boy to bring down.
He got the BKB off, but the physical damage is overwhelming.
Great Wind Waker.
Nice save there. Buys time with the Song of the Siren. They use the Chrono, focusing in
Got
the
that
heal.
off.
Mirror, he's kept him up. The Timbersaw's still alive. Two-man Earthspike lands. Oh, the turnaround. Yatoro's down. Mirror comes in to save the day.
Sick Wind Waker into the Ags on the drop down.
So close with the Lotus play.
It's dangerous fighting outside your base.
And now buybacks required.
Spirit, they're going to have to buy both the cores here. It does have to back up Divine Rapier, but that other one went to the Enchantress with the Moon Shard, with the Stygian. He's dealing some serious deep right now.
Shit.
At this point, you should duel the Enchantress.
I think you've got to.
Maybe they can try and hold the Void Buy here if Aurora are afraid to commit.
Is that Rapier on the floor, sat under the Courier. Held in the base for now as the Spaceless Void hasn't bought back just yet.
They're going to put the Enchantress on the front line.
Hit the building, focus thrown. Deafening Blast pushes them back. As Mira chips away and Makoto jumps in, trying to force something out of Spirit. And now the buyback, Faceless Void. They lift the Enchantress back in towards the Remnant. The focus on Laurel, though. Needs the BKB and the save to get away.
Remember, he has no Chrono here, no Refresher.
Dangerous times. They'll kill off the banner. At least protect their throne as Laurel makes a move on this Enchantress now. Trying to get this Rapier back. The heal up, though, and Laurel is falling. Invoker gone and forced to buy. WS on the Marcy. Blowing up, not me. Gone for 2 minutes now.
They're doing it right here. Still have Glyph, but the buys are gone. Aurora, they fixed one issue in this game. They can go for it all.
One more chance for Spirit. Everything on the shoulders of Yatoro.
He still has no Chronosphere, no Refresher. 30 seconds for this big ulti.
A massive window. And Aurora just going to shove all the lanes in. Gather up the armies. Defeat the Bronze Legion with all the Abyssal creeps arriving onto this throne.
He got hypnotized.
Yatoro got hexed.
Goes
Lane, he's gone again. 2 minutes without him. They'll duel in the back lines and try to deal with Kiori. But the damage is done already.
That has
Aurora
to be
5
it.
alive. Focusing thrown down. Storm of the Siren's going to come in. They can turn around on Laurel. Collapses slapped. Chakram comes in as well. And this Invoker's in so much trouble. Tries to jump away with a save. They've got that turnaround on Collapse. And there we go. GG call. Throne is down. Aurora. Another 2-0 victory. But my God, did they have to fucking fight for it?
Ah, what a slog into the late game. Ultimately, though, they make the right item decisions. That single Wind Waker against the lineup with no Dispel, not prepared for it, absolutely ruined that push outside the base.
Oh, yeah, lean back, WS.
He overperformed in this game for sure. 28-5 coming out for the man. He did everything he could, and ultimately it kind of fell to the two supports who end this game with the Divine Rapiers, the Mira and Kaori support duo, picking up the building damage. That was not an easy game to win. I think at a certain point, Spirit are favored there.
You're absolutely right, they were.
But damn, it's tough to play these late games into the unit swarm too. There's just so much vision coming out from the Naga illusions, the Enchantress creeps, Timbersaw on the front line, a Void Spirit you can't catch. A hell of a game. And ultimately Aurora, they get a chance in that grand final.
They do. 2-0 Spirit, 2-0 Falcons and Tundra before that, heading towards that grand final. Screw our predictions, I don't care anymore. Give us some more Dota 2.
If it's that kind of quality, then who would turn you down? Aurora managed to make their way to another Dream League Grand Final. They were in Season 28 as well, but fell to Tundra. But now they've already taken down Tundra. They took down Falcons, and now they have taken down Spirit. And in what a fashion, because if there is ever a team that is going to push it to the limits, the absolute edge of possibility, it is Team Spirit, and yet, despite that, Lacoste, Aurora still beat them.
What an absolute banger, Tsunami, just to finish off this one. Another 2-0 for Aurora, because this team, when they started the group stage, they didn't look too hot, and then they powered up throughout the tournament. In this one, you can see the resilience of Team Spirit. A little bit of a throw coming out from Aurora a couple of times, but in the end, this was the closest game, I would say, that we've seen so far against Mega Creeps. It looked like this might be the first game where we actually managed to beat Mega Creeps, but then again, these Stygian Desos, Audacious, and Divine Rapiers that supports did pick up. It's just too much damage.
It was so much damage, and something that really stood out to me in this game is that now that BKB can't be refreshed, Naga's Fire and Song is actually such a good reset in the extreme late game. It did feel like Naga as a carry falls off in situations like this, but in this overall late game, Void was slept in the chrono quite a few times. Like, it did come in clutch, and that's due to the nerf, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a lot of things that played out this game. I feel like this game's a nice summary of this tournament where, you're really not sure. Is this going to be a 25-minute game or a 65-minute game? It's not going to be a 40-minute game. It's going to be 25 or 65. So I think that, Lukash, you're talking about them actually showing the closest chance of actually winning with Megas. I don't remember what interview it was, but one of the interviews was talking about how the games are longer because teams have gotten better.
Yeah.
Yes, there was a bit of a slip up from Aurora, but I feel like this was a case in point example of if you're playing professional Dota and one big slip up makes the game last 35 extra minutes, like that speaks to how good these teams are, their resilience. Hats off to Team Spirit for making that such a fun and interesting game. But Aurora's firing on all cylinders. I look forward to seeing if they can actually close it out for once.
That's true, because they have succumbed in grand finals now in both of their attempts. DreamLeague Season 28, they fell to Tundra, and then just now in Wallachia, they fell to BetBoom.
Yeah, that one wasn't really close. It felt like he was affecting them too much, but them now coming out of the lower bracket and having, I would say, this type of a buff after beating Team Spirit like this, because if they came into a game 3, I think they could have potentially crumbled as well. But now riding this high, I think they're in a really good chance to potentially winning the whole thing.
Especially Mira specifically.
Oh yeah, we saw some tips in the first game as well.
Yeah,
with the fist, Iron Fist.
I'm telling you, this guy had something to play for. Those Lion Ravages were personal, and he got the victory. And now Aurora get to continue a hell of a lower bracket run. 2-0s the entire way through ever since they dropped against Spirit in the upper bracket.
Their early game is just so sharp right now. It's looking very scary. They're winning lanes, they're drafting for tempo, and they're even able to play tempo with heroes like Faceless Void and Doom. Right? It's going to be a very exciting grand finals. This game was so good, though. Like, I'm still kind of reeling about it because so many situations could have changed, like little tiny things that could have tipped the favor in either team. There was a moment mid where, like, there was no double Cataclysm, I think there was a misclick or something.
He is cool.
People they gravitate towards him.
Oh, I see what you did there.
My heart says there's no way that
like-minded of souls, and now in his prime, anti-mage. The youthful vigilante had spent several years hunting and brutally slaying any foul wizards or other worldly magical creatures with little rhyme or reason. He found her hot on the trail of the magical abominations that slaughtered her caravan. He saw in her himself, a child who had seen their happy, blissful, mundane world of peace ripped away from them by the supernatural, ablaze with a fire that refused to let her lay down and die, the will to fight. He took her in and nursed her back to health. Despite his brutal lifestyle and his multiple attempts to dissuade her, she stayed by his side, learning his ways, following his habits, and adopting his utter detestment of all things magic. Well, the thing is, the anti-mage, much like parents in real life, had no idea what he was doing. Anti-mage never became a Tuskakari monk. Sure, he learned the warrior part of the warrior monk, but what he never got around to was the monk part. He struggled to recall the lessons his masters tried to teach him before their slaughter. Meditation, purity of will, mindfulness, and focus on the material plane. As he taught her what he barely remembered about peace of mind and soul, Anti-Mage had come to terms with the truth. His fire still consumed him. How could he teach peace to this protege if he himself had not learned it? So, with much discussion and a stoic disposition hiding his sadness, Anti-Mage left her at a children's sanctuary to learn, grow, and become a normal person. He promised to return to her as a mentor if she first found herself and proved worthy of becoming his disciple. Wei reluctantly accepted, growing up with that promise hanging over her, a sense of destiny she could intend to claim once she was old enough to fight. For the anti-mage, he had bought himself a few years to get the whole zealous murder spree out of his system, and so he did. A lot of murdering. But again, that's another story. Eventually, he would finally find the structure, a place of all things, employment, the Tyler Estate, a re-education facility for arcane practitioners who break the rules of the wizarding world. With a new place to call his home, Anti-Mage would settle down. as much as someone like him could. And with rumors of the anti-mage being employed by the Tyler estate spreading from the whispers of fearful sorcerers and hushed libraries, the now grown Wei finally found her roaming master. When she arrived at the Tyler estate's doorstep, anti-mage found enough peace to continue her training. For years, he would teach her all that he had learned since their last tutorship. She would consider him her father, and he would, although he would never admit it, consider her his daughter. A paternal bond where he would ensure that she understood he was not her master, but her mentor, teaching her all that he knew with the hope that one day she would surpass him and learn what he was never able to achieve: true peace and purity of will. And so she would carry out missions as his disciple, teaming up and training with Marcy on combat, practicing meditation and mindfulness in temples, and apparently went on missions to kill some of the disciples of her master's greatest foe, the dead god, with Windranger. Now, some people tell stories of the anti-mage himself doing that, but who knows if this comic is canon anymore anyway. After the escape of the wild wizard Turath from the Tyler estate, the anti-mage had finally decided the time had come. His disciple's training was complete, and he taught her everything he knew. It was time for her to hunt down her first powerful wizard all by herself and find her own path to being a hero in the world of Dota 2. But perhaps that's not the whole story. Fate might have its grand design, after all. You see, as Wei herself admits, she doesn't remember that horrible day that started her journey. The anti-mage told her the tale of how he found her alone days later, the sole survivor of her slaughtered family. See, trauma can do weird things to a mind. One way of dealing with trauma is to forget it, to hide the horror of what happened with an amnesia that blacks out key details. What type of caravan was Wei's family in? Traveling merchants or traveling coven? The slashing of the blades, the brutal executions, the wanton violence. Was that a demon that heartlessly slaughtered her people? Or simply a man who at the time resembled one? How is it that an obsessed, fervent vigilante known for massacring magic users with zero remorse just so happened to stumble upon that grisly scene, and that only one scared child survived? Perhaps what awoke the anti-mage from his obsessive insanity, the moment of introspection into who he was becoming, what he could do for a better life, was found on that day. The road to betterment, the way to obtaining your destiny, the journey to becoming a hero, well, that growth goes both ways. For some, the path to become something more, the path to being a hero, well, that path is best walked together. But what will be the next tale from the Lore Keeper? Well, that's up to you. Go ahead on over to esl.gg/lore and vote for who you want to see next. Delivered to you by DHL.
Oh, the summer time has come, and the trees are sweetly blooming, and the wild mountain thyme goes around the blooming heather. Where you go, I see, and we'll all go together to the wild mountains all around the moon heather. Will you go, I see? I will build my love about by yon cool and crystal fountain, and around it I will all the wildflowers of the mountain. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to cool wild mountain thyme, all around the blue heather. Will you go, lassie, go?
But they always have very good things that they do later on. They had a super cool idea where against Spirit, they banned out a lot of their supports because there's just a lot of overlap, at least against this team. And this is not something that we've seen before from other teams. And also what they did in this series. So first of all, they had 1, 2, 3 times the Satanic Kez. If you're going to let this hero go through today, then you definitely need to figure out a way to kind of go about this. Because if you're going to give it, it's a very big problem. As my telestrator seems to have logged myself out. So we've got a little bit of a problem. Maybe production after this can play my clips. It's back. We're cooking, guys. Don't worry about it. So let me pause it right here. This team, when they get these heroes, like I was saying before, and especially the other problems you're running into is both the Beast and the Coddle up here. Let's take a little look at their net worth. You've got 4.7k and 2.1k, and also at their levels. So, their net worth is fine. Their levels are level 7 and 5 currently. If you give this team these heroes, you better either A, own them in the lane, or B, hopefully you can go into the triangle and contest it. Because at this point, this guy just got an injection of 1k gold and 2 levels. This guy got 400 gold and also 2 levels on Coddle, which is a huge problem. So if you're going to give up these heroes, I hope you have a plan. Now, the secondary thing that they do, they are the fastest team, and they will actually close out games. They're not just going to go blindly to the high ground. Like here, they were just going, forcing you back, and after this, they know their timings and what's up. You can see their team, they're taking the Tormentor. In the meantime, they're letting Satanic. You chill top, bro. You finish your acts, get your timings here. Notice he's very close to AC. No, see how he pings the wave? Because he knows I can get this before the high ground, ain't no problem. So they get a Solar Crest on the Coddle. They finish the AC on the Beastmaster. No one has his shard flying over right here on the Courier. Here's the drums on the Silencer. Nineclass just got his, he has Holy Locket Solar Crest at minute 21. And then they just do this. They make it look so simple. But when you see a team like Playtime, they had a similar opportunity. They didn't go for it. And look how easy they make it look. But this all comes from so many small things, understanding how to play your draft, how to play your timings. And even here, there's no overstepping. It's very simple. You let Viper hit. He's incredibly tanky. He's got all the perfect timings at the right time to just make it look, very simple. They have very clear plans. You need to break their pattern either in the gameplay or in the draft. Because if you don't, this was Team Spirit. They GG'd out at 25 minutes. And that's not normal at this tournament. But this team, they're good. They get it. They understand their timings. They're going to crush you if you're not ready.
Thank you very much, Kezi. You can join us here as well on the other side of Paravision. We got Aurora, and yes, they 2-0'd Spirit in the lower bracket, but that game 2 was maybe a little bit too high stress for them to clearly end the series. Going into this one, Insania, what do you got? What are you going to focus on for them?
So for Aurora, I was kind of trying to look at what were the issues that they've run into in this tournament and how have they overcome them. So if you take a look at what heroes they were picking throughout the entire event, you can see it's quite a lot of varied win rates. They've been testing some different stuff out, and as the tournaments progressed, they have kind of dropped some of the heroes that haven't been that successful for them. Like Rubik, for example, was a hero they played a lot early on, realized kind of fast that it's not working, and then they started moving Mira into more like Lions. He's been playing more. He played Bane, which has been a huge on the uprise for them. I think they're one of the only teams that pick Bane quite frequently, and especially as a position 4. Phoenix, obviously a staple. It's Kaori's main hero, and he's been playing it a lot. And Warlock, for example, is a hero that we don't really consider very good. I think most of us, but they it works for them. So they were testing stuff out coming into this event, but as we progressed, they've moved on to some other heroes. For WS, also, they were playing quite a lot of supportive heroes at the start of the event, but now it's a lot more carry-based heroes. He'll play Dawnbreaker, he'll play Timbersaw, he'll play heroes that actually scale in damage and provide some sort of threat in the games. And I think we saw it in the last series. His Timber was absolutely cooking. Yeah, his Timber's crazy. Originally, they were playing Largo and Underlord, and it just wasn't it. It wasn't working for them. And that was the main thing there. They also had, they're one of the teams that I think differentiates themselves from like someone like Spirit. Spirit kind of, they will pick their drafts because they like solid drafts and like to have the same drafts pretty much no matter what. And they will pick somewhat like counter matchups in some games, but usually it's just the same staple type of draft. For Aurora, the matchups matter a lot. Like what they're going up against makes a huge difference. So unfortunately, these are not the right drafts, but there was 2 drafts that almost looked the exact same from Aurora's side, but they had vastly different matchups. And in one of the games, they ended up winning, and in the other one, they ended up losing. And I find that quite interesting. They were playing Falcons both times, the same team, but in one of those games, they had like Ursa going up against Razor, and it was a disaster. In another game, they had Nightfall have like a much cleaner laning phase going up against Tidehunter, and it was very, very clean. Even though like the overall draft looked better, the matchups seemed to really make a difference for them.
I think the way both of you talked about these 2 teams, it makes me very excited to see the drafts, because a lot will be decided on that, and especially in the best of 5, that is extra important. So we are ready to start our grand finals.
I think we're happy with this performance because we in grand final. You play better every day, but you don't feel it. You just try to do the best.
I don't think that like we are good. I think we play like pretty bad actually.
I think we feeling confident in grand final with ourselves.
We can be good when we play more, but for now we make a lot of mistakes. Enemies are not punishing us, and it's good.
Nightfall comes in with the counterplay. He's got the bashes in on towards Skeeter, the taunt as well from WS. But Crit Skeeter will survive it. Maureen is going to try and kite out the axe. He'll live for now with the BKB Maureen, but the goal's there again, and no, never mind. WS still gets Maureen. He kills him off. Amar will be able to find him, but he's the only one left.
Aurora, literally I don't know because I don't play versus Aurora, but I feel it will be a little bit harder just on drafts. In games they play more on pressure, that's just harder. I feel not like really confident, but yeah, I feel just better.
They're just like better than others, like bad teams, but like still bad team, I think. Actually they're bots, so yeah, I think we're gonna win them.
Who's found down there is Fanyatoro.
He knows this is real.
Backup's coming in. Curse will be there to buy time for the rest of them to close in on Giotoro. We'll see Not Me try and help out, or get the last one of Dakalis. Collapse as well, trying to help get him out of there, but they'll be able to disrupt the TP.
Here comes the
The Jade Frost comes down, but it doesn't matter because it's going to be another cleanup in favor of Paravision.
Just like hope that we're gonna win, and please root for us. Yep, and thank you for support. Just like keep going.
We try to do our best and show you really good Dota.
A little bit of spice thrown in there as well. Both these teams, by the way, haven't faced each other at all this entire Dream League, but they did face each other twice during the most recent tournament where Aurora won both best of 3s. Both series went the distance to all 3 games, so definitely is promising here a little bit. And we are already in the opening picks here with the Timbersaw for WS. Quinn, we saw him in that previous game. He's a beast.
He is a beast on this hero, and I think it's so interesting that this is the hero that Paravision decides they're going to go for. Like, they banned Ursa and Wind Ranger. These are not first phase heroes. They're banning them for the second phase, and they're saying, we think your Timber's fraudulent, and it's game 1 of a best of 5, right? We talked about it before, especially in best of 5s. You pick the hero at the beginning, all right, this hero's a fraud, we're going to test it. And if it's wrong, it's like, it's fine. We still have 1 loss we can give up before we're out. So they're being chilling.
It's a spicy one to go for because WS, like you said, he's a beast. And this hero, I've seen it. It's kind of hard to fraud check this one in my mind. Like, this hero has looked very good. There was someone else that tried to SF +1, like SF clock, and it's very good in the lane. But eventually, if you don't have enough damage, Timber still does the same thing, where he's just big Chungus who runs into you, and it's hard to own him.
I hear you guys, but I feel like it's different when Pari does it. I think they are the team that's been doing this all tournament long. Like, they will give you what you want and beat it. That's how they came from the upper bracket, right? They've proven that their concept works. I think, Void is obviously a good hero against Timber, but like, in my mind, if you play SF, you smash your lane, you win the game in 20 minutes. Like, it doesn't actually matter. Like, Timber won't have time to become an issue. It's like, for me, conceptually, for Pari, this makes a lot of sense. And I do like that they banned the Ursa. Ursa's good against SF. And the other hero that Nightfall's been playing off the tournament that's also good against SF is Windrunner. Like, I feel like it's everything to me here, it looks planned out.
Yeah,
it speaks to what they're doing. Like, they're thinking ahead. We're going to give Timber. We've already banned out the 2 heroes that they want to pick later on. And now we have our SF in a good matchup. We're comfortable with it. And we can progress forward. And unfortunately, they picked 9-class Lion. Why?
It could be maybe the Dookie Duke. It doesn't have to be him. I mean, obviously, you won't like it if it's him. So let's wait. Wow! Why?
Game
one,
crying.
To be fair, it leaves very few heroes in the pool for Mira. Like he has been the guy that he's always on the same stuff. It's like just Bane. And you pointed out, like he does so much better on the killer heroes than on like the Rubiks, you know, the backline spellcasters, like the heroes that are running around the map and getting kills. So it's like pretty much just Bane remaining right now for him.
Yeah, I think it does suit their team quite a bit because while Makoto plays heroes that can make moves, I think he is sort of a scaly, farmy player by nature. Like, it's what makes him so good at Puck is that he prioritizes his own game a lot. We all know Nightfall prioritizes his own game, so it's sort of like you've got two cores that are greedy, which means one of the supports needs to be more of a killer. Same reason, like, you look at Falcons, like, Crit is a killer because his cores are very greedy. I think you need that balance. I think that's why Mira, like, if he's playing Rubik, he can't make moves the same way, and they fall flat.
Yep.
And calling the Bane, though.
Like, his Bane is very good. Something else I could see for Raw is maybe like a Kaori Enchantress. He played in the last series, looked very good. If I'm up against a 4 Lion, I feel like that should be a good matchup. Also, like, maybe offsetting some of the early game SF is diveable, unless you guys have any other ones that you like.
I mean, there's the
That's a
obvious
classic.
answer. Yeah, he's been playing Phoenix for all his career. I think like this guy, you know, at some point you don't play Oracle for like 10 years and people still think of you every time they see Oracle. I feel like that's going to be Corey with his Phoenix. You know what I mean?
Weird flex, but yeah. Keep it up.
No, okay. So I think Lion's actually a very powerful hero. I think this hero has looked really good throughout the event. I just feel like the one time I saw 9 class and I wasn't impressed was when he played Lion. It was like the only game I was not impressed by his gameplay. That's what the reason for my like. Why?
Yeah, they got mollywopped this game. I mean, to be honest, this is not a thing about the heroes per se, but the way the way Paravision's sitting, I think is indicative of being very chill and going like I mean,
what part of this body language makes you think he's chilling?
Like, I think it's really good when one guy's clicking the buttons and everyone else is kind of just vibing and just watching and thinking about their own heroes. And I notice it very much when I look at Ducalis and like they're all just like slumped down in their chairs. And I think what you don't want to see is where everyone's talking too much and they're getting super involved in the draft. Like, you don't want that. Let one guy click the buttons. You hired this puppy guy. Let him do his job.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
These dudes have been in a lot of grand finals. That is the difference, I guess, between Aurora and Paravision. Is Paravision had like that year where they won everything, whereas for Aurora, like for Night God, for example, like this matters a lot, you know. So what you're saying is more likely to happen with them. This is where KP comes in and says, "All right, guys, chill." Oh, hell yeah.
It's the Woody.
Dude, when you look at these heroes, it looks like a Herald pub.
This is great. Game 1 of the grand finals. Are you kidding me? Witch Doctor?
I mean, we were talking about this the other night. We were hypothesizing Timber counters. Like, Witch Doctor's pretty high up on the, the Dota buff counters list. Witch Doctor, Shadow Fiend, that is a nasty lane to go into if you're trying to skate by. So it's interesting. I will say the synergy with SF is not as good as something like a Tiny because you don't have any, like you both kind of do damage from the same distance. The Slaughter will help a little bit with that because it's more stun.
I do like it. Ducalis also, he's been by far the best Witch Doctor. Like, I think against him you have a little like less time to respond. He actually goes like Maledict into cast. Like, he will always land it, instead of like, oh, I stun you first and now I Maledict. But I fully agree with the point, the SF Witch Doctor. But it should still be a very good like lane overall. Also, SF Slaughter, you have very good Roche. And I think Timber, also like you said before, he needs a bit of time to like get some items, get this armor. And I think overwhelming minus armor early on is actually very good against this hero.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want to buy armor items, like, necessarily, right? Like, in his first couple of items. You... Stop doing the minus armor strategy.
He did it to me first. It is very strong minus armor, but they now have built-in armor, so what's better?
Built-in armor versus minus armor?
Yeah.
I don't know. What does the minus armor strategy expert Jenkins say on this topic?
I think this is a great counter.
What is?
The Phoenix. To the minus, because the armor doesn't matter.
That's true, actually. It's only about the hits.
I like the Tiny. I mean, you can like insta-kill the 2 supports on the Paravision side. That's always really nice to have like gold bags running around the map that you can just take for free. And against SF, we've seen Tiny versus SF. It's like one of the few heroes it feels like SF can't just man up and kill. Like, he's too tanky.
I actually feel like from Pari's side, this is kind of nice. I would way rather be Pari at this point. I feel like your Slaughter isn't getting like some omega hard countered in lane. He's gonna have a playable laning phase.
Slaughter's chilling.
Yeah, like Phoenix is annoying, but I think your lane is okay. And I think with Slaughter, you're kind of scared of getting like absolutely destroyed in the laning phase, having no game at all, having no ability to recover. And Pari's kind of like, look, I think they've done their research for sure, because I think the 3rd hero on Nightfall's list of like the most played heroes this event is Tiny. And they probably mapped this out and they were like, okay, we take out Ursa Windrunner. They don't really have like a proper response. We're happy with the situation that's going to happen. And if I was playing this game, I would much rather be Pari right now. I feel like we have good things going.
I really like the sort of the clash in style of the two teams. Paravision is very much, we're countering you. We're giving you all your stuff, and we're going to beat it. And Aurora's like, well, you're giving me my stuff. I'm going to take it. And they're just picking all their stuff, the same normal heroes. There's no, like, adaptation, really, to what Paravision has. It's very much just, we won with these heroes, so we're going to keep picking them. If they ain't broke, don't fix it.
In game 1 of a best of 5, that's totally fine, though, no?
I think both approaches are fine, but it's like it's interesting to see which one you choose, because I think different teams opt for different ones, and Aurora is clearly saying we want the comfort above all else.
And I think for some teams like Falcons, that usually works out. From what I saw looking at the Aurora games, they can sometimes get trapped into these like bad matchups, and they just play their stuff anyway, and it just doesn't work out. So I'm a little bit worried for them.
It looks like for both teams we are missing a mid hero. I know Slardar can still be swapped about, maybe even Shadow Fiend, but overall looking for a mid laner for both Mikoto and No One.
Yeah, I think if you're Paravision, you're looking for something a little more spell-oriented. While the Minus Armor strategy is pretty good, you don't want to be super all-in because it makes things like Shivas and Lotus extra valuable. You generally want some diversity of damage, so I would be looking for something spell-oriented.
Bro, Puck is still in the pool.
Yeah.
What is that?
Holy crap, it is.
Are you... Okay, well, you gotta ban it now,
I mean,
right?
there's a Lion and a Slardar on one side, so I don't know if you really want to play
and
it.
Shadow Fiend.
I get
and
it.
the Nessa, yeah.
It's just... It's quite the dangle. Like, it is the ultimate commitment to the, we are going to give you everything and counter it.
It's the Mikoto's. They first phase pick if they get the chance.
Most teams just ban it. They don't even bother.
Is there still a puck counter in the pool that Paravision could be planning for themselves?
Starter, like you just put the starter against
I mean,
it.
Huskar Void Spirit do kind of indicate.
Yeah, I mean, they're pre-banning for Puck for sure.
I wouldn't mind if Pari banned Puck, even if they feel like that it's okay.
Wow.
I mean,
That's
one
so
hero
based.
That is based.
I respect this a lot.
Yeah. I mean, because I was looking at one here for Pari that potentially could have been like a snap last pick, but then I think you would have banned the Puck for sure. Like if that's also the hero you want, so I feel like that's kind of out of the window.
Like a Snapfire for Pari?
Yeah. Like if they were looking for that last pick, I feel like then they would have banned Puck.
I see.
But I mean, let's see what Mikoto cooks. His Puck is incredible.
I'm starting to think if they do pick Puck, which I'm kind of assuming they are, what are potential offlaners that you could pick for Pari if you want to move the starter mid?
I mean, you could do something like Viper. They were picking that hero a couple of times, and it was... Oh, it's fine. Sorry.
Other ones that will come to mind are like DPs and Necros, but I'm not sure you're perfectly equipped to play those.
Underlord, maybe?
I mean, you could do something that they've been doing. I wouldn't say it's incredible this game. You could pick Dawnbreaker, which we've seen both of these teams prioritize a decent amount.
I actually feel like Tiny is like quite decently installed.
Yeah.
Plus, then I think your point from earlier about like missing some spell damage kind of comes in as well.
It's true.
You need to try to mix up your damage types, I think. But it's interesting they're taking so much time because I feel like this Puck should have been very.
Yeah, they should have known, right?
It's hyper obvious.
Yes.
I mean, they know too.
Maybe they're deciding, do they put the starter mid or do they pick some like sniper or something like
I mean, I feel like when you're in that phase of the draft and you're doing your co-op ban, where you know the Puck is coming, you already have a couple of pre-planned answers. Okay, interesting. Pangolier.
I mean, I think it's straight up good against Puck now, because there's no 25 looming talent to just own you whenever the game goes later. It is sort of tripling down on the minus armor, which I think, while can have some issues, it's not bad against Puck, because that hero's not very good at buying armor generally. So it's a good Pango game outside of the Bane. I can see it, but I do think Paravision's draft is like a little weird.
I mean, maybe it's a little more weird than usual, I would say, for them, whereas Aurora got like all the 5 heroes that they would want. I think, before going into the game, they're like, yep, this. We're going to feel good about it. But I do like what Pari have going on for them. I mean, it will be a big test because, Aiden also hates 9 class on the line. But I think with the surroundings, I think they can do it.
I mean, I think their draft is good. I think if, before the last picks of each side, I felt like it was maybe 80% Pari favored. I feel like with the last picks, I believe in Aurora a little bit more than I did before. I'm not sure how this Puck Pango goes. You say it's winning for Pango?
I mean, I think it's Pango, it's drawish. It's relatively drawish, with some outplay potential for Pango.
Yeah. But I think Mikoto Puck, they increase their chances of winning. I would still favor Pari, but yeah, it's an interesting game.
I think.
These heroes are not that hard for you to put damage into as the game progresses. So she scales quite decently into the game. You're not afraid of getting blown up, right? What are you really gonna die to?
you have to like get fingered and get like all of the voice spirit spells on you.
Yeah. Axe coming out for Noticed as the overall last pick for Paravision. With one big question after that, is this enough for them to take the championship, Kezu?
I'm honestly not sure. I think this might be the first time where I would lean more on Aurora's side. While I like the Axe, like, you know, against the End, you can Battle Hunger, you can like help out your line. I don't think you Giga pressure the Alchemist, but I just see Pari in this mid game having damage issues. Like Axe Call into Finger, Chrono into Finger. They have to like do a lot of different split and separate fights. I don't know if that's easy to execute against what Aurora have. At least that's my read.
I agree. I also think that Void Spirit is a hero that is super high execution. If you buy one wrong item, then your game is grief forever because the hero just doesn't get that much gold. So every item purchase has to be perfect. I think it's not that straightforward what to buy this game. And I think people get the item decisions wrong a lot. And so I think this is a game where Paravision can win, yes, but I think the execution level is quite high. And Aurora, you know, Jenkins mentioned ease of execution earlier. I think there's something to that this game where they will hit a very strong timing and they can push that timing. And it's not that tricky to push the timing once they get there.
But as the Void Spirit expert, do you think no one can do that? Like, how does he rank on the Void Spirit tier list?
He's very confident on the hero, but it's just not easy. I think even the best Void Spirits like Anisha or whoever you can just mess it up because it's just really high.
It's not clear cut, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole point. Like, I feel like this is like the opposite of last game, though, in terms of what we're going to see. I think it's going to be a lot of brawling on the mid lane. We're not going to be seeing like a slow pace, just everybody's farming kind of game like last time. I think it's going to be a lot more like which team manages to secure runes. It's a lot more like Liquid Gaming Gladiators type matchup, I think, where it'll be active. A lot of stuff will happen, and those early game fights are going to decide who wins.
Is it as one-sided?
I think for the first time so far, I think I lean slightly more towards Aurora in terms of which draft I like more.
Okay.
But I think it's still very even. Both have different win conditions. Satanic is still end game boss, so.
Yeah, I agree. I think Paravision has the late game if it goes late. I also think there's potential that like some Axe just gets a couple of kills, snowballs the game, and then all the stuff we're talking about, the timings, Alchemist, this, like you can literally just blink Blade Mail, call an Alch if you're super farmed on Axe, full to zero him, and like this guy has been cooking on Axe in a lot of these games.
Can he cook in this game? It is potentially the final game of this best of 5 here for the championship for Dream League Season 29. Let's see if Paravision can take it, or if Aurora can force out that 5th game to this series. We're heading over to ODPixel and Fog via the PogChamp Pandas. Game 4 time, ladies and gentlemen, here are the grand finals. Aurora versus Paravision and Fog. We're getting Aurora playing something a little bit different. That's quite different. Sure. We're still getting the puck.
Yeah.
And the lager. Sure. We saw from last game. Outside of that, Nightfall, he's not playing Tiny this game. Gets banned out against him. We're seeing something different from Aurora, from Paravision. Also quite different, especially in the way they drafted, right? First pick, Void Spirit. I don't think a lot of people have seen that coming. They had some stronger, arguably stronger in terms of what we've seen in win rates and how they've been doing with heroes. Options as the first. But they go for this Void Spirit, I guess primarily because of that matchup in the mid. But overall, Void Spirit, it hasn't really been the hottest hero of the tournament.
Yeah, it's definitely struggled, but he knows if he doesn't get it there versus the puck, it's going to get banned because it's been banned every single time that they do go for it. So yeah, bit of different styles coming out. A lot of new heroes. Yes, there's some similar ones, the Lion as well too, but kind of like 8 heroes in difference in comparison to that last game. So let's see who can execute, and it's a Chen versus an Enchantress, an old school, fun little matchup. Both heroes going to be looking to pace things as some spells being thrown out, but not really the best in terms of level 1 aggression from either side. And let's see whose idea is better and who's going to be able to set that tempo. In particular, Aurora very likely wanting to be able to set that tempo, get ahead, play with that Aghanim's timing around the Largo and kind of snowball things from there. Well, for Paravision, a bit more of chilling, waiting for these timings, get that Void online, but still can look to get these catches themselves too around the Void Spirit. A lot of action going to be around the mid lane in particular.
It'll be interesting to see how much of a game Mikoto has. You know, last game obviously wasn't able to get the win, but he was very slippery. This time round, they are back to sort of having ways to make the Puck's game a little bit difficult, right?
Definitely with the Lion, as we said multiple times, one of the better answers versus most of Mikoto's heroes. And yeah, that Void Spirit, this matchup can get pretty difficult for a Puck quite early. So we'll see how Mikoto plays it since he's incredibly comfortable, one of the most comfortable Pucks versus Void Spirit. Because SDA literally used to have this matchup every single day when we used to watch him. Let's see how these lanes do go. Because I would say there's limited damage kind of on both sides you could see in the mid game, right?
And do you think Aurora, with that last pick, they're fine with sort of ending up with getting the Enchantress in for Corey? Obviously, his big two, right, being banned out, the Phoenix and the Warlock. And still a good hero for him this game?
Yep, can match tempo, has a lot of healing to be able to secure the lane for the Alchemist. That can sometimes be difficult. We do have to mention that, right? This Alch some of the times can get pressured pretty heavy. So I think Ench can do her job. Pop the heals, get a creep, contest versus the Lion. Definitely quite strong in that front. And the eventual, if they do have these points where they can get these Ags being dished out to everybody, it's one of the really good Ags. Sure, it's not going to be ever put it into a situation where it's prioritized, but it's pretty nuts. Undispellable root.
Now we'll see if we get to that point.
Probably not, but
would be pretty fun
if they do get ahead enough, right? And that's probably the plan that Aurora does want to do, is get ahead enough in this game to be able to set that tempo.
I mean, how sort of chill is the safe lane for Nightfall on the Alchemist game?
With the Enchantress, I think it makes it kind of chill, actually. Yep. Yeah, I think if it was another hero, perhaps the Alchemist could be able, or the Axe could be able to put some pressure on that Alch. But yeah, I think the Enchantress can stop a lot of it with the creeps and the heal. On the flip side, also, Satanic, it should be a free lane for him, right?
Yeah, very hard to pressure him. Always going to have the time what to get away. Sure, Mirror might get a good combo, but early levels, there won't be enough duration to stop Satanic getting a decent heal off with the Time Walk.
But WS will also free farm down here because Chen doesn't really pose any aggression. Void doesn't really either. So it should be a good start for this Largo as well.
And were you surprised they went for the Largo again this game? What do you think they liked about it? Obviously, it didn't work out for WS last game, other than the fact that he did have a better start, right? I think that's but was not punished as much in lane. He got farm.
I think that's exactly it. That's what I was going to say, at least. That it was the one that had a good time in the early game to set the tempo to allow them to fight. Perhaps that's what they want, something that allows them to fight early on. Because, yeah, the other games he was completely shut down, so...
Yeah, we're seeing it indeed on the CS so far. Going pretty evenly, slightly favoring that of Aurora across the lanes. WS actually able to get a few extra denies in on this bottom lane in the matchup. So
quite a bit of extra denies, in fact. 7 already for him. They have the lane in a very good position, too. And yeah, perhaps they were thinking about this Alchemist Largo, the strategy, being able to get this type of tempo going. And as we're mentioning, Paravision's draft lacking damage. There could just be this point where they group up and they can't do anything.
I mean, it is true. Right? It is not one of those lineups that you look at and say, wow, they've got the Chronosphere into the
finger. That's about it.
You know, they've got some few of sort of stuns to throw in, and sure, you can kind of layer them one after another between a good Chrono and a good Blink Call, but nothing that's really just going to get thrown into that Chronosphere and guarantee you get the kills, especially when some of these heroes kind of tricky to kill in the Chrono. 2 of the cores, pretty tanky, the Largo and the Alch if he's got the ult running.
Mikoto, they're going for the kill onto him here. Do they have the controlled Aether Remnant cooldown? Can't quite get the full commit. We'll be able to deny away the Water Rune. So Mikoto doesn't get the fill up, but no one also won't get his own fill up here as top.
Good damage onto Notice there with the concoction.
He's okay. Double bracer will be enough. It's quite a different style of draft from the last. I mean, we saw literally the same exact kind of drafts from the last 3. So very different styles that both teams are going for here.
And it does feel that, because they don't necessarily have that clear Void combo, that Paravision are more geared towards just farming super late. Yeah. And just being like, Satanic, he's like, well, we're going to get the game to a point where I'm going to be able to do all the damage myself in the Chronosphere. Let's just keep this game alive as long as we can, and we'll have that late game advantage.
Yeah, as long as they can get to that point and it's not too much of a disadvantage. Yeah. We did even see a faceless Void fall today. Callis
They're going to have him.
Going for the trade.
Satanic might find WS in return. Looking for the body blocks, Mirror. And that might just, that's going to keep WS alive. He's getting chased by this creep, but he's able to turn and lick it.
He's incredibly low, though. So now, when the Chen comes back, they could look to threaten him. He's getting that extra healing, though, from the full belly, from Tango. Nice kill. Get the set up on the side.
Good body blocks as well for Mirror.
Great body blocks.
Keeps WS safe.
Satanic will zone him slightly here, so should be able to get majority of these next guaranteed last ticks on the Faceless Void. Mira making the rotation. Power Rune. It's time. Level 6 is there for no one. Mikoto is healthy, has the raindrop as well, so hard for them to burst him.
I'm just going to get lucky with this.
Whoop. It's no.
Down bottom. It's going to be a nice one as well, the Arcane Rune.
Top, the lane has been broken here, so the Enchantress isn't here for the Alchemist, so Nightfall has to be a little careful how he steps up. Here comes Kaori with the creep to assist.
I'll be interested to see if he commits for this. And, do you think this is indeed necessary? No one going for the brown boots into Yules by the looks of it first. So full defensive from the mid-Void Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, it's defensive, but it's also aggressive, right? It works in both ways. Yeah, it works in both ways against
But it's
the
a bit
puck.
different, right, to what we've seen from the other Void Spirits,
Yeah.
right?
I think I'm cool to see any type of switch ups because these are like the Giga Void Spirit players, like Quinn was always talking about. So
and we've seen Void Spirit
top
do too well quite a lot.
Nice rotation. Mira comes in. They bring the damage with the acid spray, looking for the steal of the shrine. Might just be able to make it in time. No one is going to come though. Dissuade them from looking for it.
Yeah, they will not want to battle this Arcane Rune Void Spirit right now.
And Ducalis, he's going to just start hitting the creeps as we see most of these Chens do after the lanes are broken. See where he wants to go here with this Chen in this mid game. Alchemist, 600 ahead over the difference. Having a good start.
Yeah, the Satanic still, though, very happy on the other side of the map.
Chilling.
Can be left on his own and is getting just as much farm, if not a little bit more than WS from the lane. So, easy lane here for the Void.
And for me, when I've usually see the Voids always in the past, when they don't really have good kill combos on their lineup, I want them to have this. It's not the build we see too often anymore, but the Mask of Madness Maelstrom, so you actually deal damage. Because otherwise you do nothing inside of the Chrono.
I mean, I'm traditionally a big Battle Fury enjoyer, but I've got to say, I do also kind of prefer this Mask of Madness to Maelstrom. It feels like you've got a lot more options. And I think it's also kind of necessary this game where you don't have big damage coming in. Right? It does indeed allow you to get more done with those earlier Chronos, having the Mask of Madness into Maelstrom build.
9 class, will he deny the rune away? He will, so Mikoto will not get the fill up. As we said, a lot of tension on the mid lane. Not really many kills, though, so a very slow game here. I feel like this could be a game with very low kill count. I don't really see too many kills that should be given up unless someone's just very far out of position and gets caught by the Void Spirit line in particular. While on the other side, Aurora has to be a coil and a hoodwink.
Yeah, exactly. And a sharp shot coming in from the hoodwink.
And some of them can be a bit tanky, right? Especially the Axe and the Void Spirit early on. They can be a little difficult to bring down here. So yeah,
if there was a game that was going to get us back on track with the 60-minute plus that we used
this
to,
might be
this kind of has the ingredients for that.
And I would say for Paravision, they'd be pretty happy if against these later stages. Aurora definitely wanting to set tempo.
It does seem with the draft that's sort of what Paravision are more prepared for.
We'll see how his idea ends up working. Both drafts do have their strengths of timings.
Yeah.
Yeah, just feel like there's going to be quite a bit of hitting of creeps. Overall, though, Nightfall, I would say it's hard for them to look and hunt him, right? So he's got to get the Radiance.
Fast. He's kind of at max speed here with the farm as the Alchemist.
So they should, for Aurora, they should be able to, on paper, get this.
Silence.
Get to a good time.
Into the bushwhack. Lovely rotation from Mikoto. Easily enough there to catch and burst through the Void.
And they can do this a lot easier. Yeah, they can go for these kills all over the place with the puck, especially if he's near that Largo. So yeah, for Paravision, it feels like it's going to be very slow. And for Aurora, it can absolutely capitalize on that. Every time Mikoto has a coil and a silence, can look to kill one of these squishier cores, in particular that Void.
Their first kill might be around when Finger's online. Before Finger's there, are they actually killing it?
Maybe with this Chrono.
Oh, here we go.
The Mask of Madness.
Satanic, he's ready to show us the kills can happen here.
And look at his build, too. Not just the Mask of Madness, 114.
I was gonna say, I mean, I'm a big enjoyer of that as well. It's because he kind of got left in a lane where he's super chill, right?
He doesn't need to
against
go
the
for time
Largo,
walk.
does not need to have the low cooldown on the time walk. He can afford to go full in on the bashes, speed up the farm, and give him the chance to get these kind of cheeky kills with the Chronosphere.
Exactly.
It's going to be a slow start from them, so indeed, anytime he sees a support blink or someone down here, he'll pop a Chrono, get a kill.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. And he does have the weighted dice, so a little extra bit of damage for him there too. They are blocking his camps though, so preventing him from getting at these 2 extra farm camps. Mikoto does get caught from the stun, and there is a finger.
Yeah, very nice setup there for 9 class, getting the max distance.
Should be able to turn this into the tower here, and definitely want to. I would say they want to try to get some of these towers to have access versus that Alchemist too, since he is getting complete free reign.
They got the drums down on Ducalis.
Nice and early too from him. Jump, Mira, he's caught.
Yeah, no one gets another catch. Stun's there to follow up. Another kill around the mid.
That's a pretty big slip up from Mira, getting caught on a hoodwink. Versus this limited type of catch, just gets caught from no one there.
It's going to be this tower taken down 11 minutes in.
They're the ones setting that tempo a little bit here themselves, in fact. With the Faceless Void lineup, if you're able to get some of this tempo, it always does feel good if the attention's not being brought to your lane. As you said, Nightfall, he's going to have a pretty insane timing on that Radiance, but now hemorrhaging some pretty big kills and losing a tower early. Definitely not something you want to do versus a Chen. Ducalis might look for the next one too. He is level 6 already at this point. Notice, just going to farm, get that stack going, even dunks it to make it quicker.
So if they can kill in time before the respawn as well to be super efficient. Run! Easy.
Yep, that's why I dunked it as well too, right? Every little thing mattering. Jump to farm.
Amplified damage in here for no one.
Oh, that's actually quite big. All right, Radiance. It's coming out. So Radiance, and then I imagine it's Aghanims, and it's big go, go, go for Aurora. But that's still going to take a little bit of time here, where Power Vision can take advantage of it too, where Chrono is back up here. And like you said, he will just Chrono a solo support.
Oh, yeah.
He does not care this game.
Yeah, go for a kill. You're not interested in grouping up and fighting as a team. At least not, not the
early.
Faceless Void, right? Satanic, he's happy to sit on his own sort of island down here on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, this game, in terms of team fight overall, right? Because it's just different from what we've seen in this last one. The last 2 games were like Pangos, Phoenixes, Pox. It was insane amounts of team fights. This one,
it's kind of a Chronosphere on one side and a Dream Call on the other.
Yeah, very pick-off oriented. Yeah, we'll see whose idea ends up working.
Looks like they will try and connect with Satanic here with this next Chrono. They're heading down to the bottom lane. Can't quite go for the Largo on his own. Maybe if they have a +1 or 2, they can.
My fingers back up. Can look to make this play. Mikoto is not in the area just yet. Does have a TP to join, but the catch is there.
Yeah, no one's ready with the setup. He's just finished off the Yules. That's the opening.
And these are big kills.
Kill, and it goes the way of Satanic. He's happy with that one.
Yeah, these are big kills. They also kept the DD rune on no one for the potential next catch. They also kept the finger. So if Mikoto gets caught in any of these stunts, he is just dead. Does show himself in the mid lane also. No one is popping the DD. Might go for the jump if he gets the Yule set up.
It's back up in a second.
1 second.
Doesn't want to jump into the high ground yet.
Didn't have the second charge yet. Yeah, still cool down.
Caught up for a couple.
Bottom. Gonna react. Get the coil.
He's got the Chrono, so he use it. Was going to be defensive, but he's considering trying to get the kill. We'll wait out the Dream Code duration and then back off, so Chrono will be able to save him. No one's here to watch from the side, but jumping into this, even with the amplified damage rune still going, seems a bit too risky. He'll get taken off him anyway by WS with the lick. They've got to run.
Nightfall tried to turn up. Aurora trying to bring the numbers there to get the core kill, but it's a coil only for a Chen.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Noticed farming up like a beast on this axe. Wanted to talk about Noticed quite a bit here too, because it felt like he was the big difference maker in that last game. Yes, Satanic popped off with his damage, but this Dawn stayed super relevant, super farmed.
Or Satanic
gets caught.
Walks back down, gets caught by a bushwhack, dragged back by the lick to Carlos.
He's got back
up. Try and help out. The drums are popped. Satanic. He'll be able to run. To Carlos, though, looks like he'll get left behind.
Satanic thinking about trying to go back forward here.
He's able to walk in and get the burst off with the finger.
Mikoto.
They get the remnant into the hex. They will catch Mikoto here underneath the tower, and they might be able to just chase off for more. Nightfall's turned up, but he gets caught by the call. WS trying to drag him back to safety. Does allow Nightfall to get the ultimate off. 9 class will tick out in the acid spray. Have to respect the Alchemist a little bit now that the ult's up and Nightfall's ready with another concoction. Throws it the way of Notice. WS seeing if he can find Notice here deep under the tower. Will hold back.
Aurora doesn't want to persist. Heroes are going to start respawning. They'll back away. Mikoto dies. Does get caught here. Single stun. I think he did get the hit off on the Lion too, so he got 2 stacks to the finger for that
Not
play
bad
there.
at all there. 3 stacks from D 15 minutes in. 9 class is going to be pretty happy with that.
His blink is pretty close too, and that's a pretty devastating one to get early versus Puck. Another catch. No one will be able to find him.
WS looking to try and bail Mira out. But the yours is there. Into the stun, into the dunk. Making some lovely moves and just... Ooh, Mikoto is going for the play.
Is it enough?
The bashes are coming out.
It
is. Big kill there for Mikoto. Finds Satanic solo.
What a
Nightfall
solo play.
indeed thrown over a tip for that one. It's a big catch to find, and he's out of there.
Doesn't get the power rune, but gets himself a beautiful grab there in a very aggressive position with very limited information. Yeah. He just goes in there. That was
just finding Satanic.
Okay.
Taking him out of the map. I mean, that's going to allow Nightfall to continue to zoom super far ahead on the farm.
Hey, I guess it was, okay, so there's a ward on the mini-map too that I see that must have still been there when he got the information.
Yeah.
And yeah, he did get the hit.
Indeed,
So.
9 class able to run over and pick up that extra stack.
Nightfall 2 here, look at his chemical rage. It was very good that it came up at this point here, because otherwise they probably just chase forward and kill him as well.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, with the Radiance, once he's got the chemical rage up, they're not really killing the Alchemist.
Mm-hmm. He's about to hit that first timing too. So Aghanims, number 1.
He's ready to try and get some more of those stacks with the finger.
Do they have the blink on the axe?
They do.
So they should be able to catch and kill whoever they catch if they do see someone. And they do see Mikoto on this ward. He might get caught here. There it is.
Straight in with the call.
Another finger. Another catch. These are pretty big kills that they're able to get. Aurora now, they do have the timing. The Aghanims is there, so going to pass it over to the Largo. But so far, Paravision have done a great job of just fighting toe-to-toe versus this.
Is under attack.
See how much of a difference this song does make.
Dire's
It is insane in most situations when you do get this type of timing to play around. Puck's still dead. No one was looking for somebody here.
Very much liking the Void Spirit build this time around for no one. You know,
I like this.
204. They can't kill him. We've seen him have the great setup as well with the Yule Scepter.
I like
As I said,
this quite a lot.
we've not really been seeing this from others, right? It's sort of been more like Urns, Mage Slayers, sometimes Axe even a little earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, going for this Yule's build so far, definitely paying off for no one.
Yeah, both in the aggressive front and the defensive front, it's going to be great. And then the Aghanims always versus the Puck is a good pickup if he can get it at a good time. As Power Rune, being illusion, he jumps in. He's okay. Dodged the silence. Has the illusion as well to be able to play around potentially too.
Radiant's middle tower is
All right, Kaya Sanj plus the Aghanims timing. This is the main one, so you actually have the mana to be able to sing the song. He's still on level 1 song.
They're going to try and fight with it.
They're stacked up. Got it. That was dangerous for a second. The ward is there. Notice almost was able to get the blink. 20 seconds till finger. Mikoto stepping forward. Mikoto has to be so careful. Caught in any disable and he's just dead. As we're seeing, he's having a much more difficult time into this game. 3 deaths already for him. Catch.
He's in with a call. No catch, Mira.
Won't finish the dunk. Won't get that one in time, so we'll be on cooldown for 70 seconds.
They do lose the bottom tower. Corey able to keep up the push there.
But on the flip side,
Satanic, he'll take one as well.
And he's going just this old school standard Faceless Void. I like this build always, so BKB going to be up pretty soon. Very good BKB game versus the Puck. Very limited forms of ways to be able to kill him. Unless they get a stun from the Fog, right? From either Mira or from the Alchemist. He's got to get the BKB up every time on this Faceless Void.
Michael shown in the lane. They do have 4 of them around here, but killing him under the tier 2 might be...
I think they can go for him here.
A little bit tricky. He's backing off pretty carefully.
Seems to know something is up. If he gets
the rest of the team's coming over to connect with them.
Okay, they're connecting.
9 class, try and get away with a blink. They're going to look to just sell for the line kill. They'll drop the coil on him.
Good read. Very good read of the map there. Nightfall goes under a creep wave and he doesn't have his allies coming in. Can potentially get set up onto here. Aurora. Still want to get more. I want to see them still continue to get this pressure. Don't want this Faceless Void to be able to sit back and farm. Looking for the mid tower. Notice they get the stun.
Got the follow-up. Just gets the drag back.
Fair bit of damage.
Get the call off and run.
He's singing.
Coming in, they're going to dive the tier 2 for him. The heal comes out, it won't save him.
The song just walks him down. A lot of Goba. Get the tower, starting just at that pace with
They
the
really
Aghanims.
are, yeah. 5k lead here for Aurora.
What's the next thing they want to go for here? Nightfall is not going to go for another Aghanims just yet. Is going to go to the BKB to protect themselves versus that Void Spirit and Finger. And denying away a bit of this farm in this triangle here too, so. Always nice to play the Alchemist versus the Chen too. Some extra creeps he's able to acquire.
He's getting a lot of money.
Yeah, he is quite rich.
2k ahead of that, the Faceless Void, and that's, with the fact that he's also given away an axe.
Mikoto. That's the dispel of the shield rune.
9 class. He's got the finger with the burst.
They got him.
Another stack. Up to 5 here.
Can they strike back? No one did use his steps.
Should have him. Stimulate's still on cooldown.
He's gone. Punishing the movements every single time. Just quick little rotations. Can they go for a Tormentor here? Doesn't look like that. They aren't fully set up for it just yet.
So for Nightfall as well, obviously getting the BKB next. Is it just going to be the one axe for now, or is there a reason to sort of get any of the other heroes and Aghanims earlier on in the build, or now will he just max out his own item slots?
I think at least 1 or 2 more items for himself before he starts to think about those other ones, because there are still some pretty good ones, right? The Puck one, not as good as it has been in the past, where you get to that level 25 and you're just insanely giga carry, but definitely arguments for the other ones. At least the Enchantress one. Since we are seeing Kaori scaling too, by the way.
For Void now. Now that you've got the BKB on Satanic, are you now actively looking to fight, or do you think they're still very much just
they're hitting creeps?
Allow Satanic to hit creeps. Yeah. Keep the game alive and just trust in Satanic to take this one lane.
Yeah, I think overall for Paravision, it's pick off central until they can get to the later stages where they feel confident through itemization to take full team fights. Because Aurora definitely having the window here in this game to pressure at the moment. If they see the opportunity, they will go for it, but it's not gonna be like a 5v5 team fight from the side of Paravision in particular. It's just pick offs and disengage. Well, Aurora, probably with the BKB from Nightfall, are going to look to force things a lot more here when he has that done. 9 class. Can't go for this play. Might be caught himself.
He's definitely going to take a lot of damage from that sharpshooter.
Nice TP. It's actually okay. How's no one's timing looking to? Aghanims is coming out. So they could look for, again, more of these pickoffs with this if they do find the puck. Some very good ones, or either of the supports.
Yeah, anytime the finger's up.
Yep. As you said, Kaori is farming, so he is scaling on this Enchantress as we have seen him do in the past. Yet to die, has the Dragon Lance. And it was the Enchantress earlier today as well versus that Faceless Void that I did see scaling as well too, so definitely interesting stuff that we see coming in. Nightfall, BKB done, AC queued up next. Both teams hitting the creeps. I wouldn't say Aurora is too sad when they're able to hit creeps either at this point, as they do have a good window, but definitely want to put the pressure on with this timing. WS, BKB's done. And Mikoto, he does have a blink of his own to get the catch, so no one has to be a bit more careful or has to use the Yule defensively.
Oh, they got the coil on him.
Got the Yule, so he breaks the coil with the Yules.
But they'll still catch him on the way back down with the bushwhack.
Nice execution from Aurora. I mean, no one executed it perfectly, too. He went to the edge of the coil, popped the Yules to break that coil, but either way, they do get the catch onto him with the silence.
And a chance for a Roshan. I mean, did they try and do something crazy with the Chronosphere here, or they just let this go?
I think you let it go and get what you can get on the map. Too dangerous without your strongest hero. So Aurora setting that tempo. Last game also we're able to find that Aegis. It was just the usage of the Aegis that was a bit questionable. So see if they can do it a bit cleaner this time around with this early strength in their lineup.
Aegis for Makoto.
They know he's very likely to get caught and probably killed instantly. While for the Alchemist right now, if he gets BKB off, he just lives. So
he doesn't die.
Yeah. And he's also the transformation thing that we always talk about too. Is if you pop Chemical Rage and you die, and with the Aegis, you don't have it. It comes back up.
Satanic. He's got the completed Mjolnir. So
he is still scaling super hard.
Yeah, and very much now with the Mjolnir and the BKB, he can turn up, drop a chrono, kill someone off pretty quickly.
Oh, and I want to see him do this. I've been wanting Faceless Voids to do this for some time, is buying the shard relatively early. The amount of damage that you get from it.
How good is the sort of dilation getting buffed up this game?
It's decent. It's not the Invoker Kez kind of insanity kind of things, but it's all right. We'll see if he does actually commit for it. He does commit for it. Okay, so I mean that tells me that he wants to look for solo kills all the time.
And very much it's like the other voids we've been seeing, they just don't buy this early.
No.
Not
that I've seen. Well, the other game also, I think the one that he was versus that Kez Invoker, the game ended so fast that he didn't even get the chance to do it. So Tukalis, as we've seen these Chens do, hitting the creeps, continue to get that scaling for him too, in opposition of Kaori. Does have the pipe, pretty good pipe game. Right? Mostly magic damage on Aurora, some pure that's going to be coming in from the Enchantress, but will block a fair bit in terms of the 5v5. Aurora looking for catches.
Because for Aurora, surely
they want to set pace.
I was going to say the concern of this Faceless Void has got to be in the back of their minds, right?
100%.
They're like, Satanic is, we know he's getting free farm. He is going to be a problem.
Like right now, this is decent, but not enough. Definitely want to push forward, start getting these tier 2s, limiting the map, constricting it versus this Faceless Void, because the fact that he is this farmed is a concern.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tukalis is getting very good split push as well, too. This should get punished here. He's going to get the tier 2 perhaps before they do. Okay, they're going to start rotating. But he got almost the entire tower there. 1,600 onto it.
And forces 3 CPs back there from Aurora. Kodo doesn't want to go empty-handed. He's going to see if he can get a catch.
Cute. Sends the illusion. Does bait the Hex there of 9 class. I mean, Paravision, though, forcing them back. That's what their draft wants to do, right? They want to force them back, keep buying time. So a nice split push play from Tukalis. Did they even get, like, any damage on? They didn't. They got, what, 500 damage on the tier 2. Very, very good play from Paravision to force that reaction. No one?
Try and go for him. They'll get the Yules up. This time not able to break the coil. Silence to follow up. And look at the stimulate off.
The heal?
It's there. He'll have the Astral Step in a second. He tries for the TP, but not going to happen with the impetus flying through.
Good
and 9 plus. His TP gets put to an end as well. Aurora, a couple of kills.
Go time, right? Go find that tower if you can. They're also potentially going to find notice maybe here too at this point.
Huge.
He has BKB. Does he get it off in time?
He does not.
He does not.
Nightfall's in with the Blink Concoction. Bushwhack there to follow things up.
Good
Huge
kills.
3 kills. Aurora, they got to just run it down the lanes now.
And they find the Courier, I believe, as well on the side there. Courier was able to finish that one up too. Has hit level 20. So Satanic, more and more kill threat if he does find anybody inside of this chrono. Can they turn this into this tier 2 top with these 3 kills? It does look like they should be able to, but Glyph comes back up.
Demon Edge picked up on the way to the MKB. Satanic, he certainly wouldn't mind just dropping a chrono for a solo kill.
I'll go a bit tanky. Is he tanky enough? Immediately run toward the tier 2 top with those kills. Axe dead for 25 seconds. Pretty good strike there from Aurora, sweeping across the map, getting, what, 4 back-to-back kills, it feels. Up to an 8K lead. Jump.
Setups there.
It's got the A on disc.
The chance to jump out with the orbs. Satanic's turned up, looking for a chrono, but we'll hold back on it now. Just get the time dilation out of the 2 of them. Bushwhack holds him back, stun from 9 class, not quite having the distance.
Aurora disengages. They still have this ward on the hill, too, looking at Satanic. Kind of back away. Can't quite go for it. Chemical Rage is coming back up. Nightfall is looking for the opportunity. He's scared now. Isn't going to jump. Aurora smoked up. 15 seconds left on Aegis. Aeon Disc was popped, so Mikoto does have to be careful in these next few instances.
Especially as they know that Satanic is around and will look to come in with the Chronosphere now.
Can they get the initial stun?
They do.
will.
They get the jump straight away on towards 9 class. They take out the Lion, and now looking towards No one. The heal comes out, but he's been caught by the Dream Coil. Yule's buying him a bit of time, but at the same point, behind the tier 2, Notice is getting forced away. The Chrono comes out. Is it enough to kill WS? It is! The bash into the finger at the end of the Chrono will do it.
And a buyback.
Now Satanic's ready to jump over towards Mirror. Notice gets the grab onto him. The dunk's there. Ooh, they fight back well around the Faceless Void.
Overextension from WS. Nightfall isn't with him for that type of dive play. He's actually up above there, so they lose quite a bit there with that aggressive play. The Void showing his power, Satanic. Even before the MKB, he can kill that Largo.
Yeah, he's definitely getting to the point where Aurora, for all the lead that they may have had in the gold, they're going to be looking at this Faceless Void, and they might start to say, you know, uh-oh.
Oh my god, and no one actually survives the whole time as well, too, because they got split up. If they actually stuck together, they potentially at least kill that Void Spirit. So a pretty big slip up there from the side of Aurora. Satanic starting to get these timings. MKB about to be finished. The next one as well, too, would be pretty ridiculous if he's able to get it in terms of survivability, but also just reducing any of this healing. The Alchemist and the Largo.
I mean, that's the thing, right? He's always going to get the Chrono off on one of those two cores.
He is. And Aurora, the next 5 to 10 minutes have to be pristine. Can't have these type of slip-ups versus a Faceless Void draft as the game progresses toward this late game. Are they going to smoke up again? They will. Ideally for Aurora, it's get a successful fight win into a Roshan, and then they can snowball off of that. While for Paravision, if they can just wait for Chronosphere to come back up, that's the ideal for them, and it's about 30 seconds until it is there. If they can catch 9 class, it would be decent too, because he did use the buyback before, so.
He's in the trees. Whoop. He's having the blink. Get the Hex on him, Makoto, but he will get caught, so dead for 70.
Can they sequence it into more?
Our top lane has been pushed out pretty far by Jakalis.
Yeah, not going to be the easiest to turn that into. Nightfall. Basher is finished. Looking for that extra control. As we did say, no one was able to slip away just a bit before here. Swinging toward bottom. WS. Looking at Noticed here. Doesn't have backup yet, just yet though. Looking for him. Notice
should be all right. I mean, it has BKB TP.
Alchemist is coming through the portal. They're going to say hello to each other. Hello.
Oh.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nightfall not interested at all.
Nope. I think they saw, or they expected the rest of Paravision coming. Yeah, Satanic. Makoto's in.
Bad jump. He's going to get caught straight away here. What's the Eon disc proc? They'll have the Atos, Satanic, and put the BKB on, drop the Chrono.
Little awkward.
They'll look to eliminate WS first. Eon disc is going to buy him a bit of time. They'll turn their attention over towards Nightfall. Instead, the Bastion.
They got it.
Dunks coming out. They just take him down.
Nightfall didn't have chemical rage.
And now, Aurora, without their Alchemist, they don't really have a part in this fight. They're all pretty much caught out by the dilation. They have to run away from this Faceless Void.
Can they run? Mira. TP's
out.
Kiori.
Also going to get out as well.
Okay. Oh, man. It looked awkward for a second because the Chrono caught the axe. But then, what happened actually to the Alch? Did he stun himself? Oh, boy. That's rough.
We'll see again here.
Because something caught him, right? I was looking at it. It was just he didn't jump in time? Or did he get silenced? Oh, my God. He was in the Chrono. Oh, no.
Oh.
I was going to say because he stunned himself. Oh, God. In the game. 9 class.
Uh-oh.
That is a rough one for Nightfall. Can't make these mistakes versus Faceless Void.
No, not when it's a Void having this good of a game. Satanic, he's been quietly farming up the entire time.
Oh, that's brutal. Kiori will be able to clean up the kills here. Huge momentum lost for Aurora off of that. Axe now with the full nullifier, so they can 100-0. Mikoto even threw that Aeon disc as well now. And the Largo, right? Because we did see WS in that fight having it, and it didn't even help him anyway. Now they have the nullifier for it. Oh, man, Nightfall. That was rough. Can't have that happen.
Somehow they've got to get a clean jump onto the Faceless Void in these fights, but it's been hard to find Satanic.
They just don't have the type of heroes to change stun, right? It has to be either a Hoodwink stun or an Alchemist stun, and then, yeah, what's the follow-up, right? They have to do it pretty much perfectly. They don't have any type of Hex or anything for some time. How's Mira's looking? Because I saw he was building it earlier. Still a little bit away from it. Because that could be another crucial element to have that extra chain stun for the Faceless Void.
Ready to try and go again whilst the chrono's not up, but it's very soon to being back up. Just 10 seconds or so, and Satanic will be ready to join the fight.
His damage continues to just increase. The ulti orb even purchased up. Roche, it is up. Ducalis also for the next fight. Aghanim's Hand of God. Definitely gonna have to be another thing they keep track of here. Have to stop him. Most of their damage, it comes out a bit slowly on the side of Aurora. This would be pretty devastating if they can't deal with Ducalis. Mikado. Oh, instant bash.
He's going to be able to jump out.
God, though, he's just jumping. He has auto attack on. He just hits him.
Bash.
Yeah, the dream. And that's an Aeon disc for free. Dangerous moments here. Aurora have to execute this fight much cleaner.
If they lose this Roshan, the game's going to fall into a very difficult spot.
No one soon having a BKB as well for the protection. Then it's how do you chain stun him as well too, right? You're going to have to rely on the Abyssal Blade. They do now have that picked up for Nightfall.
It's going to be there. Satanic is able to jump in and get it. Will immediately get taken off him. Nightclass comes in with a stun. Satanic is thinking about the Chronosphere. He won't even need it here to take out Kaori. The finger burst comes through as Kaori is brought down.
And is his BKB used? See how keen Aurora wants to be if they want to even try to pressure, because Chemical Rage was actually also used, so for both sides, probably back up and farm a little more here, which for Aurora, that hurts. Don't want to back up and farm too much here in this game.
And not at all, not was. This Faceless Void continues to get out of control.
Yeah, he's getting very close to having that Scotty now picked up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Can't leave the area of the Roshan too much here on the side of Aurora either. 30 seconds until the entry spawns gem being picked up.
Class.
Getting around at him. It's Collis. Does get caught first.
They'll catch the Chen. They'll also get the jump on 9 Class.
Both supports. Those are great grabs. Satanic. Still no BKB.
Koda. On top of him with the silence. They've got the Atos into the bushwhack. Dreamcore dropped down as well. Have to use the Chrono, tries to stand his ground, will force out the Eon Disc, but he's still super low. No, comes in with the call. That gives the space for Satanic to jump away. He tries for the BKB TP out, but the bash isn't there. Satanic may live, but it does cost Notice his life as he has to jump in to give him the space to run.
Great aggression from Aurora. Knowing that the BKB is on cooldown, they don't finish him off, but they can go in, catch the 2 supports immediately. The ideal start.
And now should be pretty safe again in this Roshan. See again, just good quick turn and chase. Eliminating the supports and knowing that they always have to try and push for more.
That's scary. You can see Satanic's like, oh my god, I need to just pull out, try to get out of here. And Roche, it will go their way. Nightfall. Give it to Makoto. He has the Aegis, the banner. Someone will back up and pick it up soon.
Almost very close to nearly catching Satanic at the end of that there. Notice coming in with a call, stops Nightfall from being able to throw the concoction over towards the Faceless Void.
Very good sacrifice there, and now they do have that Hex on Mira, so that extra bit of control for the Faceless Void.
And the Faceless Void, is kind of their everything right in terms of sort of sustained damage output. If they get the kill, fingers there, burst him low.
Not quite enough, though.
And it's going to mean that no one actually has to put the BKB and TP out himself, and Makoto will not lose the Aegis for now.
9 Class trying to punch him.
He's actually doing a good job of trying to take that Aegis out, and he actually will.
Gets a finger stack from it. All right, well, that's an Aegis used.
And only cost him the life of the Lion. It does. As you say, anytime a Lion gets a finger stack, they don't mind dying. They got the job done.
True. Satanic also very close to 25. Eye of Scotty is finished up. His damage has gone up, and he also does get a Prophet's Pendulum. I like to point these items out when it's very important in these games, because bursting heroes feels like it's everything in terms of these late games, so could give him that extra bit of survivability.
Really could, yeah, maximizes the chance of these time walks offsetting a huge amount.
Yeah, we do see triple Conjurer's Catalyst, though, for the side of Aurora, too, so very high damage for them increase. Game's still very tense, but Aurora getting back into a more comfortable position here with this lead, but still not out of anything here yet. 25 is about to be there for the Void, and he still continues to have pretty flawless game. Clearing the waves.
Radiant's middle tower.
And there it is. So 25 has been hit. And let's see where Aurora wants to go from here. Just smoking up and looking for a fight. A little more complicated without that Aegis. Might still go for it, though.
Because for Paravision, now we're getting to this point of the game where the Faceless Void is 25. Is it still going to be sort of the same approach of we wait for them to come to us, or now are they going to be like, all right, we've got to this point of the game, Satanic's massive, we can look to go out and look to start the fights ourselves?
Absolutely. I think it's up to initiations at this point for sure, because they can kill pretty much anybody if they do catch them here. Being careful, though, Paravision. They're backing up for the time being here, Satanic. All the way back into the base. They're expecting some type of smoke play.
Might just come out now with that
Night Class.
With links there.
He's been found. Going for the play himself, but there's that Aeon disc.
I won't be getting a finger stack this time.
It does force the Aeon, though. So maybe they look to make a play with that and try to catch somebody here while Aurora is not all together.
It does look like they're making a quick smoke move. Satanic's going to clear out the mid lane. The rest of the team, though, they are on the hunt, ready by his side, if anybody does dare show.
Let's see how careful Aurora is. I imagine they all just kind of run together to make sure they don't get caught off here. Blink now for Ducalis, so we can get in position to actually use this Aghanims. If they catch him early at the start of the fight, I mean, it completely removes everything that he does do, as we saw in the bottom fight in particular. What's Makoto's next choice? I mean, he does have that Parasma. It's finished up. Very elusive. Do they have a smoke on the side of Aurora? I think they might not, right? Yeah, I don't think they did. I saw they'd queued it up for some time here. Mira, it is about to come up. A couple seconds. There we go. Probably going to look for that play. But as you said, Paravision probably also very ready for the fight to
Yeah, absolutely. This is the point of the game where Paravision are not afraid of a full-on team fight.
This could be a big difference maker. So WS has the Lincolns now as well, too, with his shard. So he can protect himself and another core, at least versus an instant catch. Either one of these hexes. Very tense moments. Full Satanic for Satanic.
There's the smoke from Aurora.
This Void is not easy to burst. 4,000 HP.
He's waiting on the high ground as well.
Going for the long wrap around here.
Who wants to go in first and get the information? Mira.
Get a good ward down.
Leading the way. They're ready with a concoction cooking.
Notice.
He's going to look for the jump. Think of the hex into the two-man concoction. Satanic will jump over. It's the three-man chrono. Has he got the damage to bring down Nightfall? He's trying to bring this Alchemist down, but he cannot do so. The Abyssal gets laid down on the Satanic. A BKB, he'll opt to jump away, but WS drags him back with the link. Satanic pops the Satanic with the lockdowns there. With the push gun into the sharp shot. They brought down the Faceless Void.
Aurora, 90 seconds. A perfect catch. Two-man stun on the high ground there.
A beautiful jump and one they were preparing themselves perfectly for. With Nightfall cooking up the concoction.
Feeling confident to make that aggressive move. There's a lot there.
Able to survive through the Chronosphere. Tanky enough now with the ult pumping that even with the farm that he has on the Faceless Void, it's not enough to kill the Alchemist easily.
He got that chemical rage up. I think he also got fed a Lotus as well too during it.
And now on with the push. This is what Aurora were waiting for, what they've been looking for.
They can potentially close it up. They're going to try.
For a minute. He doesn't have the buyback gold.
Might just be able to do it here. 4 heroes respawning.
I mean, can 4 of them hold against this? They're taking the buildings pretty quickly. Aurora.
He's forcing it.
No one's in with the jump, but he's getting caught by the Hex. They've got him. He's got the Yules off. As soon as he's down, the Nightfall's back on top of him with the Blink Abyssal.
He's got buyback.
But the Ancient's exposed.
He's dying.
Aurora, get caught with the call. The finger comes out. The sun as well. The Night's there. They've brought Nightfall down, but he's going to buy back immediately.
They want to end it.
They want to try and finish this before the Void's back up. They know he's not got buyback at this point. Still dead for 20 seconds.
He's sells his radiance.
Nightfall coming in and look to close this up. The fortification comes out. Can they finish it before Satanic's back in the game and push this to a game 5? He'll put the BKB Nightfall. The call comes out, but Makoto looks
travel and come in to make sure they can close it up. A clutch way to end it. This two-man stun. Oh, wow.
Especially as well to sort of have the confidence to do that right after we had a game earlier
We did.
where the sort of the buyback trying to all in it play. It worked out in the end, but it did make the game a little more complicated. He still goes for it here. Absolutely the correct move. And at
What
the
a
end
cool
of the
game.
day, for all the fun that Satanic had, he didn't have the buyback gold.
He
Maybe a
spent it.
little bit of an oversight there, Fog.
Spent it for the Satanic, thinking that it was going to be enough for the fight, but they just didn't get their fight together. They lost 2 heroes right at the start of it. Ducalis a couple times now, dying before he gets anything off. Great information there. Great jump from Aurora. And great confidence to go for this type of wordplay and just go
All in.
for it.
No, very, very well played, that last fight by Aurora and Nightfall in particular, saying, and it's got to be a satisfying one, right? When the enemy carry's been farming all this game, but it doesn't come together for Satanic.
Hell
Aurora,
yeah, game 5.
they've got him sorted. They're pushing it to a game 5. I can't wait. It's 2-2 now between Aurora and Paravision.
You'll love to see it going the distance here at the grand finals. This game felt a little bit like a race against the clock for Aurora because you never know. That Faceless Void basically will beat everybody if it gets to super late game. But Aurora, when they knew how to deal with it, even if it got a little bit later than probably they wanted it to be.
Yeah, it was shaky at points, but Aurora, they stayed pretty collected. Like, Nightfall made a critical mistake at some point in the game, blinking into Chrono immediately, but they didn't crumble after. They didn't keep chain feeding. They kind of were like, okay, we made a mistake, and kept playing. And that's not what I expected. I kind of expected after that moment that they might emotionally crumble a little bit, start making more mistakes, and get out-clutched by Paravision. But that didn't happen. They kept it together, and I think they showed that their draft was better.
Yeah, they played very well. I agree, though. There were shaky moments for sure. But at the same time, like for Aurora, I think their supports did a lot. Even like when the game was prolonging, Mira on Hoodwink, he had like a lot of good hexes. You had Kaori on his Eng. Like, this guy will always get items. And Eng with items obviously does a lot too. And I think you saw like the Alk with the Largo, coming together. It was enough. A little bit shakier than I expected, but they still got it done at the end.
They did it.
I hate Void Spirit, dude. Void Spirit sucks. Like, I hate this hero. Void Spirit's the worst. He's like the killer of dreams. I feel like... Stop picking Void Spirit.
That was the only issue for Paravision this game?
I mean,
His for item build was not great either.
His item build was... I mean, you speak on it, not us. But I didn't like his item build. I didn't like the hero existing in the game. I feel like it looked the same way that Void Spirit always looks to me in these games, where it's like... What are you... It just does nothing. I feel like it does nothing. Unless you have like very strong lanes to move to, like the starter SF game. I could have seen it work in that game. But I think the other games, I don't know. I don't like this hero.
I worry. I worry a little bit about I worry about the confidence a little bit, I guess, after that, because we were like discussing during the draft, did he go for the Void Spirit because it's more comfortable? And the Pango game previously just didn't feel so good. So he wanted to go for something that he was just felt like he was better at. But then after losing a game like this, do you go back for the Pango, given that you didn't have the confidence and pick the Void Spirit? Like, puts them in a bit of a weird situation, draft-wise.
Or maybe pick Io and then, get carried by whatever you pick. That worked. That one game that Paravision got Io.
It did work. I do wonder how they're going to treat this puck, though, because up so far, they've been totally fearless about the puck. They could not care less about it. They banned it one game last, man. But generally, they've been very like, whatever, they can pick puck. It's fine. We can play against it. But when you pick your favorite hero against you, pick the Void Spirit, and it doesn't matter, that can be problematic. Now, maybe you're scared. It's game 5. You're like, we don't want to play against the puck, and you leave something else through. There's a lot of things to juggle, and you have to decide on something. You have to be confident, and you have to not overthink what is the actual problem here, because at the end of the day, you need to play well. You need to be comfortable and confident and believe in each other and not get too worked up about like, we lost this game. This is a problem. That's a problem. Like, because it's very easy to slip into a bad mental state.
Okay, that's what I want to ask you guys about is like, we've talked about the psychology of a grand final. Now we're in game 5. Like, there is a single game left for both of these teams. Like, how does the mentality change at this point?
I feel like the pressure now is suddenly on. I think if you, for example, you won with Wisp, and you decided for whatever reason not to go with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like knowing like players in these situations, like I'm sure some part of Minecraft is like, I would have won us this game already if I was Wisp. And you might not say it before game 4 because like you want to be a good teammate and all this stuff. But I feel like some part of you's feeling it. And if he brings it up now, these things can like spark bad things happening going like into the next game. You know, like if Puppy or whatever decides like, hey, we're not going to play the Wisp, or there is like some stuff there that can be quite sensitive that you need to juggle as a coach and as players as well. Like you need to know whether you can bring these things up or not.
Who do you think would have been like? Does one team benefit more over the other if they have pick priority? Because you have had like both teams playing very similar things for like a few games in a row and continuing to be like, I'm first pick, you're second pick. I'm first pick, you're second pick. You have choice.
I'm Radiant, I'm Dire.
Exactly.
It's the same.
Like, is there any?
I don't think they're going to change it up. So I feel like it doesn't really matter. I think both teams are, and they've proven that they're willing to stick to their concepts, right? Like they showed that with running 2 drafts back to back the exact same way. Like I don't think there'll be a switch up in that. I think most important is what does Pari want to do? And what's interesting for me is like I feel like Aurora has kind of flipped it, where it's just like now Pari has to tell Aurora what they want to do because Aurora's already put it out there. Like it's evident for anyone to see.
Yeah, I wonder how emotionally Pari will take this, because I think when you're up 2-1 and you lose that game and now it goes to this, like you lost your buffer. They've had the buffer the whole series. At no point have they been one away. And now they are, compared to Aurora, who have been on the back foot for the series. The script is flipped a little bit. And that can be like, I've been there. I've been reverse swept. And that 5th game when you were up and now it's even, it feels like you had something and you lost it. Even though like nothing has changed, you're still just playing Dota. You need one game to win. That hasn't changed. Something about losing that buffer that you had, I think it can mess with your head if you're not used to it. You're not really like staunch in your belief in yourselves. And so I look at Paravision, like they were coming into the series, they were the favorites. And I don't think they are anymore. I think if anything, you could argue emotionally, Aurora are the favorites. And so I'm really curious to see how it like feels watching them play.
Well, how it felt watching this play was that it was very unfortunate that Nightfall blinked in there and stunned himself.
Yeah.
But his team carried him
His
after
team
this.
carried him.
I mean, it's good that, that they can keep it cool. And I also like, Satanic, like later, the fight is over. Because we were also talking about, they were like one fight, maybe like 1.5 fights away from like, ultimately making it. You throw out the tip at Nightfall, like, haha, idiot, you didn't touch the stand, you died. No, he's a young guy. He's very good. He definitely does feel that way. He's a young guy. He's a little bit cocky, which is fine. Now it's going to be game 5. It's crunch time. But there are some moments where Pari, they need to be a little more focused. You had like 2 or 3 fights in a row where both your subs get killed first. Like in most late game scenarios, killing subs first is nearly always the best, unless you can clutch a core. Especially when it's like some Chen line, spellcasters, which subs usually are. You cannot let that happen. And maybe it's not the subs' fault. Maybe someone else needed to be in a better position, or they got a smoke angle, someone didn't stand in the right place. But overall, just like understanding what needs to happen and why it also needs to happen. And in order to make it happen, who needs to be where? What matters? Are you ready? Well, if you're not ready, tell me, bro. I'm not going to go here and die first. So you got to bring your A game.
For sure. Another thing that I was thinking of watching this clip is like, this Alk, like the net worth graph on the Alk, he was so fat right in the early game. And this Axe was last pick. That's not supposed to be the case, right? Like they put the Alk out there really early on, and you have every possibility to craft what you want to deal with it. And I wonder if this is kind of like exposing Pari a little bit too, and that like they don't actually have a proper answer to Alk. And when I think about how Pari's been playing, it's a lot of like surviving the offlane and letting 9 class roam. And when you do that against Alk, he just gets unbelievably fast. So I think there's actually more problems here that Aurora has discovered in Pari's like draft than we've realized before, I think.
That they have to solve in that 5th game. The teams have to put it all on the table for that 5th and final game of this best of 5 grand finals. We'll see you on the other side of the break for that one.
Thank you, Effie Bot. Wait, where's volume 5? Where has that bot gone now? Oh, brilliant. Trapped by cardboard. That's going to go on your performance review.
Huh?
You can't silence the war!
This is like the perfect day to catch the sun and dance away. All my friends right by my side, they're lighting up the darkest night. Now they're playing our favorite song. Everybody sing along. The sunlight makes me smile. My friends are dropping by. No one will break my stride. This is good time, feeling fine. Music keeps me feeling alright. Dance until the morning light. Underneath the brightest sky, I can see it in your eyes. The sunlight makes me smile. My friends are dropping by. No one will break my stride. It's a good time. I'm feeling fine. The sunlight makes me smile. My friends are dropping by. No one will break my stride. This is good time. I'm feeling fine. The sunlight makes me smile. This is good time, I'm feeling fine,
Anyway, take a seat, everybody. Today we'll be lecturing on the 8th Cool Rebellion of the 19th century. Now, by the time this came around, Trinity did not really know how to handle the uprising. He thought it was related to the economics of the agricultural regions at the time, but it turns out it was really trade in the north that had been stalled due to poor economic policy of the crown and really didn't let the rules achieve their full economic status. Now, by the time we approached the 21st century, the newer millennium of the DOTA sphere, the rules they had begun to acquire more power, especially.
Come see me now.
If I have to listen to you make one more point, I'm gonna lose my mind. Can we get a real analyst out here? Come on, what are we doing?
I need to know what it
Shut the hell up, man! Say hello to my little friend!
Wisp amplifies the Huskar. If the Huskar isn't like super comfortable,
Yeah.
then it's even more eggs in the same basket.
Okay. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I like the Ursa ban, to be fair, just because it's like Nightfall, Game 5, Grand Finals.
I mean, he's playing Wind Ranger this game. I can tell you that much. That's his left, the only hero left.
I mean, the Pango does make the Alchemist worse. Like, Pango is quite good against Alch for the same reasons that Pango is good against Tiny. It's this blob hero that relies on BKB. He doesn't like to have his mana burn, and he doesn't like to be kited. All of those types of heroes are really bad against Pangolier. So that 18 Alch has definitely gotten worse. And the same thing with Largo. It's a similar deal, right? It's a tanky blob guy. You burn all his mana. He does not like that. So
You have to buy Diffu to burn his mana, though, which no one has been doing.
He's not been buying that yet.
He's been refusing.
In this position for Aurora, will you go back to the Bane or go for the Hoodwink? Hoodwink it is. Already got the answer. Worked out well previous game, of course.
Yeah, and this was a hero that was banned in the early matches, like early games in the series, right? I mean, I've liked Hoodwink a lot throughout this entire tournament. I even thought it was like a first pick hero for a lot of teams, and it should have remained that way. So it's a strong hero. It's really solid. In my mind, it is a low execution hero. It's a hero with low variance, and that's a good hero for this type of game. I mean,
It was a high stable.
yeah, exactly. Like he will almost always do the same thing every single game. Whereas like a hero like Rubik will vary a lot depending on what kind of steals you get. If your positioning is good, like there's a higher chance of you messing something up on Rubik rather than Hoodwink.
Surely you get Kaori his Phoenix in game 5. Just give him absolute comfort.
I feel like then you get Wisp Muerta though, and Muerta's very good against Puck as well. So you have to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll just go for the. Never mind.
They don't care.
Wow, it's so. I mean, it really fits the theme of this final to me that they're like, you know what? Well, what's the heroes called? Phoenix is bad against Io and Pangolier. We don't care. We're picking it anyway because that's what we do. We pick our comfort with our eyes closed, and that's how it is.
I thought it was really cool that they saved their pause 5 for last previous draft, but alas. All right, so we got Paravision coming in with their third pick. What has it been so far? It's been a support most of the time.
So we're looking at some type of 5 that
Witch
catches.
Doctor.
Maybe. I mean, that's you guys mentioned earlier.
I mean, for me personally, I don't see an issue with running the Muerta. I think the Muerta is almost a given. If they want to wait until later, that's fine. Okay, they go with Bane. I think Bane Wisp is like one of the best support combos you can have. If you're playing Wisp, one of the favorite heroes to have on your team is Bane. So I like that. I wonder what's the hold up if they want to wait with like carry pick. I think if you do that, you might lose the Muerta, and I think she's like one of the best Wisp pairings. It's good against everything you see, and I don't particularly see a reason.
That's
why
John Whipples.
The legend.
The legend.
Legendary
Wow.
guy. Important in Dota history.
Keeping grace.
I mean, I think the response to Muerta will either be Wind Ranger or Axe, most likely. Both, I think, are playable matchups, but that is likely what's coming. I mean, you have 2 saves, so Axe, by concept, is not that good. Like, some dude who just a straight jump wants to burst you is going to be pretty bad, generally, against Bane plus Io.
Yeah. I mean, Wind Ranger is big comfort for Nightfall. I think it's a hero that he's looking at, like, regardless of what the matchup is. So maybe that's the hold-off. They feel like Muerta and the Windrunner is not optimal, and they don't want to give him that matchup for free.
What about Void for Nightfall? Like, assuming the Muerta does come out.
They want Axe.
They go for the Axe.
Okay, interesting.
It's a good cover, no, for like the heroes that are potentially coming out. Like you already touched on the Wind Ranger earlier, like having some blink blade mail guy. You have another setup. I think it's a hero that if he has a good early stage, you can sort of leave him alone. Like he can cut against Phoenix. Obviously, you know, if the puck angles, you have to be like semi-careful about it. Jenkins also mentioned the Void. That would also somewhat cover that hero. I'm pretty okay with the Axe pick personally, but I do agree that they will lose the Muerta pick. They will not get it later.
I mean, I wonder how different the lane is if they just Alchemist here again. Obviously, you don't have the Largoba to give the Ags to, so your Ags targets don't really exist just yet. But it did do very well against the Axe earlier, and I agree with the assessment that it's pretty good against the way 9 class plays, and that he wants to go elsewhere. He wants to like farm jungle on this IO. Like he's greeding it up a bit.
Yeah.
So if you greed it up yourself, you count up greed, then that can be a nice way to take advantage of it.
Oh, wow.
They
They did it. That's crazy. I was thinking about this too. I mean,
I don't think he's played it all tournament long.
he has not. But
not.
he did say in the interview that he thinks it's good and that he likes it. So
I mean, he's also a guy that plays a shit ton of pubs. Like he probably has played his hero a bunch of times in his pubs.
for sure. And you farm on Necro. Like you just vacuum up farm on the map. So it is within the character of Nightfall.
I mean, I also saw Playtime do this. They ran this Necro as a counter to Axe, and they've looked amazing. Like, I genuinely felt that, like, wow, like, you actually cannot play your hero at all into this matchup. So it's a scary hero, I think, for Party to see on the other side. So again, with Wisp, you are all about amping up somebody else. And if somebody else is really weak, then you have nobody to amp up. And you, like, by nature become very weak because of that. So this Necro might really, really be problematic for them to overcome, I think. If Axe has no game.
This guy is a ultra problem, I think. They need to cook up something, because until you have a nullifier later, like, but you have capability against this Scythe, but when, like, you know, you can, like, Holy Lock it, save, Mac, you have Nightmare, but Carry Necro doesn't really play on that. He's just a big guy who's with Radiance and just staying in the fight, you just slowly burn and feed. So unless you can kill him, you will lose to this guy.
What do you guys think about, like, maybe a Drow Ranger? Like, something to kill the Necro. It's like a scuffed version of Muerta. I feel like Yatoro has probably inspired Satanic to play the Drow in his pubs.
I like it a lot. I think it's a great suggestion. I think they want a hero like that. They want some turret, right? They've got a bunch of beef. They've got a bunch of heal and save. What does that all want? It wants damage, right? So I think it would be a perfect pick.
DOTA would have been decent too. It's just not a super high power level hero.
Yeah, it's a similar vein, but honestly, I think it's worse than Drow. Because I think DOTA is lower damage and also sort of fits into that tank category.
No, yeah, I really like Drow. I didn't think about it myself, but it makes a lot of sense. The silence is extremely high value this game. You have options and ways to kill Necro. You can keep your distance. It kills Egg.
I thought they would maybe, like, ban Centaur, but maybe Centaur and Primal are, like, kind of similar. Like, heroes that get on top of the most likely turret hero, you build a Blade Mail.
I think Primal's more comfort for WS. That's what
true.
I think it is. I think they've been banning it quite a few times, and it is a hero that he, like, would look for.
Yeah.
I don't think I remember seeing a single Centaur game from him this tournament.
I also think Centaur in some ways is a really bad Game 5 hero. Because I think the hero is relying on getting... I like this way more. Because it's a hero that you can farm and get fat and, like... Because Game 5s are notoriously choky. And so if mistakes happen, you have a baseline. Like, this hero's really easy because you just farm, and then if they overcommit or you get a nice go, you Dawnbreaker roll. It's very simple. Same thing with Necrophos, Puck. Like, they're all... It's not heroes that are that difficult to play. Makoto's super comfortable. Necrophos plays itself practically. And so I like this considerably more than some stun that adds, like, the burden of execution unnecessarily.
There's a lot of smiles.
There's so many smiles.
There's so many smiles. I'm thinking, is there a Meepo? What is it? Meepo makes no sense, though.
Meepo?
It can't be Meepo.
As the last pick.
I don't think so.
Game
No,
5
I
would
don't
be
think so.
insane.
I could see some, like, Luna, but I don't know why they would, like, smile about it.
I think Luna's worse than Drow.
Gyro comes. The old school.
I mean, to me, this changes the whole feel of the draft into you're trying to blitz them. Because this Necrophos hero is very slow. He just farms a long time, and our Gyro are like the best gators ever. So maybe you win your lane, and you just run at this guy, and you keep the tempo up, and you just go, and you don't give him the chance to farm.
Nightfall's taking a walk.
I mean,
he put on the light.
He did put on the light.
Put on the light.
Also, for Aurora, this is their third Grand Finals this season. None of those Grand Finals have gone to Game 5. Better yet, one was a very one-sided 3-0. One was a pretty one-sided 3-1. This is the most even 4 games in a Grand Finals that they have played. So it is a big deal.
And what a draft on both sides to end it out. You have one side that has kind of the easy lineup in Aurora. They have the anti-choke lineup, the beefy boys that are really hard to kill. And then Paravision, who they're like, yeah, we hear you, but we're just going to run at you. We're going to out-execute you. And if they can pull it off, it's really cool because Gyro's not a hero right now. It feels pretty weak.
These are both very cool drafts, and they can both win in, like, very different ways. I will perhaps slightly prefer overall to be Aurora, but, like, you're here in a Game 5. If Pari do all the right moves, you know, like go through a gate, like Quinn is saying, they absolutely have a lot of plays. There's a lot of purpose to their picks. But yeah, I'm just excited. I think this Necro is still, to me, he looks like Monka Giga. He looks strong.
In a good way.
In a very strong way. Like, I'm scared type of way.
The Necro looks strong. I feel like the funny thing is there's, like, not that much data on either of these teams playing this style of Dota. So I don't actually know who's going to, like, I don't know who's favored here. I don't know which team I prefer. Because, if it was Playtime playing Dyer's draft, I would almost feel more confident than Aurora. You know what I mean? Because I've seen them do that a bunch of times. It's right in their wheelhouse. And it looks strong when they do it. And then, like, Wisp Gyro, I haven't seen for years.
I just want. There's just so much on the line. Paravision hasn't won a tournament in forever, and Aurora has never. And so I think both teams really, really want it, and I think you can feel that. And I think that makes it so much more exciting to watch.
No, both teams, you can definitely feel it. And I wonder which one of these two teams feels it in the air a little bit more tonight with game number 5.
Here we go, guys and girls. It's time for Game 5 here between Paravision and Aurora. And folks, we're getting some kind of new heroes.
This is awesome.
A gyro coming out here for Satanic.
Oh, yeah.
I did have a look. You know, we already talked about the IO, how Paravision never lose with IO. Paravision, they've also never lost with a Satanic gyro.
They haven't. It was a gyro of a different time, a different era with the facet, of course, and you had the innate, the chop shop, which I think was also quite relevant. A lot of players used it and abused it quite nicely. But and I think we're in for a hell of a game 5. This does look like it's going to be crazy skirmish heavy. And I do want to talk about Nightfall's Necro since you bring up the gyro.
I was about to look that up.
He hasn't played it in 4 years.
I
He's
was
done his
wondering.
pro games. Last time was 2022, and he only had 1 game on it, at least in terms of professional.
Professional. Did you check his kind of pub games?
I was trying to look up a bit of
Let's
it
have
there.
a
I
look.
couldn't find too much info, so let me know what you find.
2022.
Yeah, that was the one that I was talking about.
Played a single draft game of Necrophos in 2017.
So he just, I mean, okay.
Obviously, we don't see the newer stats, so maybe he's been doing it in pubs and it's not recorded, obviously, because it's harder to track them. But
it's not even silver tier on the anything. It's not nothing. It's got nothing under it right now.
Well, it's a good job that the hero is easy to play, right? You know, he's going to be fine on it.
Yep. And it's versus an Axe, right? So the lane, we've seen Playtime play this, and it's designed to do well versus the Axe in particular, and versus Pango, right? Yes, you can get controlled, but your Ghost Shroud is going to be pretty effective, at least versus some of that burst damage. However, I don't know. Let's see if Nightfall can execute it, because it's a very mid-game timey draft that I see Aurora going for, where Paravision can also fight in the mid-game, but scale pretty hard as the game goes on. And it's going to be the test too, right? 9 class with his IO, Kaori on his Phoenix. Who's the right one? This is super exciting.
Both supports, you know, you've always got to kind of tear these heroes away from them in the form of bans. Otherwise, as we're seeing, they'll take them.
Definitely. And we do see, who was it that did this build also? Was it 33? Yeah, it was 33. The double Fairy Fire Wand, which is normal, but then double Fluffy Hat very early to get that extra HP that you're kind of lacking on Necrophos early. So.
And that was also against an Axe, right?
Yeah, I think so, right?
I believe so.
I think almost every game of the almost not every, but most of the games of the Necrophos have been versus.
That's true. It's sort of why they like it.
Yeah. Mid lane, let's see how this matchup goes also. No one versus the puck.
Which this is the third time we've had this matchup this game, right?
And let's see if no one this time around is going to be able to beat Mikoto on that matchup, because Mikoto did have a slight edge, at least in the last one.
No Lion, at least for him to worry about this game rather than puck.
True. So a little bit more, I mean, limited disables in particular, but a lot of physical damage that can be pretty disruptive. Yeah, I'm super curious to see how this Gyrocopter is going to look to build. Is it just going to be standard since he's playing with the IO? Probably, right? He's not paired at this point with him, but we have seen this hero actually. These two have played in this tournament since Enigma Galaxy was here, and they love IO Gyro. Didn't have success with it, but did do the standard builds. And yeah, hero that can absolutely match tempo, play super fast, and it has extra hybrid damage versus that Necrophos, of course, too. So that's probably why they were thinking about this hero, even though it's not super popular.
Yeah, it just gives that extra sort of element that might make Nightfall think twice about turning up to the earlier fights.
Yeah, and I mean, even this isn't the most normal one, but even versus the egg, right? You can hit the egg and flack off of it as well, too, to be able to do damage in the fights, too. So with the IO Axe this time around, not going to go for kills, going to play for that farm. It is versus a Phoenix Necro, so if they can trade farm, feels pretty fantastic for an IO and Axe versus these two. couple couriers getting killed here, as we do see. Ducalis loses his, but then he kills WS's.
Bottom lane. That farm's looking very good so far from Satanic.
Yeah. And most of the games where this Dawnbreaker is here, especially with Hoodwink, it's a very strong, aggressive lane in particular, but hard to take advantage when you're playing versus this Bane in particular. Can stop the aggression, and if you don't get the kill, you're going to get turned on by this Gyro.
And what will be the build from Satanic? It will still be what the Falcon Blade first, and then are you getting the Ags in a Maelstrom, or is it going to be like the small crit?
I like
Yasha.
I like
Manta
Ags,
Rush.
I like Ag small crit usually.
Ag small crit.
Yeah, probably. But we'll have to see which one. Oh, he just missed 2 creeps there.
Oh.
Looking for the kill though. Mira stepped up. Can't quite go for it there.
They might just go for Ducalis. They're going to get it. First blood for WS.
They went aggressive and they got punished. Mira will be okay as well, dude. Doesn't even have to pop the Fairy Fire.
It will be interesting to see what route Satanic wants to go with the build, as there is that little bit of flexibility with the Gyro build up.
Let's see how speedy he can be too, because I haven't really seen this hero that much in this patch. So you of course lost your chop shop, you can't do the little disassemble plays. You also lost the other the other facet, the secondary strikes, but you do at least have this very fast movement speed in fights. And he's gonna have an IO, so he's gonna be zooming in fights too. And notice here we see he is gonna go Dominator. So bit of an interesting approach that he's gonna do this time around on the Axe.
Why do you think that is?
Probably just because he wants to farm, doesn't have a good pairing, right? Last time he didn't have a pairing to go for kill threat as the Axe too. To me, that says that he just wants to farm more. And there's some good creeps that can trip up something like Necrophos, the Dispel creeps and things like that. So
yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he plays with it.
Yeah,
and
cool.
and as you say, with the sort of the micro, you can really maximize the farm by dragging those waves, bringing it to yourself. Mid lane,
duking it out. Bring a help. Of course, again, no one is going to be going for the Mage Slayer build. He has not gone for the Neasel at all in this game.
Wants to try and punish Noticed.
Do they have the +1? Phoenix is connecting.
We'll start chasing him down.
He's got the IO behind. Is it enough to sustain?
Let's have a look. Tether comes in for 9 class. Damn it, Acorn. It's enough from Mira and Corey to take him down. And at the same time, Makoto, he gets the solo play. They were both sitting super low in the mid lane. He's able to get the kill. 9 class. See if he can do something cheeky with the Spirit.
He's trying.
He's not going to be able to do it. Not enough damage at this point from the IO. So Makoto lives, and Aurora essentially get those 3 kills there. Double kill for Mira, and Makoto able to get that big one in the mid against no one.
And a good read of them too, right? The Acorn comes in as soon as you tether. It's like, oh no! The Acorn's going to bounce between the two of them there, that extra damage. And maybe no one was like, wait, where's my IO? I thought you were going to come to me, man. Wasn't the case though, as Aurora got themselves a nice kill. Kaori will be able to dive away as well. CS though, across the board, a little bit better for the side of Paravision with these lanes. And 9 class is going to bring those creeps to notice. He's not going to steal the farm away from his Axe. And Dominator is going to be finished though at a very, very quick pace. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what he can do with this Dominator and if he's going to go for any type of specific creeps in particular.
And also just where the build goes after that. I mean, because is it still going to be Blink Blade Mail, or do you look elsewhere with the build-up?
It's curious. Yeah, we'll see. Bottom.
Looking for the setup onto WS, but he will have the hammer to pull himself away. And the bushwhack from Mira.
Good protection.
They want the 7-minute wisdom.
He's making the move down here. No one also is trying to match. Rotations are coming in from Aurora. Paravision probably have to just give this.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to try and challenge this.
I love Game 5s. We rarely make it to some of these, and sometimes they can be very underwhelming because they end up being a bit of a snowball craziness. But this one definitely does feel like both teams can duke it out at any moment. Even though 4-0 right now for Aurora, as we said. Last hitting so far in Paravision looking pretty solid. And so much team fighting. That's really the main thing I'm looking forward to in this game. But we'll see how much Paravision wants the look of picking team fights rather than just playing for that farm game for specific timings. Because the Dominator, that kind of indicates to me that they're going to play it quite a bit more around that farming. And I think noticed he is going to go like, what, the Vessel build, I imagine? Because this is what we used to see on some of these acts. You don't play for the Blink Call. You're versus a Necro anyway. It sounds weird sometimes, but it's something we've seen some of these players do to adapt. Yeah, and it is a very good Vessel game.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? No one else really can buy the Vessel.
No.
So it does have to be the Axe.
Yep, and it's going to be great versus the Necro, the Dawn ults, versus the Phoenix spells that come out too, so probably is going to be that option. Makoto looking for the play here with Kaori. They're pretty healthy. A little deep.
No one's thinking about potentially trying to get into there, but yeah, too many heroes. They won't be able to keep Takala safe.
Too much magic damage. Doesn't even get the Ashley to shield off to protect himself. Can't strike back. Aurora playing super aggressive here at the start. Bushwhack will
catch here in the mid. Yeah, no one.
Should be all right.
Some good pressure from Makoto.
They're zoning him off the wave. Tower is taking significant damage here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That Dawn ult, it is at the ready also. So for Paravision, have to be ready for the move that's going to come out. It does look like they're going to be hitting creeps for quite some time here, unless it's around the Pango roll in particular, which here we go. He's going to use it.
The opening. They're coming in with the relocate as well. Rolling Thunder will catch Mirror in the river. It's going to be a dead hook wing.
Can they get Makoto as well? Would be massive.
He's able to jump across. Back to the safety of the tier 1. Makoto will be all right.
Very early level 6 as we see coming out for 9 class. He's going to go back with the gyrocopter, and now it's time for them to pair together and get that crazy amount of farm that we used to see this hero get when he's paired up with the IO.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how well he can keep on track with the farm of Nightfall on the Necrophos once he has the Radiance on it.
Yep, going for the small crit first, then probably that Aghanims as we've seen the build. And yeah, we'll see how much Nightfall can get. We've seen this Necro hero really take over the map quite early. Not in their hands so much, as we've seen, but playtime has shown the power of it. Kaori is 6 again, very early.
They want to do something with it straight away. They get the coil onto Notice.
He's just egging
into the egg. Well, that'll do it.
Another aggressive play. Aurora setting tempo, 6-1. Oh, he's so aggressive with Kaori. Again, doing the same thing. Sits at like 100 HP, dives in their face. Maximum burn damage on them. Reason he loves to play this Phoenix so much. Daytime as well, too, for WS, so that damage for the Break of Dawn will be extra for him to farm.
Just even though he might be dead, he's still got the creep out, so we'll be able to grab a creep wave.
Drag. This is what we used to see the Centaurs do it.
To you.
Yep. We'll have some camps blocked. We do see a sentry is placed out here, but we'll be able to continue getting this farm forward here. Much more patience, I would say, from Paravision. They're going to look to sit back and pick very specific fights. Aurora, I think they're going to look for pretty much every single one of these fights.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially when he's got the Radiance done.
Yeah, and into the bots afterward. That's going to be the solid timing where Nightfall will not be missing out on a single bit of action if he can kind of get his way.
Super aggressive lineup and very good supports to be able to thrive with the puck in particular. The coil plus either one of these ultimates should net them even potential core kills, unless they're ready on the side of Paravision. How's Ducalis looking? He's still not quite level 6.
Up here from the mid lane.
He can set up on his own, right? He can go find somebody somewhere, Fiend's Grip or Sleep, and then they can relocate in, bring in the numbers, but they have to be ready for Solo Guardian as well, so quite a few different elements both teams have to be prepared for.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, let's see if they do have the answers for this. You know, the 9-class puck that eventually, as we've seen it, or 9-class IO eventually that does get so ridiculously farmed. He has the mech finish too, so pretty good timing for him, matching the farm of Kaori. Let's see if Aurora wants to make another one of these moves. The egg, it's back at the ready. They've got the coil.
Dire's middle tower is under
No one's got a shield rune. It's quite a bit harder for them to go for him, but they will secure the rune. Gonna look for Nightfall. Does have the point already in the Ghost Shroud, so not the easiest setup. Dawn ult is at the ready. Trying to find the angle here.
Diving him could get messy. They open with the grip.
Dawn ult's coming in.
So the Guardian heal, is it enough to keep him safe? The Rolling Thunder's there, he'll fall. Now bringing in the Gyro, Paravision, they're looking to see if they can find something more from this. Homing missile over the way of WS. No one able to continue the Rolling Thunder over towards him. Allows Vitality to close him with the Rocket Barrage and get away from the Supernova. As Paravision They only lose the IO. They get themselves 2 huge kills.
They got the chain stun. He didn't get anything off. No Greater Healing Lotus, no Ghost Shroud, nothing. Perfectly executed on top of him there. And Aurora was ready for it, but just didn't get any type of save for him in time.
Now able to get that fight in as well, just before the Radiance pickup was there. He will have it on the respawn when he's back out on the map, Nightfall, but able to get that little play in before that is complete.
Notice Mikoto is trying to bring it to him, at least steal away these Ancients.
A lot of damage, but 9 Class is here to keep him safe from Mikoto.
He's gone too aggressive.
The AWP already used. He's not got a way out of this.
Oh, and the Dominator creep even coming into play, the boulder.
Throwing the rocks at him, yeah.
And top, the Kaori.
On a Kaori.
Oh, Paravision
Calls
getting
there.
so much done here. And Aurora, their draft definitely wants to play with an advantage. They do not want to be getting behind versus this Gyrocopter who's going to scale incredibly hard in this game. That's a pretty painful sequence, losing so much after they were 6-1. All the kills for Paravision.
Perfect time to make this move. The Talisman of Evasion was still on the courier on the way out to him. Didn't have a Radiance, and no real damage being done. In return, are able to deal with 9 Class, and at least burst through the eye with the Sharpshooter. But losing 2 of their cores there for that play.
Aurora got a strike back.
They'll get the setup on a 9 Class. Get the mech off.
They'll get him. Good aggressive play. They have to be pretty fast, right? If the Fiend script comes out, they have to like pretty much instant Donald. Or even like be even faster, like be ready for as soon as you see the Spine.
It's kind of a like a core here again. Paravision, they put the grip towards
dangerous.
the Dawn. And now with the Rolling Thunder, WS, he may be able to bring down the Bane, but he will die for this.
Big money again for Noah and Satanic. Another potential catch, notice. Nightfall's trying to close the gap.
He managed to get away from the coil in time, and now 9 Class is in with the heals. The side's coming in. It's enough.
Mech down for 5 more seconds. Good timing. Nightfall closes that gap. Notice could have turned a little bit there, too. Gets caught.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Good strike back. How's the Aghanims looking for Satanic? Pretty close to it. One more component. WS is really struggling this time around, though, on the Dawnbreakers we're seeing on the net worth.
I mean, it is kind of one of those games where, as the Dawn, if you solo Guardian in, at this stage of the game, surviving after you land, it's not easy.
Definitely not. Versus Rolling Thunder, even versus, honestly, just the Rocket, right? In particular from Satanic. I think in that last fight, it got redirected, it may be. But yeah, either way, it's not going to be the easiest for WS to get in and out of these fights.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looking for their own tower here.
I mean, you look at this game as well. I mean, we'll see where WS goes with the build, but is there some sort of argument to try and force these auras into your build, like the Pipes and the Crimsons against this? Because that was one of the things that did kind of make a Gyro game not as smooth in the mid game, right? If he's fighting into these aura timings.
It means they're completely all in if they do that, though, right? Like, fully all in, but maybe that's what this draft was designed to kind of do,
if
right?
If you can bring it together, keep this Necro alive on the mid game plays.
We'll see.
Do you really want to go late against the Gyro IO?
I would say they don't want to go late. So maybe after the Echo Saber could consider throwing one of these items into the build.
We'll see what WS opts for.
Yeah.
But might be appealing and could allow them to play towards a pretty strong timing.
Because who else? No one else would really want to. Kaori's going to go for his own itemization. Yeah. There's no way you buy that on a Hoodwink. Hawk, obviously nothing, so maybe.
It looks like he's going to build for himself.
Okay.
Stand up for now. BKB's queued up.
We'll see if that ends up working out, because it does feel like they can fall into a really weird timer here versus this Gyrocopter. We'll have to see in the next upcoming fight. Get the catch.
Actually have to just walk up. They've got the grip on a WS. He'll continue to suffer.
Hard game for him. 9 Class starting to have so much farm too on this Isle. Holy Locket's coming out soon with this mech. And that Gyro Aghanims, it is going to be finished up, so the farm is going to continue to grow here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
BKB queued up for Nightfall. Definitely needs it pretty early this game versus that Gyro damage as we're seeing.
His timing's still going to be very good, Nightfall.
But there's already the Vessel finished up for Notice. Now he's going to start going back for this Blink. Starting to get at least the answers versus this healing lineup. And it's Necrophos. Most of the games I've seen it have success on, it's when it has a clear separation between the rest of the
That's true. Where it's sort of like that. At this point, sometimes even a whole item.
Yeah, like a good 2K or something above. This time it's not the case. The Gyro is matching.
We have a group up for the tier 1 top.
Radiant's top tower has
Free
fallen.
tower. Power Rune, Dakota will also be able to claim for himself here.
No one will have the Aghanims done for the next play.
He is very farmed this game.
Yeah, relocate back up as well in just a few seconds.
Fiend's Grip also back up in 30. As you said, for WS, has to be so careful how he shows himself. He's being so cautious how he steps up on this Dawnbreaker. He is terrified.
When you get caught by a grip or a call, a relocate's going to be in on top of you.
They are smoked up, looking for the fight themselves.
Carlos?
He'll break it.
Find the Bane does mean that Notice.
He might get caught also.
Looks like he will. They
Nice.
get to set up. The Scythe comes in. They ensure that they get more than just the support. They get a big kill, allowing Nightfall to scythe away Notice.
And they have Coil for the next play. They have Egg too. They did commit just really the Reaper. So can potentially look for that next catch as well too. Notice did switch too. It looks like he's thinking about just going the BKB first rather than the Blinks for the same reasoning. See if he does switch it up still. Where to next on the side of Aurora? He noticed he's trying to cut some creep waves with his Dominator. Won't be able to find the bottom one here. How much more force do they feel to make a catch? Since they do have Coil, they can look for a play. Not easy to go for the Pango or the Gyrocopter.
Oh, especially when Satanic is just about a recipe away from his BKB.
He is very farmed. That BKB, it's really all magic damage on the side of Aurora, right? So that BKB is going to be a fantastic answer versus pretty much everything. And they have a built-in BKB on the Pango with as well, right? So fights do feel like it's going to be a bit complicated, but Aurora can poke BKBs, reset, something their lineup is quite good at here. No one full axe. Level 15 for him. Maybe it'll be around Nightfall's BKB when Aurora looks to start speeding up the tempo here, because he is, you know, pretty squishy versus the magic damage.
Tormentor here. Shard for Ducalis.
I feel Paravision is a bit happier with this tempo.
I think so.
Getting away with so much here for this Gyrocopter.
Maximizing the farm. They're bringing him from one side to the other.
Yeah, I feel like Aurora definitely want to get something here. Keep getting these kills when they have any of these ults at the ready.
It's got to be, smoke up with this BKB on Nightfall. Surely.
And they got to catch Notice before he has BKB too, because I'm seeing this next fight. Yeah, a double BKB plus a Rolling Thunder. It's a lot harder to execute on Aurora when those come out.
Because Notice, he'll just pop BKB and walk at you and call you, right?
Carlos. Here he's going for a solo play. We'll find him.
Did you get the silence as well?
Can they finish him off?
Dreamcore to control him. Supernova with the Sunray here.
Nice catches. Kaori leading the charge, baiting no one to show. Gets the follow-up there. This is without Nightfall even needing to get involved with that BKB too. Finding them some great grabs.
Yeah, he could keep farming and sticking with the standard build. Looking for the heart next into the Shivas.
Good kill. Yeah, very good kill. So we were saying, wanting to keep finding these. Using the egg and the coil. See if when Paravision respawns, they want to look for this direct fight immediately afterwards, because they are going to have double BKBs. So Aurora have to be ready for this upcoming move. Or just farm it up, right? Split up, farm, don't let yourself get caught by those BKBs.
Both sides seemingly happy to play it a bit passive whilst they wait for that next round of timings.
Let's see.
In terms of the mid area, can either sides really look to set up for an early Roche this game?
It'll be through a fight, right? Through a pick-off in particular, because there is the global threats and just so much team fight on both sides. Paravision, this is their timing. BKBs are hit, looking for the fights into Aurora themselves.
I mean, yeah, they're so strong right now around Satanic with this Gyro IO.
Aurora has to kite the BKBs. Can't commit into a fight versus it. Dakota might just get caught here.
They're just able to walk up and get the grip on him.
Oh, God. That's a rush. That's a real painful death. Instantaneous Roshan, and they don't even have to commit much of anything, just the Fiend's Grip.
And just had no chance of doing anything about this.
No, you can't.
4 versus 5. You don't have Supernova up. So this should fall into the hands of Paravision.
Honestly, this gyro pick's looking pretty good versus this next one first. If it gets to these later stages, you can see on Makoto, it's a really rough death for him there.
Satanic's game looking better and better. Something is we just haven't seen for a long time. The Gyro IO, at least not succeed. We just had what those you said the one other game. It was tried this tournament.
But as you were telling me, right, with Paravision, they've never lost with IO, and they've never lost with the Gyrocopter either. So they are very comfortable when they get to these type of points. And this 9-class IO, very close to a Glimmer, a catch bottom.
It's trying for the TP out. The sniper will be there to put a stop to the TP. Won't get a side kill, but they will get the kill itself.
No sight though. Sad for Nightfall.
Full Daedalus, 23 minutes in. These are the sort of timings that back in the day of the Gyro IOs, you'd be pretty terrified if you're up against.
Even passing the timing stage, only 24 minutes and he has this amount of farm. It is insane that he's able to. We've been saying, right, Necrophos is the fastest farmer in the game, but Gyrocopter with IO absolutely can do the similar thing.
That's the thing, right? This is not slow farm from Nightfall's Necrophos.
No,
this is sort of on pace with the Necros that we've been seeing. It is just the fact that Satanic, with this IO boost, is keeping up with the free farm of a Necro in this patch.
And it's got the Pango too, right? So the minus armor will also benefit quite heavily with that Gyrocopter. Okay, Aurora looking to fight here around this DD rune. They've got the egg. They have good vision too. They see no one. Catch him.
He's got teammates by his side.
He does. He has Notice next to him now. Settle for support. Relocate's coming in.
Thinking about fighting back. Bushwhack will be there quickly holding on to Satanic and 9 class, so they will not get the chance to chase back.
Noticed has the gem, looking to go for some type of clear. By the way, he is actually using the Purge creep. I thought there was a potential he might think about it versus the Necrophos here, so it's a dangerous little creep.
Radiant's middle tower.
Looking to continue playing around this one ward they have. They can get noticed. He has BKB. Can't finish him off with just the two of them. He's patient. Doesn't even pop the BKB.
And he's very close to having his blink dagger. Just a couple of 100 gold, and they'll have the blink on the axe.
His gem, he's walked by 2 wards though. This one in a bit of a sneaky spot too, but a couple of these wards that Aurora has down. There is this gem that has not taken them out just yet. WS showing top.
Onto Carlos. A little bit surrounded.
His team's connecting from above.
See if you can get back in and maybe look for an angle with a grip.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Can't quite. Comes the blink from the axe. It's coming on the courier though, so it's not on him just yet.
It's Nightfall. Very close to getting that next round of items. He's picked up the plate mail on the way towards the kind of in between, finishing off the heart. Getting that Reaver first.
Definitely wants this armor. He bought it before getting that Reaver, just in case of things, because there's this Daedalus on the Gyrocopter. Push coming in toward top still. About 2 minutes on this age.
He's going to try and jump away here with a sharpshooter. Notice not able to get the angle with the call, and he goes straight for the TP out mirror. He'll get out.
Relocate. They're going to just be able to disengage from it again. Getting in, only getting kills on the supports, but forcing relocates at the least. Where's the relocate? He's glimmered. Nightfall was searching for it. Wasn't able to find him in time. Full Satanic, for Satanic coming out very soon here. New neutrals also coming in. He likes his tumbler.
Only a minute left on the Aegis. As we've seen, Paravision very much seems like they're happy to sort of use these moments just to continue to farm. They're not pushing for any sort of tier 2s quite yet.
Because on paper, right, they've got that scaling lineup in comparison to Aurora, just with around this Gyrocopter.
Satanic going pretty far up here, but feels safe with the last few seconds of the Aegis.
He's bluffing a bit, right? His team's not showing just yet. They did show now in the mid lane.
He's actually going to get to do quite a bit here on the tier 2. The fortification will now come out.
Okay.
So he'll fall back and look to maybe join the rest of the team, or maybe no, they're not looking to defend this tier 2, so they are going to let him get this one for free.
Relocates up in 3 seconds too, so he can join the team. Makoto will blink away. Tier 2. They're claiming quite a bit of these towers here, as we're seeing Satanic takes the top one, makes his way bottom, takes that one as well too.
And he's got the Satanic done.
He does.
So
Big.
whilst that Aegis is about to leave him, he does have many ways of staying alive in these fights. BKB, Satanic, and with the Aya behind him, he's going to be a tough one to take out.
They have to execute it pretty much perfectly to kill him, and he does have these teammates to back him up. They have multiple different
Mira,
saves, in fact.
He's able to steal that wisdom just before they came in with the relocate to try and get it themselves.
Where did they relocate from? They did it from a safe position here. Nightfall slipping up a little bit here. Notice. Blink is cooled down for 1 second.
Rolling Thunder's going to be there first. They get the bounce back as well. The damage coming in. Solar Guardian's not going to save him. They kill him off, and now with the cooldown to WS, they'll get the Doorbreaker as well.
They've been waiting for this moment. Look how patient. Did you notice this whole time? He had Blink call, and he's like, I'm not going. Waiting till the dawn lands. Then he goes, he gets the catch. Aurora, 60 seconds now versus this gyrocopter.
Painful death. You can't afford to give these sort of kills to Paravision, giving them to this lineup with Satanic's gyro.
The writing felt like it was on the wall for some time here. They find this beautiful opening onto this Necro right after he buys the heart. He doesn't look that tanky versus this lineup, versus this gyro by any means.
If he doesn't get the BKB off, he's dead. And honestly, even if he does get the BKB off,
yeah,
still kind of hurts. We'll be able to snipe the courier.
I think this Paravision, this timing that they've been able to hit here.
I mean, they're taking the racks. It's going to be the mid stand. They're ready to move on to another lane. It's still about 30 seconds where there's no Necrophos carrier.
Gonna have to pop the glyph. Is there another creep wave coming in? They have dealt with them. Mira was able to cut it. Should be able to protect the racks with the tower.
It's hard.
It is gonna go down. No creeps though, so the racks is okay. But I mean, massively decisive hit, even without their Aegis, just running through, knowing they catch the most important hero, Aurora. They have to get something going here.
This is not going to be easy.
It is not. A ward. Notice we'll see it. Because they've got everything at the ready. It's just Fiend's Grip on cooldown for Paravision. They're going to back up, reclaim a more defensive position here. They know that Aurora feels desperate to chase. Instant relocate to the bottom to shove it out. And more growth for Satanic. He just finished up his Satanic. Now he's got an MKB very
pretty. Yeah, 4K going on top of it.
Insane GPM. What's it actually looking at for him? 814. Starting to have that clear separation between him and the Necrophos. I don't know, and it's looking harder and harder as every minute ticks by for Aurora.
Does feel like it's going to take some pretty major mistakes from Paravision to allow Aurora to get back in on this one. The farm's still decent from Nightfall, but as we're seeing, they kill the Necrophos pretty easily.
Yeah, it's just the hero matchups in particular, right? It's a designed Aurora draft that wants to get a lot done in the mid game, but Paravision, they just got those creeps that hit so many of them, even though it's 17 to 10. Those kills, it's not on the big ones. It's not on the gyrocopter. Yet to die for Satanic, and looking like he should be able to potentially clean this one up without a death, and MKB now finished up for him. They have to throw literally everything onto him.
And then there's an IO coming in with a save, or even a Nightmare coming in from a Bane.
Yep, there's a lot of different elements that can just save Satanic here. Does Kaori have the Hex? I mean, last game he was able to find it so fast, or the game before in particular, but this one, it's been delayed a lot. Relocates just to push out the waves.
And they're heading over towards them.
Too hard to go for it. You have to kill the IO in 1 second at the time. Backs up, rejoins the team. Aghanim's now finished up for 9 class, so he's also getting increased scaling as this progresses as well.
Looking at Satanic, but I mean, he's perfectly fine, and Notice just comes in with a call on to Mira.
You just have to run. Mikoto, careful.
Yontis is going to get popped.
He's caught. Oh, no.
Oh, this might come to a pretty gruesome end.
Man, I honestly,
for Aurora.
Whoever suggested this gyrocopter, I have to give them so much credit in this game. It feels like the literal perfect pick.
Because we don't see it.
No,
it's not something that people have really even thought about. Have we even seen any gyro bans? I don't think so.
No.
But nobody cares about this hero. But here in Game 5, bringing it out, and it's looking as good as it was at sort of its peak moments in the patches before.
Because when you look at it, it's how the hero is designed versus Necrophos, right? It's mixed damage, and it's also a hero that matches / outpaces in terms of farm that hero Necrophos. So,
and when it's paired up with the 9-class IO,
even much
one
more.
of the best IOs in the game, it's got pretty good results.
Creeps are coming in. You have to go through this gyrocopter, I want to say twice, but it feels like 3-4 times or something at this point.
Top ranks gone.
They've hit every single timing they need. Aurora's timings don't feel like they hit those. Back toward bottom. They're not in a rush. Continue to get this growth, this insane scaling for Satanic.
And there just isn't the same sort of scaling on Aurora's lineup.
No, not by any means. They do have the Hex on Kaori, so all about all-inning that one target, but can they ever all-in that one target now at this point when they've gotten this farmed?
I mean, they really, you've got to find the IO, kill the IO, then get the Hex into kind of a full Sunray on a Satanic with the Necrophos on top of him.
It's like 5D chess, really. And they may not even have the damage anyway to go through him if he gets even just the BKB off. Right? The BKB kind of hard counters the entirety of Aurora's draft. Waves coming in, bottom. The final potential push, there's no glyph. Kodo.
It is next time done, Nightfall. So Shiva's on top of the heart complete.
Bit tankier, but still feels like they can bypass right through it as we see how much damage Satanic does have.
And the setup's even easier now. Ducalis has a Blink Dagger on its way out. So we'll be ready with those angles to come in and set things up with a quick Fiend's Grip.
And look at what Noticed is buying too. Isn't going for any big flashy stuff. He is just queuing up a pipe. He's like, they are all magic damage. They have literally 0 physical. So if he can get to that point too.
I'll get over it.
I did think that we were going to see the Dawn do something like that, but perhaps he did feel like it was just going to be too redundant if they went all in on just sustaining the Necrophos, but Ducalis, he's got teammates near him.
They punish him. Get the Nightmare off.
He's
Tender
healing.
comes in, 9 class just gets him back up to full HP.
And Mikoto, that was his coil used.
Otis nearly catching him with the call as well.
No coil for the high ground Dino. Power Vision could look to force it if they want to.
And they're ready to go. Still 2 minutes on this Aegis. They are looking at that final set of barracks. Pretty appealing.
Oh, they see someone top. WS.
Should be able to force out a BKB from it.
I
mean, okay, he's going to trust in the fact that the relocate's not going to keep them here long enough.
Okay. Got him.
Be
joining.
fine. Otis will get the call on Mirror, so they kill the Hoodwink off. The rest of Aurora scramble back to the base.
Good on WS that he's at least able to hold that BKB. That was dangerous from him. Up to the high ground.
Satanic's there.
Banner's down.
To the tier 3 tower. Nightfall taking heavy damage here from the flak.
Can't touch Satanic though. With all these heals from 9 class, they want to take out the banner because the catapult is good work. But that,
so the Guardian's coming in. See if they can keep him alive. The Nullify down upon him, but to be able to put the BKB Nightfall. A retreat for now. They get the drag back on towards the eye. They try to burst through him with the side, but the defensive Nightmare comes into play. 9 class is under the Sonic Spray and the egg though.
Oh my god, the damage!
Kaori holding here on the Phoenix, but they come in straight away with the 3 buybacks. They want to keep Satanic alive, keep this push going, because they know that whilst that was a big hit from Aurora,
it's the
it
only
was
hit.
Everything they had in the tank.
They back up, they're resetting. The banner is still down. The catapults are still alive.
I mean, this is quick moves from Paravision. You know, Aurora, they just gave us sort of the best showing of a fight that they've had so far this game, but Paravision know that it really was everything from Aurora there, and now they don't have anything left. That's going to be Mikoto taken out here by the Rolling Thunder. Will come in with the buyback, but Mira's got no buyback on him. The feed script comes through. Will get the chance to break out of him, put the shroud. In fact, he jumps straight back over towards them. But the call's there from Notice. They lock down Nightfall, take him out of the game with a dunk. He's dead for 90. As Paravision will push on here for the Mega Creeps. Fortification buys a little bit of time.
But no Nightfall.
And no Mirror. 2 dead. Satanic jumps in, shoots down WS. The Mega Creeps are going to be out for them.
They've done it, Owen. The tips are coming out.
One final attempt here maybe from Aurora as the smoke comes out here from Mikoto and Kaori. They do have the buyback Solar Guardian play available from WS. But can they stop Paravision here? The tier 4s are falling. No one. He's trying to pick up some more kills, but he will get caught out by the Hex. Solar Guardian coming in, but Satanic just jumps forward, takes out Kaori, and an immediate buyback there from the Phoenix. But the Ancient's exposed. Satanic ready to close this up. GG's called. Paravision will take this series, and with that, they're your DreamLeague Season 29 champions as Paravision, folks, they're back on top.
They absolutely are. You can see some signs of some breathing of relief there from Satanic. 26 in a row, 9 clash.
Indeed, it is kind of crazy that he got to play it twice in this
Unreal.
grand finals because his IO, it is literally that good. It does not lose. It has never lost when he's had it with Paravision. And according to him, apparently never loses on his pubs.
And with the gyrocopter, honestly, I had wonder who decided to pick this. Who was the one that called for it? Because my goodness, this felt like a genius pick for this type of draft versus Aurora, and they played it super nice, ending with a kill deficit, but absolutely dominating this game
and just making that heads up buyback move to end the game. Right,
absolutely.
It was an impressive showing in that final defense, but it really was everything. Without that sort of full combo, not a chance at all of threatening the lives of Paravision. Beautiful plays from them. A super fun sort of series to see how it played out in terms of the draft, right? We sort of had Aurora trying the same thing over and over again. They kind of, at the very last game, though, switch it up pretty dramatically, right? They bring in the Nightfall Necrophos. It's just not really a Nightfall hero that we've been seeing from him.
They struggled to set the tempo in this game. It felt like Paravision were just ahead the entire time with this scaling draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations to Paravision taking the title here at DreamLeague Season 29.
And what a game to do it with as well with the IO Gyro. Gyro never die in this entire game. The start of the game still looked pretty spooky for Paravision, but they were just biding their time, waiting for that right moment, I guess.
Yeah, for some reason, like it looked like Paravision was kind of crumbling a little bit. I mean, when you get to Game 5 of a grand final like this, it kind of feels like this could happen for either side. You know, it wasn't going so well for them, but they kept it together. They found the plays with heroes that are totally off meta. Notice absolutely killed it this DreamLeague. Like, this guy clutched on Axe in so many of these games. But you also have to have a team. Like, the one fight at the top tier 1 where no one timed the roll, so they was hitting the Dawnbreaker when she ulted in. Like, this was beautiful. This was so nice from all of them.
Yeah. This is insanely well deserved. I think they are the deserving winners of this tournament. I think they've looked like the best team throughout the entirety of the tournament. And even though this finals is a little shaky and not like the clean sweep that maybe they wanted, I think it was much better for us as viewers. And I think still a well-deserved victory because I think all of them individually and as a team were just standout performances of the tournament. And they were, in my opinion, far and away the most impressive team.
They definitely cooked. I mean, I was really impressed. This Necro, I've seen Axes have such a hard time leaning into it, but you know, they managed to do the creep cutting. I feel like the Wisp kind of offset the Necro, and this is like the signs of a good team, you know, where like you know how to counter a counter by adding something from your own side, and it's layers upon layers upon layers that make things playable. And I think that's been the story of how they've drafted this entire DreamLeague, where they've found creative solutions to problems that have been presented to them, and then they've executed it to perfection.
Yeah, it's like all about the small things. Like you mentioned, Notice, you talk about the creep cutting, and like him going for the Dominator as well. It's just like all these little things are just like abusing that the enemy team, like their catch isn't very good, and like how they made moves, and also the patience. Like I think in a Game 5 to play so nicely and smooth in like the mid game with how they're executing, how they're pressing their buttons, and it probably reflects also in the comms. Or I feel like with how they played, it looked like very much as if they're all on the same page. They know what's happening. They know what they needed to do. So yeah, I fully agree. Just well-deserving win for them. They all played phenomenal. Amazing team.
Yeah, and this has been a championship in the making as well. I mean, they had this whole season where they weren't doing bad, but they changed coach and they changed offlaners and then they changed offlaners again. And even when they had this roster, or even with still Triple S, they did okay. But then the patch dropped during ES1 Birmingham, and this team just revamped themselves. I feel like it helped so much to I don't know, relearn together. I don't know if that's a fair way of calling it, Quinn.
I think it was something like that. I think sometimes you need a shakeup whenever you're in a rut, and something like a patch can just be like, okay, we've got a new lease on life. We can relearn things. Like you said, I think there is definitely something to that. You've got new players. You can't figure out a way to win the way you were. And now the game's different. We don't need to figure out how we were winning before. We can figure out a new way to win. And they've done that, and it's looked incredibly successful. They are a team to be feared by everyone because they are very, very good right now.
I think especially because like there were so many doubters. Like this team, they started at the top. And to be fair, there's a lot of teams we've seen like that. They come in, they have these like top tier players. They do really well in their first few lands. And then, you know, and then they just never make it back. And maybe there's some disband. The players make it onto some good teams. But the Falcon story of like sticking together and then with this almost same roster, having the doubters and then becoming really, really good again, like that doesn't happen that much. They've done it. Like Paravision has done it. They are good again. They look top tier. It was not an easy road to get here, but by God, they did it.
Yeah, and it feels like a lot of different aspects are. Oh, to Juggernaut, who was against it?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe the whole team was against it, but I just listened to Papi. He said no. Okay, I play Gyro.
Satanic, I have a follow-up question on the puppy thing. Like your relationship with him, I know he talks a lot. He has a lot of carried knowledge. Is there a specific hero where he helped you with like itemization or overall how you should play?
I mean, he said once in DreamLeague I should buy Slayer on Monkey only. I don't remember more.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna ask you to pass the headset along to no one if that's okay.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you.
Hello, guys.
Hey.
Darova Bratishka, I got a question for you. The last time we talked, you talked about the concept of sometimes like working more feels like you're working harder. Dog. But okay, actually, first question: whose dog is that?
Oh, it's our manager, Phil. His name is Spike. He's our talisman of the team.
It worked. You need to bring him to every event. That's how that works. Mascot.
Yeah, we would love to.
He eats good, dude. That's a big boy. Okay. Anyway, the question was, we talked about like this concept of sometimes working more feels like you're working harder, and you said you were pubbing a lot less, but the pubs were a lot higher quality. I guess my first question is, can you explain that for the viewers, like this idea of just doing better practice?
Yeah, well, the older I get, the more I understood. Like when I was younger, I was playing like non-stop. I think I was playing more than anybody in Dota when I was like from 18 to 23, and I was playing literally non-stop, 15 games. And the older I get, I understood one thing is like you need really to take care of your mental state in the first place. So you need to go to the gym, you need to go to see the friends, so you can come to Dota and be fresh, chill, and ready, you know, like to play it like it should be played, not just for doing it for no reason, basically. Because like if you do it, if you play like less than like if you play 5 pubs instead of 10, but you play them with the way like you want to practice, you want to feel it, and you enjoy it, it's going to be much more helpful to you. I think so.
Would you say, I don't want to throw your team under the bus, but would you say your teammates are kind of adopting this mentality too, or is this like personal thing for you?
No, I think Duka right now is doing the same thing as me. He started to go gym and playing a bit less, not like too much less, you know, like it's, and instead of 12, it's going to be like 6 to 7 pubs plus Clownverse or like something like this.
What's your favorite thing to do right now outside of Dota to like take your mind off of Dota?
I think spending time with my friends and my girlfriend, I'll say.
That's a good answer. Thank you.
That is a great answer. Could you give the headset over to 9 Class, and congratulations, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yo, what's up, 9 Class? Congrats on the win. I got a couple questions for you. The first one, so last year you played a lot of like Monkey and Slark. Right now it's like Io and Kodo. How do you choose your heroes? Is it just like you think they're OP? Is there more to it? Is it like a specific style?
From pubs, I just say I have 24 with streak on Io and think, oh, with Rainbow actually.
Okay, so
and Koto, Just think with Holy Locket item and balance it still, and like no auras, but still heal is imba, and Okotl my signature hero, so I buy Holy Locket and nobody can die. Yeah, so and then now you play tempo and Monkey Slark more for slow game.
Okay, that makes sense. And then when you play IO, I feel like there's two types of IOs. There's the ones that will follow their core around and you listen to what they want. And there's some of the IOs that also make a few calls of like, now I want to play with this guy, now I need to farm. Do you think you're more one than the other?
I think I'm second time because I'm saying I just use the Rela, so I did my job, we kill someone at mid, so I go full farm with 1.5 minutes. And before Mecha, you should always farm on IO probably, because you are kind of useless.
Do you think that's do you think that's because you're a post 4 player, or does post 5 IO the same thing?
Post 5 bad, because yeah. No, it's just because weak laner. I mean, anyone can go and just pull wave versus you. But on offlane, they're trying to harass you, but you have headdress, so they cannot really touch you.
Okay, and then the last one. You tipped Kaori at the end. Is there some beef I need to know about, or is it friendly?
No, it's just fun. He started tip me, I tip him last game.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
he deserves it.
I got one.
Well, I got one quick question. You mentioned you won with IO 24 games in a row. You, at the end of the game, typed 26 in a row. What was it, 26?
I count these 2 games.
Ah, there you go. Yeah. No, that's all good. That's all good. So it's 26 in a row. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not so interested in the IO and the Caudle and the boring stuff. I want to talk about Monkey King and Caudle. Are these heroes just bad, right? The Monkey King and the Slark, are these heroes just like straight up bad right now to play because of like the tempo of the game or something?
Yeah, because imagine you play on Slark versus Timber, he just one chakram and you die, or Tiny one avalanche you die, and you're just walking. They don't care your vision. It's like Tiny walking around in Shadowblade, he will one-shot you.
That's true.
So on TI was good because it's like a lot of vision and everyone plays slow because it's TI and they don't want to risk, So yeah.
Cool. And if I forced you to play Monkey King and Slark, like you had to play it in this series, what would your build be to make it work in this meta?
Slark, still power threats you.
Uh-huh.
And then I will see Monkey. It's still a good here, but it's not imba. I'm playing like you should go Essence Distiller, power threats, and then you can taking level 15 talent for damage, and you can go Nullifier, Death, or something, or BKB and kill supports.
Okay, so people should scale.
Monkey better now post 5, because you jump to gate and you fight on Lotus Pool.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's good. Noted. Thank you very much.
Plus MMR for Jenkins.
All right, thank you very much for that one, 9 Class. Could you put Puppy on the headset for us?
Not the dog.
Puppy.
That would be nice.
Not Spike.
Hello, Puppy.
What's up?
Congratulations on your first tournament win as a coach. I was wondering if it felt different than as a player.
It did feel different as a player.
Better? No, how did it feel different? Because obviously you're very involved with how the game plays out, especially this one.
This time I have a bigger monitor that I watch. Not really clicking any buttons. My hands are kind of like bored. So it's not the same, It's not the same. But a win feels good.
Yeah.
It does feel good.
I bet. Can you talk to us about what you talked to the team about in between these games? Because it felt like this series was it was pretty fun from the drafting perspective from our side anyway. How was it for you guys, and what did you focus on?
We focused on picking Radiant.
Because
we're the good guys.
Yeah.
Especially we're green. So, but okay, seriously though, it's like every game seemed kind of similar. So we had to just add a little bit of flavor each game and understand what can break them. And I will give credit to Aurora actually, because they ended up banning some of the heroes that we wanted, even though they just won against it. Like they banned Shadow Fiend, even though they won against it. They banned Slardar, even though they won against it. And they kept improving their draft also at the same time when we were improving. So to be fair, it was a pretty nice match.
Yo, Puppy, I got another question. It was like half a year ago you told me you're gonna do more talking than playing. Can you talk me through? Do you feel like your coaching period so far has it been how you thought it would be?
At the beginning, I thought I was just going to add amplification to the things that the players like to do. Over the time, I kind of just started doing the stuff that I usually do in a team. So like taking over the draft and kind of like being the
Taking over.
dictatory type of guy, or whatever. Like it just like it just happens because they wanted it. We kept losing, so things had to change. So I just took more responsibility, and that's pretty much it.
And then I heard no one say that he feels like you taught them real Dota. Do you have any idea which one point, like, that he will be referring to? Is like some hero matchup, synergy, like a specific moment, or do you have no idea?
I mean, it's mostly related to like what to control, how to smoke, and like it's not like they don't know how to do these things, but there's a best way of doing it, right? And players themselves don't really have the time to always analyze the best way to do smokes, the best areas to control this patch or something like that. And since I have a lot of time in my hands, I will just try to figure out it for them. And there have been like quite a lot of like these types of words that we came up with to associate with types of plays that we do that they didn't use before. So he means probably that we have a lot of terms, in the game. So when terms are very simple for the whole team, everything just moves fast and everybody just understands what to do in the game.
That checks out.
Yeah, super insightful. Thank you for that, Puppy. Could you give the headset to Notice, please?
Yeah. All right.
Congratulations.
Hello?
Hello, Notice. How are you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling really great.
You're the only two-time DreamLeague winner of this entire year. What makes you so special?
I don't know.
What do you think you've brought to Parivision that's allowed them to become champions?
I just say them my minds, and that's it, I feel we just play really good individual, and if you play really good individual, you play really good like team.
I got a very important question for you, Notice. You obviously are in boot camp. I know there's another tournament literally right around the corner. And I was curious, how are you guys going to celebrate it together tonight? If you're going to celebrate it tonight, or is it straight back into the Dota for you guys?
I say to team, we need to go to bar when we won DreamLeague.
Nice.
But I don't know. Maybe we don't have power now.
It was all 5 games. Maybe if it was a 3-0. No, but you are planning on still celebrating at the bar or at the house, potentially.
Can you repeat question?
No, you're still planning on celebrating, maybe at the bar, maybe at the house, where you're at.
We will decide, I think, later a little bit, just to know, how everyone feeling.
Okay. Notice, thank you so much for obviously for you and your team for taking the time to talk to us in this way. It's very much appreciated, and we loved seeing you guys being so happy and cheerful at the end of the game as well, and playing that phenomenal best of 5. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And it is such a cool best of 5 that they played as well.